What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Welcome to the arena where champions rise and legends are formed. Welcome to the Season 8 Grand Finals for the ESA Cup. Today, we watch as everything that Ghost Army and Entropy Gaming have worked on during the regular season culminate in a war of attrition where only one can be crowned king. Let's take a look back at how we got to this point.
Diffuser, and there's a headshot right there. There's the start. But it's the diffuser. Takes the second.
Time takes the swing. That's going to be a 1v4.
I will fight until the end.
Gwyn gets the first kill. Gwyn gets down. Elfman. Allsper dealt with by Casper. After on the triple kill. And you
No way! Holy aced it, bro!
Instead, he's going to. Oh, Zachary, you saw something. You saw now tossing out another one. Hog Rider with a kill. Zachary, though, aggressing down these stairs. The bullets. Linnards defensively have somehow got themselves to map point in 3 straight rounds here on the
It is still on the board and working wise. It's gonna be the shots come through in the wall bang, double wall bang, shoot shots through the construction door, gonna take us down to.
Oh, there's no way I thought there was.
What a shot! Maxi gets two.
Just play one shotgun and Casper does. Instead gets the kill. Nixie now looking for the kill as well, and it's an ace. J9 getting a kill on Future. Oh, that's right. Schnitzy getting the first damage of the round. J9 getting the first kill though. Snake getting Schnitzy. J9 getting Casper, making it a double kill. Make it a triple because J9 gets another one. Fourth kill.
Oh my god, no way. Are you kidding me?
3 kills in a row now, making it a 1v1 situation. The C4 not getting, but Future getting the quarter kill and clutching out the round. 1 HP and 1-1 for no one.
So does Crash. But it is a 5 versus 4 situation right now where the last minute has now started. Yet you see multi after Hatchy getting a kill there onto Bill. Gets another play of the own.
Hatchy, I think
Hatchy with the kill on Frankus. Hatchy with the kill
Pepe
on Meyer.
beamed Maxime as well. The first player to make his entry. Hatchy got the quad just, which steals.
Based on their names, there's the 8 to find one into the now. They look like they're trying to perform for Moto. One more. And Fastly clears in the 1 versus 2. Wing is going to try and get the defense now. What Fastly finds is actually going to come right down to the wire. But the Maverick continuing gears are looking the right way. Only just about. We know what wins.
Forward, able to find ahead of Dipsy. Rizras gets taken down as well. 2 versus 4. As the attackers move on to Cypher, Shiro has something to say about it. Finds that pick. Everything what is going to happen? 8 seconds ticking down. The Southern pushes forward. It's just not going to happen. Shiro ready. The defenders have a very close round.
Getting in this now. Steve Vigil rotating up top. Finds one. That's going to be a very tough comeback here for Vigil. Okay, there's a no way, tough. That didn't look tough, Whiskey. Made it look easy on the. Ready. He sees, he shoots.
Oh! A quad kill!
Downstairs, they're gonna have to come to one of his left side here. The first time so.
Moving up, but it's a lovely shot to take down Becky. And it leaves the mutant 1 versus 2, but that 1 versus 1 is so swiftly deals with the extra G11.
A bit aggressive from Harv, however, taken down eventually by Gold. Has the position, has the know-how on where this player is. Yuki also shut down. Gold with 4 massive kills in the 1 versus 3. Into the ring, spots one player, that's Harv going down. Being spotted inside of the bathroom, swing free fire. Yuki going down there with Gold. 2 kills in the round so far. Yuki now up these blue white stairs even. Sending some shots through. Gold is going to be aware of this and has the knowledge, has the know-how. Banqua's now left in a 1-on-2 situation, and he's been spotted, taken down. MG Ryuga get another round on the board.
Wow. What a journey to get us there. And today is going to be an epic battle between these two teams, Ghost Army, Entropy. Today, I'm joined on the desk, the who, what, when, where, and why team, Dianic and Pasta. Welcome to the stream, guys. So happy to have you guys here with me. Dianic, anything special that you're looking forward today? I mean, it's a grand finals, of course. This is where the magic happens. Anything looking for a standout for you today?
All I'm hoping from both of these two teams is to have the team play, and I want to see good Siege, especially from the console scene. I just want to see good, delicious Siege, honestly. That's just as all me.
Absolutely. Not a bad way to go. Always want delicious Siege and more of it. Also, Mr. Pasta, welcome, welcome. What are your thoughts on the two lining up today for this head-to-head?
I think these two teams are actually pretty similar in the way that they play, particularly on the defensive side. So really, this should be a pretty banger match where we get to see two very strong teams go head to head.
Okay. Well, it looks like we're going to do something a little bit cool this year, or this season. As Pasta, I believe you got a little bit more of an in-depth breakdown for us on kind of how these teams are operating and working. Are you set up and ready for that?
Oh, I absolutely am. We're going for a little bit of a telestrator section here. So first of all, I have this round here from Ghost Army. We're on Clubhouse. This is from the previous game against Frequency Sport in the lower bracket. So 4 versus 4 currently. They're going to make it a 3 versus 3 in a second as well. But really, the main thing to point out here, just something to point out already, is this player here, Kanzi, is going to drop the hatch. And this sets up, along with the gunfight that happens next, this sets up everything that happens in the rest of this round. You see Sanzu here swings in from logistics, and from this 4 versus 3 position, they very, very quickly end up losing this round. Now, what happens here in this situation, we've got the player who drops the hatch, we've got the player here inside of logistics, we've got someone in site, we've got someone in construction as well. So when Kanzi drops the hatch here, it means that this site is a lot weaker because now this player here is having to watch from the windows, but now also having to watch from the breach and from over here. Your construction player is still having to look at 2 different angles. And the position from Sanzo in this spot here is pretty difficult to actually play in, because when you have players coming up these stairs, you got one player as well coming in from the breach. Your player here is kind of forced into a gunfight. You can't leave this position, otherwise you're just going to get shut down. So it kind of forces Sanzu into a fight here. And this is a problem because as soon as Sanzu dies in this position, there's no longer a crossfire being held from the site, so now this player is a lot more vulnerable. He's also having to watch a lot more places, and it means that your player in construction now also has to worry about the site and has to worry about logistics as well. Meanwhile, you're still got Kanzi trying to rotate back up the stairs and going slowly as to not alert attention, but someone's watching for the flank anyway. The player on site gets isolated, flanked from two different sides, and it means that your player in construction also has a very difficult time, has to make a play, walks into the site and gets shot. And that was a really big problem where you had sort of the positioning for one of these teams wasn't great. And for something as well that Ghost Army said that one of their strengths was their game sense, but that sort of situation doesn't scream game sense to me. And it's sort of very individual, which is where this clip comes in as well. You can see the IT breach is open. This is now for Entropy Gaming. Husky does get the first pick there, confirms it as well, but stays in this position, tries to take another one-on-one gunfight, and then gets shut down for it. And this is around the Entropy Gaming. I think they win it regardless, but they definitely weren't in a great position because, again, here on the Nighthaven Labs top floor, your player's over here. And for the attack, they've got a player here with this breach open. They've got a player on the door. They have a player on the window. Now, getting one in the position already has done a good job. However, we have a bit of hard cover here that you can just sit behind. It's getting aggressive and sort of backing yourself for another fight. Not necessarily the worst play in the world, but the problem is there's no opportunity for any sort of trade or response. There's no opportunity to sort of flank in through here because you're just going to get shot from the breach. And it means that you're just in trouble. You can just hide behind there and you'll be safe. So individuality from both of these teams, kind of a problem.
Okay, so it's gonna kind of look to it who is coming together better. Where's the communication gonna be lying at? So take a quick look at what we thought and what you thought was going to be the end result today as we head into some predictions. Danik, you want to walk us through those?
I mean, it just looks pretty obvious. We have most of the community and most of the staff voting for Entropy Gaming that they're gonna take this match. We have 73% from the community, and I mean, look at our from the staff, from the caster, from everybody coming in doing the predictions. Entropy is more highlighted, but Whiskey, there's one person that we don't really see there. It is you. What do you think?
I'm telling you, we've seen both of these teams play, right? They could be super aggressive on the individual level, but today I'm thinking that the reign of Entropy is going away. I think that Ghost Army is going to be taking this one today.
Ooh.
Right? You know, who knows?
Listen, you're going
So,
you're going with the small group.
you know, it's a real David versus Goliath situation, so get your slingshots ready, right? Okay, so that is our predictions for it. It's looking a little bit one-sided, especially on the social vote as well. Hit that 73%. So now the only thing really left to do before we get in here is find out where the heck are we going. Danik walks through that.
We're going as a first pick from Entropy Gaming onto Nighthaven Labs. As a second map, we're gonna have to see Oregon, and potentially, if it is going to be a 3-0 from one of the two teams, it could be Klappos at the end. But I'm hoping not that. I think we're gonna go at least 4 or 5 maps. I just have a good feeling, especially what Pastor said. Both the two teams very individual, so we're gonna have a lot of upsets if they keep going with this, being very individual, playing with a lot of kills of their own, struggling a little bit with the team play throughout the entire matches. Then I think we're gonna see a lot of maps, more than the 3-0. So hoping to see 4 or at least even all the way 5 maps, but also a lot of upset rounds. So really, really close rounds and close scores. And the fourth map would then be Chalet, picked by Ghost Army, and Skyscraper as the final and finisher map, picked by Entropy Gaming. So we can see there's a little bit of a trend with banning out maps that are very, very aggressive. For example, Bank, we know it like so many ways where you would need to play like with the team together. Same as Consulate, very team heavy based maps. But on map like Nighthaven Lab starting it off, still very new, right? So as a defender, you can get away with a lot of mistakes. Same as Oregon, you can get away with a lot of mistakes. Clubhouse is the one map that's going to punish you the most, as it's been in the competitive pool for quite long, so that's going to punish you. Every individual play, which is a mistake, is going to be punished within seconds. Chalet, a little bit more freedom, and Skyscraper at the end, a lot of freedom again. Whiskey, honestly, I want to see 5 maps. I'm sorry, okay? I know it's going to be a long day, but I want to see 5 maps. Just going to say, yeah?
I'm always here. I'm always here for it. So, the only thing left to do is get it going. So, joining us today, the voices of Season 8, it is going to be Pooble and It's TD taking us away and giving us that gameplay. We will be.
Hello! Hello. I am Pooble, as said, joined not by Pastor, you've already seen his beautiful telestration segment. Instead, got It's TD next to me, and we're excited for this grand final. Entropy looking to be two-timers. They've already won it twice in a row previously as an organization, so they're looking for the run back of the run back. So, a lot of hype here.
Definitely a lot of hype. And we're going to jump into these bans now as well. Can't wait to see exactly what is on the ban board here. What do we reckon then? Obviously, Nighthaven Labs is where we're off to. Attacking bans first. It's a Ying. So those Candelas removed off the board. Obviously, we can see there's a lot of quick access into its sites from exterior plug points. And Ying can definitely be a great option to flashing people out. But for our second attacking ban, and let's take a look. Will it be any of the shields that we've been used to? I don't hope so. A Monty,
I'm
that's
definitely
it.
thinking a Monty would be banned out. Indeed it is. It's just two operators that make the attacking parts of the round so much easier. Ying trivializes a lot of executes. Monty makes the roam clear a lot simpler. And for a map like Nighthaven Labs that statistically is very defender leaning and almost has this kind of aura around it, even if it shouldn't be that defender sided, teams just kind of fumble early on in the rounds. So it makes a lot of sense you see Monty banned. Azami has just sort of been a commonplace in bans through the past 2 years now, I guess, just constantly being banned out. A very strong operator, great for fortifying these positions, and no surprise you see a banned out on a defender favored map like Nighthaven.
I mean, exactly. If you're not going to play as Army, ban it. That's what most teams go by. And with a 44.5% ban rate for Monty, oh my god. Sentry. Wow. That's a surprise, but it's got a lot of utility, so I think that's a good ban.
I see the value in it, but at the same time, there's, in my opinion, just more valuable defenders, right? We were talking a bit before this match that Solace, although has been nerfed, still a very strong operator that teams just aren't banning as much. So I'm not surprised that we're not seeing a Solace ban, but we see so much Tuberon play as well on Nighthaven just for stalling out, particularly that IT wall. We're not seeing that this round, in fact. Instead, it's going to be more of an older lineup here. Seeing a Vigil as well, it's a very high risk, potentially high reward pick, but it's very selfish as well. Kenzie's going to have to get a pick or at the very least waste 1 or 2 minutes of time on that roam. If he doesn't, he basically provides nothing to his team on this operator. So that's immediately going to be the sticking point for this round. If the attack can deal with him fairly early, I would say Entropy have been gifted a very easy round here. But at the same time, it's not all over if that roamer is killed fairly quickly, right? You've got those Goyo canisters, you've got the mirror windows, the Malusi Banshees, a lot of stall and a lot of intel for the defense. But at the same time, that Vigil, I always get alarm bells when I see a team bringing this because it shows that they're very confident, but that confidence can be so often misplaced.
And realistically, looking at the attacker lineup now, we don't have a Twitch on the board, so those Goyos should be safe for later rounds, as long as they haven't pushed down towards them. We've still got the Brava on the board and already quick access to the external breach here with those exothermic charges. But we still have that mirror in play, which is a massive limiting factor to actually entering. So again, this up top clear is going to be massive. We've got the Jackal already looking for tracks to see what it can get. And of course, we still have to get this whole control of this garage side and of that rafters as well. And again, as well, you can see here, Wamai utilizing that verticality to look down onto the breach, but you can start to see the Brava is pushing those drones through. We'll lose the drone though, and we're slowly going around to remove that Wamai as best as possible here.
It's a very risky spot for the Wamai to play. Sure, you have that beautiful angle onto the breach, but there's so many different places that the attack can come from. Like above, for instance, that's Husky breaching, as well as Afla, who's already been marching around with that Jackal scanner on, thing about Vigil is he counts as one of the most stronger attackers of Deimos because you can't just get that immediate ping. Doesn't work for Jackal though, so instead the attacker completely read into that roaming pick. They're no longer that afraid of a Vigil being around every corner because they can just keep scanning for footprints and waiting. But despite all this, it's still not been the fastest round, and they very nearly get defensive pick. That's Claim just caught a little bit off guard by the Jackal, and Affler maybe not getting the roamer he thought he was expecting, but still gets an opening pick, still makes it 5 versus 4, and still sets up Entropy for a good attacking round here. But Senzu very close by towards those stairs, just holding the angle, but he knows it's such a risky spot. Even with the bulletproof camera, he's got to pick one fight, and it looks to be that fight towards Cargo.
And already with 1 minute on the clock. Time is ticking slowly, but we know how this will go if it does run down. But we find one, the shot's fired, a bit of damage there on to Malusi as well. There's a ping coming in. Veroxy will find Zoo on... and then it will be Kenzie as well, finding Afflo in the 4 versus 3 situation. Defenders looking to be lost very quickly here. We still have Wamai up top though, and he's able to look onto that breach. He looks very focused on it, as well as just making sure he's watching that long angle. Veroxy will take him down with a C4 though, and it will be a nice exchange there to get the refrag.
Yeah, Tom's with a nitro cell there, and still the attack, despite getting so many advantages, they've only just got into the site. Finally, it will be Becky to try and get the case down with a bit of cover. But there's so many ways the defense can play this. Kenzie's still above, but with Tom's down, it's like an attacking win now. Freddy with that confirmation. 3 versus 1, and the Vigil is just nowhere near any kind of crucial bit of action. Husky takes him out, and Entropy... It was a very clean round at the start. Got a little bit messy as Nighthaven attacks often do, but they capped it off in very nice fashion there. 3 versus 1 advantage. Diffuser down as well, just making easy work of that defensive hold by the end.
I think Wamai got a little bit complacent. Didn't really need to overextend or anything there. Could have probably benefit from just staying because it wasn't getting pushed off anymore. They were just waiting slowly to try and deal with it. And that could have bought a little bit more time for Inside. But again, we've lost so many players into that round. A decent way to get a refrag going back in with a C4 though, and that definitely impacted the round. But as we move on again, we are going to revisit the same defensive lineup.
Yep, I'm not the biggest fan of these 5 defenders. We saw quite a bit of impact from some of them, right? Kenzie really stayed up much longer than he should have given the attacking lineup, but again, he's an easy counter for the Jackal. Rather, is an easy counter for that Vigil because the scanner does nothing to impact that gadget at all. So you're going to be seeing him likely get pinged out pretty early on, and the Goyo canisters as well just didn't serve that much time stalling either. Ghost Army's got very aggressive in that last round to try and save that Wamai playing in that power position and the Vigil playing on the roam, when really it should be the Vigil getting aggressive to save the players on site. They seem to have got that defense all wrong, so I'm hoping we see a bit of an improvement this attempt. We're still seeing a heavy commitment on this top floor, but at the same time, the attack, again, just bringing these operators that make the roam clear a lot easier. You've got the added drones of the Brava, you've got the Jackal pings as well. They should be spotting out these defenders pretty easily.
And definitely now as the drones start to come in, we can see Virg is just sat in IT and they're slowly trying to find exactly where he is. But after last round, they should pretty much know what we're looking at here. Brava sending in that utility again to try and hack as many default cams as possible, but we'll lose a cam early on and we'll start to see again. I mean, it depends how fast they can get rid of this. Hopefully the defense now has kind of realized what they're going to do and is in a bit more of a reliable situation to get an early entry denial. You can see the exothermic charge going on the default wall of IT now, and Vig is moving slowly to help deal with that, and we can start to see the vertical coming in on Wamai. Realistically, Wamai should be pinched in this situation, but might have a chance of getting a pick if they do walk in. We'll start to see 1 minute 40 on the clock, and they've already got control of this IT, but nothing else just yet. Jackal just waiting very slowly to try and find some information on that Vig, who is still upstairs. And the verticality is pretty much not really going to put too much pressure on Wamai yet. He's just waiting for someone to push in through that lower garage. Oh, Vigil going to go down to Affler, and that's the hard counter there, pretty much. Jackal going to find him off the board.
Yeah, I'm glad this time we finally saw that dynamic kind of play out. I like the adaptation onto the Ram as well, forcing that pressure onto the Wamai. Even if you're not actively challenging it, it forced Goldies to try and peek something, be very afraid at the end. It just caused them to fall back. So they've done a much better job of dislodging these defenders, but as a result of Ghost Army playing a lot more conservatively with those on-site players, it's still not as big an advantage as Entropy found themselves in that previous round. And in fact, with less than a minute left, with only one man advantage, they're still nowhere close to this site. They're still clearing the second floor, and now these Ghost Army defenders realize, hang on, they still think we're above. We can just play very close to site. We can just stall down this timer. 30 seconds left. It's going to be a Hail Mary push here.
Definitely, and look at the drone economy here. We start to see some damage coming across the board as well. Oh, beautiful pick there. Husky going to take out Snooze, but it will be a refrag for his fallen teammate. A 3v3, though, as we see a double on the breach. Freddy's going to now enter as well. I'm going to see here on Exo's side, it will be Goyo, but 8 seconds of the round, and the diffuser will be planted here. Can it be denied is the question as we see the swing out. Husky denies. And here we go. The 3v1 plant down. This is going to be massive if we can start to find the pick here for Goyo in Nanotech side. Trying to find some way of isolating the first pick, but it won't happen as Husky looks across the bomb and picks up Clayan.
And that had all the hallmarks of a Ghost Army round there. They played the clock really well. Their roamer, sure, was eventually killed, but wasted a lot of time. And despite that, the guns of Entropy Gaming were just too strong. They were forced in a very unenviable situation, having to advance onto that site with such little time remaining. And they still just get all the picks. They still end up winning the round. Ghost Army, there has been a critical failure in that defensive hold there. You've just lost gunfights you can't afford, and you shouldn't be losing, especially when Entropy are all forced to essentially flood through a wall and a hatch. These are easy angles to cover, and still they're just failing here. They're 2 rounds down. Those are 2 defensive rounds on Nighthaven as well. Sure, it's Entropy's map pick, but you still expect Ghost Army to put up some kind of a fight onto the basement site, but nothing to really be seen there. As they head up to this second floor, statistically, I'd say it should be a stronger site. I think you don't have to worry about that vertical aspect from above. However, Ghost Army didn't really struggle with the actual external parts of that site last round. They struggled when it came to that hard execute, and they just completely crumpled under the pressure.
Definitely. And I mean, say a team gets control of that Rafters side and IT, it's a lot more pressure when you're fighting onto the bomb site, but again, it is generally just a wall and a doorway to push through. So, I mean, upstairs, it shouldn't be too bad. We do normally see a split pull-up push on this sort of bomb site as well. But I think coming into this round now, we should start to see quick access to the wall. The bandit trick looks like it's been pretty much foiled, but that's guaranteed when you've got the Thatcher on the board here. If he could manage to pull it off, that would have been great to delay a bit of time. But again, also got that mirror, which should be protecting the backside from pressure a little later into the round. So hopefully should delay their push a little bit more. But we know Entropy are pretty much a patient attacking team. They can play pretty much the whole round just finding information. As we saw, the drone economy last round was pretty much ruined, but they'd still found a way to execute and push straight into the bomb site. And that's the thing. Maybe Ghost Army are playing a little bit aggressive at the minute, but again, it's early round. We're only 2-0 in. Things can change pretty much before that roll swap gets into play. And already we start to see Brava getting those cams in again. And that's what I love about Entropy. They always opt to bring that Brava, and it gives you so much electrical denial. Even though we aren't really running any defenders with them electrical abilities, we can still find enough information, almost like an attacking version of Valkyrie in that sense.
Yeah, and even if you're not hacking any devices, you still get those 2 extra drones, and it fits into Entropy style perfectly because of how slow they play. Unfortunately for Entropy, though, they've conceded a first pick. This time it's Kenzie to get that. 4 versus 5 now for Ghost Army, as Atla very nearly met his maker as well, as he got incredibly aggressive against Connector, and Variox 2 taken down. The second floor site actually producing incredible results for Ghost Army here, as now they're up by 2 men, 2 versus 4. And Kenzie gets another 1v4 now, as Ghost Army just rolling over them. Where was this defensive side? Those first 2 rounds, when they arguably needed it most, sure, they're likely going to win this round. It's likely going to be 1-2 unless Freddy can pull off an absolute miracle, but it's Senzo finishing things off. But already, I have to start asking the question, for this map at the very least, could you maybe put forward an argument that it's almost too little too late? I know that sounds crazy. We're 3 rounds in. But Nighthaven Labs is such a defensive powerhouse that if you're not getting a 5-1 split on your defenses, you might still just lose this in regulation. Entropy might just swap the sides, get a phenomenal defensive half, and Ghost Army might just be left just dead on the ground because they didn't get those first 2 rounds. They didn't get at least one of those first 2 rounds. And now they're back to the basement! They're back to that site that they had such horrible results on despite being in such great situations. They've gone back here. I'm going to hope that they've improved their gun skill over the period of 1 round, because that's what they were really struggling with most in those first 2 rounds. Because if not, it's going to be a repeat of history.
I just feel like there is 2 other bomb sites that you could go to. The middle floor bomb sites are not that bad, and you can still play up top vertical like you would play the garage vertical. It's pretty much replaying the same sites in just different areas, and I just think, I don't like trying the same thing 3 times, even though, you know, you managed to get 1 round upstairs. I just don't think it's valid here, and I think you're very much correct in saying that, yes, they're probably going to find that when the role swap happens, it's going to be so hard for them. But again, I think Entropy as well, they're very good at understanding what they should change late rounds. They're very good at finding those rounds they need, and they're very good at adapting. So if Ghost Army can't really show us something different, then it's going to be so easy for Entropy. You're going to see the bandit trick get in there as well onto that exothermic charge.
Yeah, that's a critical bit of utility that I believe has been lost for the attack there. It's a play from the defense that hasn't worked out previously, but they've kept trying, and eventually it's paid off. They have costed them a bit of that crucial hard breach. Only 1 operator being brought as well. We tend to see nowadays 2 operators with at least something. Instead, though, they make up things with the kill. Verox holding a beautiful cross there, taking down Senzu, and despite an initial blunder on the part of that hard breach, they've gotten this entry into the building. Affla's close by to another defender as well. They've got these jackal pings. They know 2 players are upstairs. They can't send Affla in alone. If he gets killed here, there's no chance for a trade, and that crucial man advantage is going to get lost. So unfortunately, Entropy are in a bit of a stalemate here. Affla knows it. He gets on his drone, narrowly avoids getting swung on, but still taken down by Kenzie, and now things are going to get pretty difficult for Entropy. They know there's 2 players upstairs, and there's no one in an immediate position to get this trade, and with that glow flame going out, it means Husky can't get in either. They are trapped here, waiting to try and get a trade. They can't afford to go to the site because those players on the top floor will likely flank them and shut down the entire round. So Entropy just having to take these gunfights far away from the site as Becky is trying his absolute hardest to get this wall open. The bandit trick going out in the early round really costing this team when it shouldn't, right? Bandit tricks have been around for years. You should know to just keep a Thatcher, keep a Thermite by that wall. Should have been blown up within the first minute. Instead, we're now in that final minute. There's no entry point into sight, and there's still an aggressive roam from Ghost Army.
I mean, look at them. They're both just stacking up here on the staircase to stop them from getting any deeper in. Both ready in a refraggable position. Slowly just pushing back down now to keep alive for that late round execute, just to make sure that they can't get too much control there. They are getting the verticality in there with the ram, though, so we might be able to see a bit of vertical pressure in. We still only have 3 players on the attack, though, so they have to deal with 4 players. They can't just sit on vertical for too long. And here we go. We're trying to make places to just push players off, but it's not going to really do too much now. They have to move off of it, and already going to shots fired through the hatch, and it will be a pick there for Veroxy onto Kenzie. Down goes the Guyo, and now as we're going to drop down through the hatch into cargo, we're going to lose a player, though. It will be the Thermite to go down, and there's another pick, and it's a bloodbath as Husky finds Klein, and there we go. A 3v1 time is ticking. The plant's going to go down, but can we find the C4? It's been saved. And there it is. Veroxy will go down. The round has been completely shut down there.
And it was just one adjustment in that early round. The bandit trick actually paying off there. And Entropy were just left confused by what is really the simplest of defensive plays. You just need to keep some kind of EMP there with that hard breach. It's not difficult at all, but they rushed things. They rushed to get that wall open. They rushed to get that roam clear. And in doing so, they succeeded at neither. And it really cost them in that late round. As you said, 3v1 advantage. But at 0-0, you've got to get that case down. And unfortunately for Entropy, Ghost Army were just too keyed into where they were getting it down, what they needed to do, getting that Nitro Cell kill. Really nice play from Ghost Army, and specifically they were playing from behind. The first round in this map that has been won despite conceding that opening pick. So that's a good sign for them. It seems like they are on that bounce back despite a really dire first 2 rounds. But there's still a lot of work to be done. If they concede another round here, things are going to get pretty desperate because then Entropy get to go on this wonderful defensive site of Nighthaven, and that is likely going to result in a lot of defensive wins going their way. So Ghost Army have to play perfect now. They can't afford any more mistakes, and they're on this first floor site, which can really go 50-50 depending on how good that roam clear is. And despite a pretty poor performance last round, those first 2 rounds, Entropy's roam clears were very, very solid.
Definitely. We've opted to move off of a Jackal as well to deal with this. We do have a Pulse on the board as well, so we might see a quick C4 go in, but already the garage has been blown open with that exothermic charge, and I mean, that's okay, because you can't just walk straight in, but now someone has to make sure they've got eyes on it for later in the round, and we're slowly going to get all that utility hacked as well. Frost is on the board, providing a shield, and of course those frost mats, so people do have to be careful when they're jumping through a window, and they might have to look down, which can of course impact those gunfights as well. But Pulse will be waiting for someone to either run through that IT breach as well, and so that could be a guaranteed pick. Realistically, if you're playing someone who can see through walls, it should be a pick, but here we go. Most of the Brava drones now, I believe, are completely shut down there. One left in pocket. So yeah, here we go. We've got the Legion as well playing shotgun, which is nice to see. So he's going to be holding that whole bomb, just watching the window jump in, making sure close quarters he gets that guaranteed kill. But you can see already they're looking to slowly push through this IT, and you can see down in the bottom of garage, we might be getting a quick rush through with that buck shotgun. He's prepped it on the door, and 2 pulses in, but it's a pick straight onto Husky here. 4 versus 5. The defense getting the first pick into this round. It could be another, as down goes Bessie. And here we go, 1 HP for the Brava.
Yeah, it really seemed like the Pulse was the difference maker there, just giving that information that there was going to be a push towards that blue stairs side, relaying it to his team, and instantly we see that response from those roamers. Another pick for the defense here. This roam clear completely falling apart. Entropy looked so strong to begin this map, but now they're floundering as Ghost Army is in their own element here. They're still keeping this roam game up. Variox is still trying to clear top floor with less than a minute left and only 1 HP to his name. Eventually, Freddy's going to get something, but still, there is such an HP deficit for this attacking side. Variox, you see him, he gets a pick, in fact. That's the Frost taken down, 2v3, but immediately the trade comes in. It's all on Freddy, not even on full HP, and that 612 SD from Legion gets the final pick here. And Ghost Army continue this rebound. That's 3 in a row now. A map that looked to be so poor from them, and they're somehow making it work.
I think we just kind of jump to conclusions early game. We just see, oh, they've got 2 rounds straight off the bat, but now we're slowly seeing what Ghost Army can do. And if they can keep this momentum up, we've got, 1 more round until that full roll swap comes in. It could be interesting, we can see. But again, a very close roll swap is going to mean, if that roll swap happens, it could be really poor if Ghost Army ain't good at that attack. So we'll see. We'll see what Entropy can do on the defense. I think it'll definitely come down to what Entropy can do on defense. And if they're as coordinated, yeah, I think Ghost Army, they've got a chance here. They can even get that 4-2 or that 3-3. It's theirs to lose right now in this half.
Yeah, important to note, by the way, folks, that this is Entropy's map pick, so you really should expect them to be winning this, and you should also expect them to have a pretty solid defense as well, which might really make things a little bit more scary if you're in the Ghost Army camp, because they are going to be on to the attack, and on top of this being their least favourite map statistically, a map they've very rarely been to, it's also just one of the most defender-sided maps in the game, so do not expect to see things sway a drastically different way in this second half if Entropy still can't get things going on their attack. However, this half isn't over yet. They can still get the 3-3, and the 3-3, in my opinion, is going to be a massive win for them, more so than any other map, just because of the way this map leans. Again, Bandit Trick looks to be attempted by Goldies, and it's successful. Again, Entropy, please show you've learned from this. Please actually just get this wall open quickly this time. You've got that ace as well to go to connector, so you can afford to just keep the thermite here, keep this wall closed, and invest in a bit of vertical. We see the Ash below, but she's not actually going towards the Bandit Trick. Instead, I think it's just going to be a lurk up towards those blue stairs, but it's going to be met by Claim there at the top. But Quinn doesn't know. Affler doesn't know either. These players just missing each other like ships in the night, but Affler now getting dangerously close to the site. Top of Aqua now, ready to get a pick, but the drone's going to give away his position, and the wall reinforcement, excellent from Ghost Army, just stopping this Ash, forcing them to bottleneck through that door if they want to get anything done, and forcing more hard breach utility as well. Another thing to note, I'm still seeing that Thermite charge in pocket. They haven't got IT breach open yet, despite that lack of a main breach really costing them in round 4. They're not learning. They're not just reattempting the wall. They're terrified of a bandit trick. And again, it might just cost them here.
Honestly, as soon as they couldn't get the IT breach, it could have been a good idea to go elsewhere. But the fact is, Veroxy now going to be finding a pick, but it will be a refrag instantly, a 4v4. And you can start to hear the Ash charges from below, but we'll start to see some damage come in, a lot onto the mirror. But it will be a Claymore onto Clane. And this 4v3 situation with 1 minute on the clock has emerged. But it's a shot in the back through the window. Affler will refrag. And now this 3v2 in favor of the attack. Gonna shoot the bandit battery off to get the exothermic charge in. But we will lose Affler in the garage. Rafters there, but it will be one for Husky as he manages to pick it up. And down goes her glides. Now 2 versus 1. Shot in the back. Make it a 1v1. We have a C4 in pocket as well. Listening for the plant to go down, but will he stick with that? I hope not, as he'll rotate himself back up and tries to push through the site. Here we go. This 1v1 situation. Both guns pretty much pointing at the same door. Shots fired with 20 seconds here to make something happen as he runs down the stairs, picks up Defuser, will go back into the site. 19 seconds. Has the C4 prepped if he needs, but he's going to probably plant, on solid ground. It's not going to do anything. It's a waste of time for Mirror. Now has to run up the stairs to find the pick. Will it do it? It's not going to happen. Sets the C4 off. Can he land? Oh my god, Mirror's fumbled the bag, and Bessie clutches the round here. What a pick for Thermite.
Both sides really kind of fumbled that. I don't know why Becky was still holding the plant in that situation when you hear a 3 armor sprinting right next to the breach that your team made. You really should be getting off and just swinging that. I get it, right? You don't want to lose to the time. You want to force a new win condition. But at that point there, you're going to lose. You are going to die unless... But Mira does that, I guess. So really unfortunate from the defense. Going for the Nitro Cell. I get it to master the sound, but we've already made a hell of a lot of sound marching up those stairs. Luckily for Entropy, they finish off that half 3-3. It's not been the brightest half for either side. Ghost Army started very slow, and unfortunately for them, they ended on a loss. So Entropy have a little bit of wind in their sails heading into the second half. But a 3-3 is still overall a win for the attack. Now Entropy get to go on this defensive side on the map that they picked first. Ghost Army should be, well, they shouldn't be shaking a little bit. You don't want to be letting things get to your head. But fans of Ghost Army might be shaking a little bit now because suddenly your chances of winning this map have drastically gone down. Of course, we've not seen a Ghost Army attack yet, and immediately I'm seeing a blitz just filling in that void that Monty has left, still bringing a shield operator in. So there's potential for Ghost Army to win this attacking round, obviously, but the stats just don't favor them here at all.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we see the splits now is kind of like, you could have waited, you could have held out. So it looks like they're kind of desperate to try and get some early rounds in here. You know, that blitz might stick the entire game. I've seen teams who just run it the whole game. Or it might be just a one-time thing. I'm not too sure. But again, we'll start to see if they can actually get anything with this. Surely we should see some blitz control, though. It looks like they're going to push the blitz in through IT, so there's a bit of cover there behind for the blitz as well, if needed. But yeah, again, they're trying to get control with this blitz. I'm not too sure how well it'll go. They've got a lot of traps as well. These Goyos should delay a lot of time, and the Fenrirs as well should be able to blind anyone trying to play behind that blitz. We'll see. There is no Brava on the board, but we do have a Twitch, so we'll see how quick that utility falls.
Yeah, also seeing a Fenrir who missed the ban phase entirely despite being a very hotly banned defender, and Affler immediately gets that first pick onto Senzo, onto that attempted entry from below as well. So setting up Entropy for a good round here. Angles also being held throughout the site on towards Connector here. They don't want to allow any kind of easy access for the attack here, but immediately Goldie's got himself into Connector. That one-hit blitz, downing him immediately 4 versus 4 now as things have been evened out, but still, the defense in these tricky spots to dislodge, and Affler just gets another one, relieving pressure from his teammate in IT. And now it's been revealed that this is very much a one-sided take towards Connector, towards Electrical as well here from the attack, massively freeing up the defenses. They only have to worry about a single side of the objective here. Is Variox. He's getting aggressive. He's on the hunt. He's hopped over into Connective, strangely enough. Wants to go back, caught off guard. Suddenly things get a lot more even, but with only one gun actually up for the attack here, this should be an Entropy round win, especially with Goldies moving yet again.
I mean, yeah, here we go. Blitz just chasing down. Might be able to get the pick here. Is anyone there? No. Shotgun to the face. And there it is. Bessie getting the pick on the board. It's Thermite pretty much in a very poor situation here. There's 3 crossfires just waiting for Thermite to walk into them with only 20 seconds here. 1 on the floor, 2 ready. I mean, it's a poor round for an attack, but yeah. Flashbang going out. Going to try and shoot the bulletproof, and it looks like Mute's not going to move. Just waiting slowly. There has the diffuser in the hand, so it could possibly bait that, but there it is. Prone on the floor, it's Husky, and Klein will go down. I mean, very well played late rounds, but just the blitz was too desperate for me early on. I think maybe later on in the game, I'm hoping they're going to change it up now and give us something else, because although it did get a nice guarantee kill and control, I just think we relied too much on that positioning, and then once we've been revealed that we're on that one side of the map, it just fell apart pretty much.
Yeah, I like the Blitz as this kind of lesser replacement to Monty. The problem with the Blitz, though, is he requires a lot more support. Monty, with the ability to extend, you can essentially go off on your own. If you play smart, you can't really be killed. Blitz, it's a lot harder to do that, and you need players around you to facilitate that push. It's still a great pick. It's still a great answer to the Monty ban. They were just playing him a little bit too close to a Monty for my liking, especially in that late round, sending him off on his own to try and get some kind of impact elsewhere. Didn't work at all. I still like the idea from Ghost Army. They just implemented it in a pretty poor way here. Interesting adaptation of Entropy. They're foregoing that basement site entirely, the site that they ripped Ghost Army apart on their attacks, instead going towards this first floor site. And it's a site that Ghost Army saw a lot of success in as well in that one time that they played it. Getting that opening pick, getting that round win. So interesting to see if Entropy can mirror that success here. It is a bit of an unorthodox site pick, even if on paper it should be stronger than the basement. Teams just like going to basement sites, so this is a difference, but luckily with the IQ on board, they can instantly spot where this hold is, how it's going to be played, where this site is as well. So Ghost Army should be pretty well prepared for this.
Definitely, and already we see both Twitch and Brava being brought here, and an IQ, but that's mainly to counter the Valkyrie that's on the board, but it will be a pick straight on to Varoxy. I mean, nice early pick to get rid of the castle. Not too much utility removed off the board there, but it is a good pick nevertheless, and will forfeit some control down there and give them a little bit more room to attack upon, especially when trying to find this verticality here. But yeah, slow round to start off with, just trying to find what we can. Most people still outside just waiting. So yeah, the drones and information are going to be coming in, and already the drone economy, well, we've only got 3 active drones right now. Shots fired in the back of Valkyrie, won't connect fully though, only a little bit of damage there, and we still have to deal with all the castle barricades that are still intact, but it's a pick on to Affler. Kenzie just going to shoot down that barricade and straight away finds the connection. Good drone work as well here, making sure that there's another one. It will be Freddy to go down, and complete domination, and still 5 players on this attacking side in favor of this round. Legion and Mirror just kind of off-site here, just waiting to try and find verticality. We'll find one. It's Bessie. Klein will go down. The question is, how long can they stay up there for? It looks like not too long, because Her will take down Bessie with 1 minute on this clock. 1 for Legion. Husky takes down Snooze, but the pings are coming in from behind. He can't really do too much. He has to funnel through a door, and he's very conscious someone else is upstairs. Flashbang is going to come in. We can't really see, as he's now slowly recovers. The attack will move into a new position, and there it is. Kenzie to take down Husky, as they've got full control of that middle floor bomb site here.
Just giving way too much space for free to Kenzie. He was able to virtually get onto site Unknown, uncontested, nearly got a pick on that long angle, then made up for it with a beautiful pick straight through the castle barricade there. I'm not sure what the plan was for Entropy, but the fact that an attacker can just wander through that corridor, not be seen, not be dealt with, not be heard, it's a critical blunder on this site. They had the setup for it as well. They had those long angles, they had the rotate hole, but no one was playing around those stairs, and as a result of that, Kenzie was able to just wander on in, get 3 in the round, open up entirely for his team, and the chaos that caused allowed for that roam clear to go off, allowed for the rest of those players to get picked apart by Ghost Army. Entropy, tail between their legs, heading down to the basement site this time. They seemed confident in going for that first floor. Confidence is gone. They're going back down to familiar ground, but equally, it may be familiar, but this site is by no means the strongest. The amount of vertical the attack can get here is a pretty big nightmare for the defense, so they're going to have to be very clinical on this roam game, but a sneaky drone already reveals where these players are on that catwalk, so Ghost Army again coming into this round with a lot of intel. Entropy just have to win these gunfights.
And on top of that, of course, they do still have a Brava, a Dokkaebi, and a Jackal to utilize on this attack. So we should be getting precise pings and sound cues here for this attack. I mean, we still have the Vidge on the board, but yeah, here we go. Dokkaebi core number 1 coming off, and we'll see how impactful that is as the pings start to come in. Jackal looking to possibly contest straight through this garage side, although he's just trying to see where they pushed off. And yeah, you can see all the way up to IT has been freed now. Brava's still on the other side of that breach, so can't really do too much until we get that thermite up there. We'll start to open it up. Realistically, that's a really good call, though, so we just got to see if we can now put pressure and stop that Vigil from swinging out and finding a pick. But there is literally, going to be 2 line of sights watching that IT door now. So Vigil's just going to slowly get pushed off, and those Jackal pings now slowly giving him away as well. So he's going to have to push himself away, and you can already see someone on the backside there as well who's going to try and pinch him out, but it will be Roxy to take down her, and already Jackal going to go off the board as a first pick. Nice support coming in from the defense, but it will be denied by King Z.
At the very least, Atlas still up there on the Vigil, can still provide a bit of a nuisance for the attack, and he drops down as well through that hatch, but it's been read into, but not enough. Goldie taken down, but Kenzie again, the trade master, gets another evening out the man count, heading straight back up to that top floor. No calls left for that Dokkaebi, but still, he's had plenty of impact in this round. Klane's got another exothermic charge, so the potential for a main breach onto the site here. Instead, though, on that first floor, looks to be a hatch drop here for the attack, but they're still not, from the looks of things, entirely comfortable for that top floor's clear. Senza, though, gets a reverse angle pick. Beautiful onto Freddy. 3 versus 2 now for the attack. Ghost Army really looking incredibly strong despite another slow start to the half.
And here we go, 50 seconds on the clock. A 2 versus 3. Bandits just kind of looking through that verticality to see if he can find anything. We still have that mirror nice and content in the back of B here. Flash is going down that hatch to see what we can find. Will it be a hatch drop? I'm hoping not just just yet, but we'll see. Oh, gonna pop the mirror. Will be the mirror literally sat below that window as well. Trying to find the funnel in, won't land. Bit of a poor position there. Klane to find Bessie. A 1v3. Bandit will find 1. Can we find a second? Just looking through these holes that have been made. Can utilize it as a vault rotation as well. Finds another at the doorway. 10 seconds, the plank going down. And now Bandit has to push up on this plant. Well, here we go. It's gone down. He's back up. Brava just waiting to watch the one side that he peeks on. Here we go. Can Bandit move? Can he force this Brava to look another way? But it will be! Bandits will remove Brava from the situation, and the diffuser will be diffused by the defenders here.
Entropy, another round that is a little bit shaky, but that pure gun skill at the end of the day just wins them it. They didn't have the strongest hold above. They didn't have the strongest hold on site either, but just these individual players showing why they're so good, showing why this team won the previous season, why Afler as well has won 2 other seasons on top of that. These players just get so much impact when the pressure's on them the most. And really, their Huskies bailed Entropy out of a horrible situation. If you give that lead to Ghost Army, despite this being your map pick, despite this being defense for you as well, things go horribly there. The mental factor as well can't be great if you're losing despite all the odds being in your favor. And Husky just shuts all that down, keeps them in the lead, 2 rounds away from a map win. Fortunately for them though, Ghost Army 2 rounds away from overtime, so it's still by no means a safe map at all for Entropy as they head to this top floor. Good news, they won this last time. Bad news, Ghost Army have a mixed result on this site, so just heading off of the way this map has been played so far, again, it's not safe, it's not secure. The stats may be in Entropy's favor here, but they've still got to win. They've still got to beat this early aggression from Ghost Army. Ghost Army, though, is still bringing this blitz, and I hope they've had a bit of a formation change, even if they're still bringing this operator, because if they keep sending Goldie off on his own, it's just not going to work out well.
The question is, we see a Nomad on the board as well, so it looks like they're going to try and isolate that one side with the Nomad as well to sort of protect that blitz from getting pushed upon as well. We'll see exactly how it goes. Of course, we've got the Flores on the board, which will be very good utility to remove anything on the board there. We opted to not bring a Brava or a Twitch to pop those canisters or hack any information. So we're going to probably lack on that information game when it comes to it, but Flores can still be utilized in that sense. And again, it should be pretty much quick access to these exterior walls as that exothermic charge goes off. And there we go. We already have access. Shots through the drone hole there, though, will tag the Nomad as it will slowly try and secure that IT side to stop anyone from pushing out. And I think that does give it a little bit more control there for the blitz to push in, a little less aggression towards it. But again, we still need to see what it can do, and Nomad's going to take a lot of damage there as well as pings start to come in. It will be just Freddy holding on that electrical side, looking to find a drone, but it is Blitz who wants to jump in. We will probably see it. Here it is. Oh, massive damage there onto Blitz, but will we see a flash onto Freddy? He's going to try and impact it twice. Will only get the first time, though. He's prone on the floor. He's playing with fire here. Wow. Oh, but it will be a pick from the back. Husky going to take him down. A 3v4 as Kenzie will find one. Kenzie finds another. And Husky goes down. Oh my god, another! Look at him go! Afla in a 1 versus 4 situation. Diffuser going down. It's worked to get onto this site. And that's her to finish off the round.
Yeah, Entropy just going for a completely different approach that Shield operated this time. They realized that the defense would be so much more focused given the impact Blitz had in that last round. So instead, they effectively just leave Blitz out to dry as this massive distraction, whilst Kenzie goes nuclear, gets those 3 picks, brings it to like a 1v4 for the side of Ghost Army, and they immediately claw back to even ground in this round count despite being in that losing situation previously. They're still adamant on going blow for blow here. They want to get this win, at the very least force it into overtime to put more pressure onto Entropy, who are still just not quite finding their footing on this defense, despite this should be such an easy job for them defending on their map pick of Nighthaven Labs, but they can't get it done. Instead, it's still just been down to hero plays really from Entropy getting things done. And sure, that was a round where Kenzie got like 3 or 4 kills, but it was still as a result of a thorough team plan, bringing that blitz as that distraction. So now, as Entropy, you've really got to weigh up your options here. Do you continue to put a lot of pressure on that blitz and try and get the opening pick, or do you lean more in favor of ignoring it and instead trying to find other operators, hoping that Ghost Army go for the same strategy they did last time? It's a really tricky balancing game, and Entropy are going to have to hope that they guess right here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You could ignore the blitz, but again, it could be very, very bad to do that. But we'll start to see. We got the Frost on the board as well with the Legion to try and combine those traps to see if they can deal some passive damage as well. We'll get a free pick on the down. We also do make sure that we have that Twitch and the Thatcher on the board. You know, we got a Gridlock, though, on the board here as well. So that could be interesting to see. A little bit of a change instead of the Nomad to come into play. And again, that's just going to be able to cover a large area of a room, but again, it can be bypassed. I'm going to start to see the Blitz going to bash down the door and already off they pop. They just disappear. The defense just like, nope, not dealing with that. And that's, again, going to create a lot more area to push in. And going to see... Oh, it looks to be... not too sure, just a bit of a disconnect.
I don't know what happened there.
Ooh.
It was certainly after 2 minutes 45, so it's going to be a round loss, I'd imagine, unless something was agreed prior. Can I get some production in my ear to hear what's going on so we can relay it to the wonderful viewers? Because that would be very nice. Because right now I'm clueless. I will check in the match chat and see if they've agreed on anything. There was a bugged repel, but it was well into the round, and
I have no clue.
I guess Ghost Army decided to leave. So I would imagine, just from the looks of things, I mean, we were in that second minute already. We were 1 minute 55 when I saw things kind of go wrong. That's gonna be 6-5 to Entropy, right? Ghost Army just took it upon themselves to leave.
Yeah, it's got to be.
So it has to be. There was no agreement. There was no admin ruling. I would imagine when we get back in things, it's going to be 6-5, just because of how late we were into the round. So
I mean, that's just going to be a massive, massive down as well, just because of leaving. But I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? The rules are rules.
I would definitely think that we should be getting a 6-5 Entropy, which is massive for them as well. They've been gifted a very solid scoreline there. They only need to win one more round after that, and it was due to nothing on their part. And this has been a very shaky half for Entropy as well in their defenses. They have not looked confident, but unfortunately, Ghost Army didn't follow the rules. They could have played from a 4v5. It's still not great, but I mean, they've won rounds after getting an entry death before. It's doable, and instead, they didn't. So I would imagine it should be Entropy 6-5. We're going to throw to a break as we get things just ironed out. We're trying to figure out what's going on. Stay right with us, though. It shouldn't be too long. I think it's just going to be a case of getting an admin decision on it. So we'll be right back.
To locate and defuse bombs.
And we're back. It's 6-5. As you can see, there was not a rehost. Ghost Army left way into last round, so unfortunately they just forfeited that round. Unlucky. Things like this happen. You just got to take it on the chin, really. There was still potential to win that round, and they kind of threw that away. But instead, enough of that. Onto the basement. At the very least, Entropy can't reattempt that second floor because they just won that last round. So it's going to be all down to here. A site that, again, teams haven't had a lot of success really on their defenses. We're seeing the Vigil again as well, which is really baffling me. We do see quite a bit more Vigil on console than PC, but it's just an operator that's so selfish. At the very least, Affla's been having a pretty good time on that roam. He's still getting picks, still getting utility in the form of wasting time, but there's just other operators that, in my opinion, provide more, especially just looking at this defensive lineup. There's no nade denial. There's nothing there to stop anything. Even if you just put a Wamai on that roam, you help yourselves a little bit. The Vigil, though, is just sticking, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got the Valkyrie on the board as well, so I don't think we really need to bother with that Vigil. I know it's anti-denial. You could also put a mute on the board, but again, we really do need something for those nades, like you say, or those flashes as well, because, well, we've seen how teams will like to late round flash down a hatch, etc. But it is the Dokkaebi calls coming off on the board as well. They're liking this Doki, I believe, and as well with that Jackal, it's very good for just isolating people and clearing. I'm already going to see some damage come out. It's Bessie with the C4, and oh my god,
oh dear.
Roxy. Wow. Prone on the floor here. It's Affla. Looking to try and get another. Yeah, Veroxy's there anyway, but he's going to peek in. There's the bloodbath, and there's the pick for Veroxy. But it will be a frag onto Affla as well as he's on the floor. Down, but it's a 2v4 with 1 minute 40 on the clock. And, wow, it's very bad last round, I guess, here.
Yeah, Ferox can honestly just leave here. They've got all of the impact they need on this top floor. Sure, I guess you want to just ride it out, see if you can get one more pick at the very least, get a bit of damage onto Senzo, who's now rotating around as he's just too scared to take on Variox in a one-on-one gunfight. Entropy have taken that forfeit round win in their stride, it seems, coming up with a lot of confidence, a lot of aggression here onto a site that has been played the same way so many times. We have seen Variox and Athla in those same positions every single time they've defended basement, and Ghost Army just kind of forgot. They just didn't understand that two players could be on that second floor, and it's really cost them in a round with the most crucial round of the map, I would say. I don't know if it's just the rehost getting in their heads or something, but that is a mistake that should not be happening in a grand final. And yet it has, and it's basically gifted Entropy the first map win here, unless these two players go absolutely nuclear. At the very least, Variox is on low health, and I believe taken up there. No, can't even get a gunfight win against a player on 20 health. Variox is still alive, still at large, as Plane is now infiltrating the site, but it's a 1v3 down here.
Oh, make it a 4v1, and there it is. Husky gets himself a double. Both just drop into the same place on an Animus, and just an easy kill for him to finish off the round. But again, that's it. 7-5. Entropy, well, they're going to take map 1. And what a map it's been for Entropy at the end there. they've come off very lucky in that sense.
Yeah, they absolutely have. Again, I'm not sure if the nature of that round 11 win was on Ghost Army's mind or something, but this same roam setup has seemingly caught Ghost Army off guard at every single attempt. I don't know how it's happening, but it just is, and the simplest of mistakes there has cost them the first map. Again, it's Entropy's map pick. Entropy were defending Nighthaven. You kind of expect it, I guess, but in the manner that they've lost it, especially considering that Ghost Army was so competitive in some of those rounds, you've got to be a bit disappointed there if you're a Ghost Army fan, because it was so doable. Just a couple of crucial mistakes there. But that's enough from us for now. You'll be seeing us later for a lot of today. Instead, we've got a wonderful desk of talent to break things down. So we'll be right back, throwing over to them.
AO, let's go. What a map number 1. It's kind of a little sad on one of the rounds, of course, but that back and forth is exactly what you want for grand finals. I'm still Whiskey Glitter, still joined by Dianic and Pasta. Dianic, what did you think about our map number 1 on Nighthaven?
Honestly, it was closer than expected. I thought Entropy Gaming is gonna walk away with a few more wins, considering they started on the defense. They have the map pick. As Past already pointed out, a lot of individual plays. So I was like, okay, they're gonna walk away with a lot of the defensive rounds. The attack round's gonna be a little bit difficult, but we didn't see that. We saw a 3-3 neutral split. And then also a little bit of a fun fact, we only had one round where the opening pick didn't result into an instant win of the round. Every other round, if Entropy Gaming got the opening pick, so the opening kill, they got the round. If Ghost Army got the opening pick, they got the round. Only the 4th round was the only difference. Other than that, it was always like that, and it just shows that a single kill can really mean an entire round. And we saw it, and I think Pasta can say more about that because he's been looking at these individual plays and at these 1v3 scenarios that we've been constantly seeing.
Yeah,
Sorry, I mean that you talked about that, Pasta, right? Is the
Yeah.
in the beginning of your analysis breakdown is the battle between the team play, the communication, and the individual heroics. And which one are you saying it? You called it early. Which one's winning out here on that?
Oh, it was definitely the heroics. I mean, think about how many sort of clutch situations we saw, even when things just got down to sort of like a 1 versus 1. Those sort of situations, like Dianic was saying as well, the opening pick, those 1v1s suddenly become very different if the other team finds that opener. And these teams as well, just in their previous game, I looked at some of the entry statistics. They were oftentimes not very good at even finding trades off of the opening picks. And it's something that we saw in that game again. There were actually a lot more trades from both of these teams, which was good. But the problem there is then you're just down to a 4v4. The opening picks were still so instrumental to these rounds, like Danik was saying.
So when we get a map like Nighthaven, right? It's huge. There's a lot of variety to it. You know, you can attack it multiple different ways. But for map number 2, I mean, we're going to a classic. We're going to Oregon. We're going to a place where good teams go to die. Dianic, is it still going to be this close on Oregon? Are we still going to see this war of attrition between the two, or you think this is going to get a little more one-sided?
Well, it can be both. Honestly, it can be both. Again, if we look at Nighthaven Labs, the map is pretty new, fairly new, completely new and competitive. It's just been thrown in there. And we see it also in pro level. A lot of plays that they have been doing, you can just get away with a few cheeky plays. You can just get away with a 1v3. You can just get away with a 1v1 clutch. You can just get away with these things and you can make rounds determined because you do these cheeky plays, because you don't expect for somebody to just plant next to an open wall and all of a sudden you're surprised that the enemy in a 1v1 is middle wide open in a room, because you don't expect these things, because why should you? And if you go now to Oregon, where yes, it has been played, it has been overplayed multiple and multiple times, we're gonna see more punishments, and I'm hoping to see more punishments of these individual plays. But here again, if you have individual plays and you punish them with individual plays, it will still come out as fairly close games, because it's not much of team play what we're seeing, but more of hero gameplays. And hero gameplays punish each other out. So I think we're gonna have still a close game. I think we're gonna go up to again like a 4-4. Maybe then one team takes it off. But I don't think yet for Oregon there's gonna be an overtime. I think we're gonna see a 7 something. But I think the rounds to the 7 something are gonna be as close as Nighthaven.
So, Pasta, when we're heading to Oregon here, right? And you've talked about the individual plays, and let me ask you this: what is going? Because we want to see all the seeds, right? Diana said
Yeah.
it. We want to see every single round played of every single map, because this is the only siege that we get today, right? So what then becomes the win condition if you're a Ghost Army fan?
Well, I mean, realistically, if you're a fan of either of these teams, it is getting the punishments on players that are maybe lurking by themselves, things like that. Because with Oregon, a lot of this map has been telegraphed already. It's fairly standard. You kind of know what teams are going to do because of how long we've been seeing this map. Everything is kind of set to a standard, which means that there's a lot more room to get punished for your fundamentals. If you're not working perfectly as a team and the other team's is sort of better at you in the teamwork, you're going to get easily picked apart. So for one of these teams, if they can get their communication on point, if they can get their droning on point, and they have that edge, things could very easily go in their favor. So for Ghost Army, you're hoping that the teamwork plays out and that they are better at that sort of stuff, at those fundamental level skills, than Entropy Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we're looking to see more of the buddy system in play, and I agree with
For
you,
sure.
right? Yeah, a little less of the individual heroics. Dianic, who do you have going into this map? Who is taking map number 2?
Ooh, who's taking map number 2? You know,
Tricky
I am
question.
leaning a little bit to Ghost Army because of one simple factor. Even though I voted for Entropy Gaming to take the whole thing, I think Oregon is gonna go to Ghost Army. Not only is it their map pick, which should boost them if you look at it, but on top of that, they're the only team who kind of picked the Blitz and picked Blitz multiple times. And if we consider there's a heavy shield meta currently going on, we saw it at Manchester Majors. Teams that played shield operators on the attack and had a little bit of a slight increase when it comes to the attacking win rate. So if Monty, I think Monty's going to be banned again. We saw the Monty ban coming into Nighthaven. I think we're going to see a Monty ban yet again, just for the matter of fact. It is Oregon, and there's a Monty. What are you going to do? You're just going to ban it, especially when there's a shield meta going on. But there's still Blitz, and there's Ying, and there's Blue. There's Storms. There's a lot more opportunities to use a shield as a push. And just because they've used Blitz a little bit on Nighthaven, I would lean a little bit and say Ghost Army is going to take it, because shield meta can be, I think, especially on console, be even stronger than on PC.
Well, there's only one way to find out. So, what are we going to do? We're going to throw it back to the voices of the grand final as Pooble and its TD going to show us what's happening on map number 2. Take it away, boys.
Hello, we're back. Map 2. I understand that Nighthaven maybe ended in a bit of an anticlimactic fashion there, but we're hoping Oregon brings the hype here. It's a very even map. Both these teams played it quite a bit. Every team has played Oregon quite a bit. It's one of those classic maps. They should know what to do, how to defend it, how to attack it. So I'm just hoping for a pretty close matchup here.
Definitely. I mean, Oregon in itself, like, it's played so much the same across most of the area on that map. But I just think once you get control of it up top, there's so much you can do, and I think there's so many defensive holds you can play as well. But I mean, looking at the bans now, are we going to see the Monty Ying ban? Are we going to see a Brava come out? Maybe. We'll see. I'm not too sure. Or will that Blitz go? Probably not the Blitz. We'll probably stick the Monty. Mainly for that basement as well, for that back stairs and the attic push that we might see it through. So we'll see what the ban comes in. But yeah, Ying is our first attacking ban.
Yeah, I'd imagine we see a pretty similar ban phase as last map, except for maybe the Sentry in favor of something else. Instead, though, Deimos being picked here, I guess Ghost Army see Deimos as the better roam clear for Oregon than Monty. It's understandable. Oregon is kind of a smaller map with a heavier emphasis on vertical, so Deimos can be pretty useful there. But the Monty is just so oppressive. Like Ying, it's just so in your face. It can be a big distraction. It facilitates a lot of attention. And in fact, Ghost Army going for entirely separate bans here, bringing or taking out the Valkyrie instead. So 2 different bans straight away. I'm wondering if we'll see a repeat on this defense, and it kind of makes sense, but equally, again, we still have Azami and Fenrir, who are 2 glaringly powerful defenders, and one of them has slipped through. It will be Azami getting banned out yet again, so that's an immediate cause for concern for the attack, because Fenrir, very strong, especially in Oregon, where there's so many little nooks and crannies where you can put those gadgets. It's going to make attacking it a bit of a nuisance here.
It's interesting. Valkyrie's only been banned 5.5% of the time, which is 6 times this season. So not too much compared to Azami, which has been banned over 30 times. So yeah, that's a lot of banned Azamis. But going into this round then, what can we see for this basement site? Well, we do have the mute on the board. We got that Wamai and we got the Goyo. The question is, how will they deal with some of this utility? Will we see our standardized play as normal? Looks like the mirror will be being placed onto that freezer side as well. And the standardized elbow expansion come into play. But we also do see, looking at that, we've got the Capiteo, so that's going to be interesting on the attack. It looks like they're going to stick that as well. So will we be able to utilize the Capiteo's flames to push players out of those boxes and those positions, especially under the hatch as well, if players are going to stay content under there? But I think they brought that to kind of deal with players playing behind a mirror as well, and that plan to go down, because they've got that Monty in play as well, so they can utilize Capiteo's ability with blocking off areas so that Monty can be a little bit more safe and secure, as well as the amount of lethals and flashbangs that they're going to be bringing with the recruit being brought as well.
Yeah, well, there's so much area now for this attacking lineup. The Flores, Capitao, the Grim, and the Sentry as well, bringing those 5 throwables. They're really tailoring this attack to be a bit of a nightmare for the defense to hold a position for too long. They're forcing them to move around, and that's where the Monty comes in play as well, as you can instantly relay this information, dislodge defenders further, as this looks to be a full 5 bunker on site. So the attack should have a pretty easy job getting just immediate site pressure down. That's a hatch opened up. Monty's still just holding these back stairs here, and for Ghost Army, it seems like everything's already lined up for them to head straight into and execute here, despite only a minute going by. They've got these gadgets bringing out the Grimbees spreading around Pillar as well. I'd be not too surprised if we saw a drop in the very near future here, because they've already done basically all their setup work thanks to Entropy just bunkering on site.
I mean, yeah, the fact that you have bunkered and then instantly Monty's got control of that staircase, it's like ghost pressure, really. You're like, oh, there's someone there. We have to not ignore him, turn our back to him. We have to still keep checking. And then you've got, Flores slowly pushing in through that bunker side. Yes, we do have Husky prone with the SMG out right on the door there, but we'll see. Oh, Monty going to fall. And the ping's coming in from the Grim, though, but it's Affler to find that pick there. And still waiting for that Flores to do something. Someone else on that staircase. It's Capiteo to go down. A nice quick swing for him. And it will be Affler, but Klein going to take out Bessie. And Husky will find Snooze. And the nade going to find Affler there. But a down comes in play. Veroxy finds Klein. And a 3v1 will get taken in by Veroxy to take out Toms. And what a quick round. As soon as they slowly come down to descend onto that site, instantly the fence reacts to it, manages to get rid of Monty, which is a massive one because no one can then sit behind it. You see Capiteo just sat on the landing position of that big staircase, instantly going to get removed from that situation by Affler, and that's perfect because the numbers just get taken down, dwindle away slowly into that round. It just falls apart when you see all those other picks come into play there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disappointing attack, if I'm being honest. They had a clear plan of just flood that site with area denial to facilitate a push, use that Monty as well to isolate specific defenders and get the pick. And instead it looked like, once they saw that the entire map was clear, instead they just wanted to go all for gunfights, right? We didn't see really...
Yep.
I didn't think the Flores drones were used anywhere in that round, to be honest. Nowhere in port.
No,
And
just
I
on
saw
the
one
Goyo
smoke
canisters,
ball,
right?
One smoke ball and one fireball. The Goyo canisters, yeah. But then they all just went to swing these positions. There was no real proactive use of that utility to force defenders out of their positions. They were more than happy to just sit there and get these picks and win the round. So Ghost Army abandoning their plan there and instead just trying to get a sneaky fast push, and it didn't work at all. Once they lose that Monty, completely crumbled there, and Entropy already off to a pretty good start on Oregon.
And as we start to go upstairs, the big tower rappel is where we go to get control of that attic side. But again, we still have to remove players from within side of that. And of course, there is a rotate for them to rotate in and out. The drone's going to start to come in as well, and probably going to see that getting reinforced off very shortly, unless they're going to play off it for later rounds. But yeah, again, getting control of that big tower side will stop them from putting pressure on that main stairs area. Going to start to see again. They're keeping that sentry on the board, and there it is, reinforcing it off. But it will be a pick. Klein will take out Husky from the rappel. There is Ash onto the game's window, and we also do have that Nomad in play. It's one air jab still in pocket, one more to place down, of course. And we have, of course, got those Grims for later on when we do start to push players out of position for that plant. But it does mean by reinforcing that attic wall, we have to use that exothermic charge. But it does delay a little bit of time, so they can't just get it straight away, which is why, of course, they have a player playing around there. And again, that Frost will be utilized for anyone to jump through those windows and get a pick. But it's for Roxy to just jump out the window down in White Hallway, and it down goes her glides. And a 4 versus 4 situation to equalize the board coming on to this this push. Here we go, there's one. It will be Kearns to find out Bessie.
Yep, that's a good pick from Kenzie. It still keeps Entropy on the back foot here. They've lost one piece of plant now with that C4 on the mute and the Warden taken down as well. Luckily, Ying's banned and there's no Capital this time, so that's not too big of a problem there. What is a problem though is Variox forced away from the site thanks to that Goyo canister being popped. So again, Ghost Army's getting more and more control, more and more pressure onto this site as Toms is just holding a very tight, very long angle. As Kenzie gets another, Ghost Army beginning to flood around this site. It's only a matter of time before they're forcing these engagements. So Affler still gets one, and a plant isn't being attempted yet as it looks like they're going for kills. Variox gets Senzo. Klein not on full HP, but Toms cleans things up instead. Variox taken down. Ghost Army even things out in an incredibly dominant round there, despite a pretty poor performance in that first round. They just bounce back, get these early picks, a clear plan, clear execute there. Very nice round from Ghost Army.
And we're going to go to kids and dorms next, and I can't wait to see exactly how that replay goes defensively here. I mean, ideally, they've just delayed time quite well, but then it just falls apart when they flood into that site. They got the game's breach as well. An early pick from the Ash really shut down that defensively as well. We're going to see the Warden is on the board with the shield. We've got 2 shields being brought here, and 4 sets of impact and a C4 on the board with the mutes, of course, to try and deny that drone economy as best they can. But I'm pretty sure Frost was trying to stay in Big Tower. I don't know if Frost was just a bit late to that, but we'll see. I'm not too sure if Frost wanted to stay at the top of Big Tower and contest it like we normally do see in that strap. But yeah, it kind of forfeited the reason of expanding and making a rotate there.
Yeah, I guess the big talking point for Entropy in this round is don't let Husky die to what I presume was just a random spray through the game's window.
Yeah.
It very much looked like Klane probably just repelled, shot through games, and caught the Warden completely off guard. So if Husky survives here, immediately Entropy off to a better start as we see a quick entry from Klane straight through that garage door, not fully breaking the barricade, so masking a bit of sound, but instantly met by a defender. There's another player by Split as well, and I don't think he's aware of it. They're just holding their angles here. Don't want to overexpose themselves as Klane quite wisely decides to get on the drone, but immediately just blindside Split. He can very easily get caught off guard here if they choose aggression towards the Split side. Afla is ready for the engagement. Instead, rotates around to the front door. Can he still get a pretty free kill because the drone is nowhere near him as of yet? Eventually, I think Klane is going to spot him. No, the drone work from the Ash just so poor here. They haven't droned the one big glaring hole in that entire push there, which is Split. And instead, these two players just slowly maneuvering around each other. Klane's actually on the top floor now, so I guess in a strange way it's worked out well for the attackers. Afla hasn't got any value downstairs as of yet.
Again, here we go. A lot of damage going on to that Mute. Just very, very quickly getting pushed onto here from this attic side. Just going to stay prone in the lower attic, but might get pushed on. But it will be Sue who takes down Afla, and it will be the Goyo off the board. I believe that's Goyo downstairs as well. So they have worked out where that Goyo was positioned with 1 minute 20 on the clock and a lot of bodies still ready to push into this site. It's going to be down to Mute to hold this attic side as best as possible, sat in the corner with a shotgun, but it won't happen as Kenzie preempts it. Will find the pick and finds a second, pushing down into lower attic to the rotate. Freddy will find down Toms with this 2 versus 4 situation, but a swing in makes it a 1 versus 4 from Glides as Roxy falls and the plants will go down. Here it is, Freddy going to be taken down and completely been removed from that kids and dorms.
Yeah, again, Ghost Army just completely overwhelm Entropy. This time they don't even have that free opening pick either. They have to fight for it down below as Afla still caught pretty off guard from the sounds of things. There didn't seem to be much of an engagement down there, so they're still just finding uncontested picks and then using that man advantage to instantly aggress onto the site. It's a great game plan from Ghost Army. Unfortunately for them, though, they've got to go back down to this basement and attack it. Now, this is probably one of the most defender-sided sites in the game, just due to how little, well, there's no destructible ceiling. The best bet for a lot of attacks is just a hatch drop or a run down some stairs, so there's a lot of bottlenecking for the attacks there, and that was the key fault for Ghost Army in that first round. They just tried to take these engagements through doors, through staircases, taken down immediately, but at the same time, they've really heated up in these last 2 rounds. They've been a lot better. They've won basically every gunfight they've gone for. So Entropy are by no means comfortable down here. They're by no means safe down here. And the Blitz being brought again signifies a fast push through basement just to try and get a bit of pressure, catch one of these players off guard. The Flash isn't going to be much use against Husky, who seems to be playing around elbow. But at the same time, you don't really need the Flash anymore. That shield is just so lethal ever since the changes, so you shouldn't be too afraid to take that engagement.
And what it looks like here is a full construction side take. It doesn't look like anyone spawned anywhere else. It looks like they're fully going to commit to it again. So here goes the Monty being sent down the big tower stairs to push Goyo back down. The teammate's going to slowly accompany as well just to make sure Goyo doesn't swing out and find a pick. And there we go. Easy control. Monty once again on that staircase at landing. And we've slowly got them Flores drones making sure those Goyos are caught off the wall, getting rid of the shields. And that's pretty much all Flores needs to do here in this bunker side. Just clear off the 2 basic utility that is being brought. And then that's Flores' job pretty much done for the rest of the round. Because, well, from here, they're probably going to try and force that blitz in. Possibly try and push it into a position that they can isolate a player one-on-one. And we're just wasting kind of impacts at the minute to try and see if we can get some damage onto this Monty. Again, Monty's not really going to do too much here. It's just going to be invisible pressure waiting for the team to actually find something later on into that bunker side. They're really trying to wait and see what they can find up top. We've got these hard breach gadgets as well being utilized by, of course, the Grim up top to make sure we can slowly push those Grim Bees down the hatch. And again, it will be down to a pretty much similar round. How can we force our way in now? Monty took a lot of damage last time when they did the smoking part. We have the Warden on the board here. Voxy will find Zoo. There's another one for Affler as he swings out, and he's so good at swinging out from that door, but will take a lot of damage onto Voxy as down goes one. It's Freddy to find Kenzie, and now a 2 versus 5, and Voxy with low HP here.
A diffuser all the way outside by spawn there. I'm not sure what the plan was there, as Goldie's now been downed as well. It's all on Klein in a 1v4, not even on full health. Likely going to be another defensive round win here for Entropy, but unfortunately for them, so far this is the only success they found in this half. Defending basement in rounds 1 and 4. Those 2 attempts on the second floor just weren't very good at all. As Klein just baiting, trying to get a couple exit frags, trying to open up this round somewhat, but Entropy just aren't buying at all. Very, very just conservative playstyle from them, not risking anything because they don't need to. They want to get this round win here. They want to lock things out as 2-2, even things up, give themselves potential to end this 4-2, but also that would require to win top floor and a tertiary site against a Ghost Army side that's been so lethal here. I think the big hitfall they stumbled in this round was they kind of overthought it. They bring those 2 shield ops, they bring in a whole plan of rushing down the defenders, when really in those 2 top floor attacks, the part of them that worked best was just their ability to, and their willingness to take these gunfights just with a normal weapon, right? We see this time they're basically caught with their pants down. Toms tries to get a trade, tries to go for this risky swing out. It just doesn't work at all because they're playing around the blitz shields rather than just playing standard siege, and that's what really worked for them in rounds 2 and 3. Unfortunately, round 4 they try something different and it doesn't pay off at all, really.
And as we go into this next round, we do have, of course, a castle on the board and an arena. So, I mean, interesting little swap of operator picks here. We've got the marksman with a bulletproof, and we've, of course, got the bandits here for bandit tricking as well. We're going to see if we can change something really realistically on this defensive half, which is going to be interesting to see how they, of course, can attack, as in Ghost Army. What they got in store for this defense is the question. We got, of course, 1 shield this time. We've opted to remove the Warden's shield, I believe it was, that we were bringing before. We had 1 shield on the big bedroom side, but again, they've kind of ignored that most rounds and then gone for that backside take. And then we've managed to just get some early picks as well from taking that armory side. So, I mean, the question is here, what will we get out of this round with this new setup? The castle should delay a lot of utility, but the arena as well should make it hard for them to get through those walls, and should waste a little bit like flashbang utility and lethals. So, yeah.
Yeah, indeed it should, and crucially, of course, the castle barricade stop the potential for any of these cheeky little opening engagements through the repels. It forces Ghost Army to actually really work for these opening picks, and that being said, they worked for it in round 3. It worked beautifully. This time going for another very aggressive pick, and it pays off again. Husky's been taken down twice now through these sprays through the barricades, and he hasn't really responded to them at all here. Again, caught off guard. Again, that's another critical position being opened up for the attack. No one in trophy anymore, and that just opens things up massively for Ghost Army. Again, they're just really good at blowing open parts of this defense to facilitate a later push through somewhere like Attic, like Trophy, and just splitting this attention of the defense here, as we're seeing again more of a split push, this time towards Attic. They're shotgunning down below to get rid of those bandit batteries, eventually conceding defeat. An EMP has to be used, and is that Becky potentially going to try and trick it? I'm not sure. Klein will be technically down here, can pick himself back up, but still on 20 health. But Ghost Army, despite this, they've still got the opening pick. They're still getting ever so close to sight, and it looks like only a matter of time before they go for this execute.
It looks like they're trying to reinforce off the lower attic there as well, I believe. But again, the thing is, like, I find it funny how they've utilized that castle to try and restrict early picks like that, and it's still managed to happen. Yeah. But as we come into this now, with 1 minute left on the clock, 5 versus 4, a lot of utility has been used on this attack, and this bandit has pretty much, you know, the bandit trick has, of course, failed here, but we're slowly pushing our way in now, and they basically blocked off Attic. They can't swing and stop them from planting this diffuser now. Voxy will find 1, but the question is, where do the defense move from this now? Can they really get that defuse gone and the plays behind it? We've got someone contesting from that big window side, I believe, as well, and now we're just rotating away. Oh, no, maybe they were a little bit confused on that, but we'll see. The shields as well. The shield's literally protecting him there, as we now see Tom swings in and finds a pick, and it's Kenzie as well to take down Bessie. We'll see the swing 1 versus 4. Make it a 1 versus 3 as Afla finds Kenzie, but it will be the round as Goldie will find Afla there from the trophy side.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, I don't know why Entropy are trying that site for a third time when the same thing happens every single time. It's always they concede an early pick, they lose Attic, and from there, Ghost Army completely just swamp them. I saw a bit of an adaptation there, right? They reinforced the pit wall to at least restrict part of Ghost Army's offensive momentum. But at the same time, that blocks off the flank, right? You can no longer really retake pit at all without challenging through that doorway, and if you're trying to take a gunfight through a doorway, it's likely not going to end well for you, and from that, Ghost Army just perfectly set up that post plan. You said, well, how do the defense move from this? How do they counter this plan? And the truth is they can't. The only angle they could take there would expose them to closet wall, big window, and trophy door because of that reinforcement onto pit. So sure, that adaptation looked good on a surface level, but once they got onto site, once they got that win condition of the plant down, there's just nothing that Entropy could do there, and now they're forced in a pretty dire spot to defend a tertiary site. If they lose this, it's 4-2 to Ghost Army heading onto their defenses, so Entropy need this. And even so, if they win this, they're still not in the greatest position, because a 4-2 for Ghost Army doesn't even send Entropy to overtime, it knocks them out of this map. So they need to win this round, but above all else, they need to start that second half with a lot of momentum, because despite whatever they do in this round, it might just not be enough.
Definitely, and I mean, again, we're opting to bring in this castle. We're going to bring a Legion in as well, but the Aruni is also going to stay on the board, so interesting to see. Of course, the castle has to be in this situation, but already going to see, it looks like Becky's going to die early, and
where?
that's not good.
Oh my.
Oh, look at that, the mouth holes. That's
just not
poor.
learning.
Yeah. I mean...
It's bad. It really is bad from Entropy that Ghost Army are continuing to just poke and prod onto the site every single round, and they're just not prepared for it at all. They're not ready. And Kenzie's just got another free hit onto an Entropy player. Look at the stat lines for the Entropy players, by the way. 1-5, 2-3, 2-3. A lot of them just not finding much impact here, just due to the fact that they're dying too early to actually get anything done in a round. It's beautiful from Ghost Army, but at the same time, you can only trick a team so many times before you've got to start putting the blame on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, to go into that round now is going to start to see, as we push through, just about missing Castle's head there. It is Mav as well in this situation, but Afla is going to just try and reuse these mav holes. Freddy going to find Goldie in this situation. I think these mav holes might work in favor of the defense here if they can, of course, utilize it. And they're also going to open up their own castle barricade on this double here. We'll find the pick there. Oh, just about missing out here. Can we finish it? Yes, you can, but it will be another frag coming in. It's Zoo to find Freddy. And just still waiting here. It's Afla trying to utilize those mav holes, but I think he's going to rotate himself around here.
Yeah, Kenzie is down, so that's something for the defense. Afla almost given a pick, but instead Senzu's just too good on the angle. Repels that defender, is taken down through the wall, but it's a 1v3 with Case going down. There's really nothing much Husky can do here, unless he goes absolutely huge. I guess technically 1v2 as Kenzie, well, now has been picked up. Now definitely 1v3, and now definitely a round loss. Ghost Army finishing this half in style, 4-2. Heading on to a defensive half that could very quickly lock out this map in their favor.
I just think, map 1, we could have seen a lot more potential out of it, but Entropy, even then at the end of map 1, it kind of gave me a little bit of, it made me a bit nervous for them just because of how they slowly started to lose round to round. So, I mean, if this happens now, the role swap could be very crucial for Ghost Army to take this map back. And it would be very right in saying that they really need this. So, I mean, going to basement bomb site now. it's all on them to show us what they've got on this first opening and see if they can maintain the lead that they've just established for themselves. Because, well, we know that Entropy are good at an attack themselves, but can they show us what to do in this situation? 2 rounds behind Ghost Army. An attack has to be perfect pretty much every round, or else they're going to drop a lot of rounds here.
Yeah, and again, this is Oregon Basement. It's a defensive powerhouse. Really, you're looking at this, and it's basically 5-2 for Ghost Army, right? Like, realistically, Entropy shouldn't be winning this. This should be the round that they're almost certainly going to lose, as long as Ghost Army obviously don't do something ridiculously stupid. But it's just almost a given that defense wins here. So for that mental factor for Entropy, that's got to be even worse, right? They're already, sure, they're 4-2 down, but in their heads, they're kind of thinking they're 5-2 down unless they can do something really well here. So they've got to keep that in check. They've also just got to improve on that teamwork, improve on that awareness, because Ghost Army have been catching them with the same bag of tricks consistently, and they're still falling for them. So luckily, Ghost Army are on the defense now. They can't really get these sneaky opening kills just due to how the sides work, but they're still probably going to be a little bit aggressive, and if Entropy again fall into that trap, you've got to start losing a bit of hope in them, to be honest.
Shotgun prepped here, just going to slowly escape from the potential for the kill here for Goldie. He's just going to make sure he's not losing his life early on here, but it looked like he could have got something from it. And we've also got, of course, we've got 2 shotguns in play here right now, and it will be, of course, the Warden who's playing on that bunker side on elbow. And Gridlock's just going to slowly put those track stingers down. It's Affler to try and block off anything and make those rotations into kitchen as well, possibly. I'm not too sure if he's going to do that with the super shorty. Normally we do see those rotations being opened up, but it doesn't look like he's going to opt to do it just yet. We will start to, of course, make sure that that drone economy is utilized as best as possible. 4 drones active, and 5 have been fully destroyed, 1 in pocket. We'll see 1 minute 25 into this round, and we're very, very alert to players potentially being in the attic side as well. But we'll see exactly what the attack will do with this information. It looks like they're now going to go and open up. Oh, the hatch is already opened up, so that's good. They're going to open up the hard wall to remove the player from below. It looks like Goldie is going to be put pressure on now. Let's see. Can he remove himself from that? Affler will find Zoo. It's Goldie to take down Husky, though, here. Pings... here we go. Yeah, the pings from the B is going to start to come in. There's a pick there for Feroxy as Klain will go down. Looking for another. The ping 4 comes in from behind the pillars. It will be, of course, Kenzie slowly pushing his way up to this back stairs. Can he find it? He can. A 3v3 and a nice clean kill in that as well. Drone will find the Warden. The question is, can Warden now get a pick from this situation that he's in? Yes, he can. A 2 versus 3. And a double kill for him. Down goes the hatch, though, and we'll see the drop. But there's another one for Affler as he cleans up now to swing. But it's a shotgun to the face. And that will be a nice pick for Warden, who's now left in a 1v1. But it doesn't matter, because Becky will find the pick as he swings round over the elbow and cleans up onto Warden. A nice attacking round, and something that's very much needed here for Entropy.
Becky just a hero there. We were saying how much it should probably be 5-2, but Ghost Army, they get aggressive, but Becky manages to repel them there, and it really should have been a Ghost Army round from how things played out. 2 players being allocated to construction in the final parts there. I'm really not a fan of that at all. At the very least, they get 1 pick there, but if it's not to Becky going huge with the secondary machine pistol, that should easily be a Ghost Army round there, because the positions from the attackers just weren't up to scratch at all. Luckily, they still win the round. Unfortunately for Ghost Army, starting this half a little bit worse for wear. They can reattempt the basement. They can still go for this pick. I'd like to see a bit more aggression from them this time, although the fact that they did bunker on site did give them a lot of time against Entropy, who were just chasing shadows on that top floor. However, you've got to mix things up a bit. You've got to play a little bit more aggro, have 1 roamer or 2, or at the very least, play around those staircases a little bit later. Because if you keep allowing Entropy to just get onto site immediately, you're going to start facing pressure a lot earlier than that previous round, and it can get a lot harder to win. Luckily, though, it's the basement. There's so many defensive positions you can hold that even if you do have to concede map control early, you're by no means out of it. You just can't allow Hibana to run through and kill 2 people with the Bearing 9.
Yeah, I mean, it was so easy as well. Hibana just drops in, manages to get that first pick, and Warden's left in a bad situation. Warden pushes into bunker as well, kind of gets isolated in there, but does manage to find the picks he needs. He's done very well in that situation there to kind of get out of it, but yeah, just poor from the team positioning on the site there, which was the main factor that Hibana could do that. Just maybe not really paying too much attention in that position. We'll start to see the Flores drones be sent in here as well to see if they can deal with any of the utility that has been placed. There is a shield to deal with as well, and we'll slowly see how they do manage to clear Big Tower nice and easily to try and establish that map control that they need. Of course, they do have that gridlock for the rear stairs aside to make sure no one can rotate up and down. And we do have Klein kind of just watching through, but it will be a nice pick as the whole wall is opened up by the shotgun of Warden. A nice pick onto Veroxy, and it's the Grim to go down, which means those bees will not be a pest later into the round here, which is going to be very, very useful for that defensively.
It's just a beautiful bit of teamwork there. Kenzie and Klein working in tandem. Get the freest kill of your life onto it. As he said, a very critical player there. The fact that you lose that bit of area to now having to take gunfights blind onto these powerful positions like Pillar, like further into the site itself, it's going to make things so much more difficult. And again, we're seeing this focus onto bunker from the attack here, despite it being so heavily fortified. I'm not a fan of this. You've essentially left Husky out here to try and make a miracle because there's 3 separate angles he has to be aware of to try and get a pick from. Instead, what's likely going to happen is he just sits out there, baiting the rest of his team as he tries to find some kind of avenue in. It just won't work, and it's leaving Ghost Army to hold on to this man advantage as the clock ticks down ever more. Things are going to get even more difficult as this one final attempt to get rid of that closet mirror window is going to go up in flames. It's going to be all down to gunfights here, and these are very disadvantageous gunfights. Affler and Husky just make it work. 30 seconds left, and Entropy might still have a chance in this round.
The Exo Kairos will slowly pop that other mirror as well, and it will be the Malusi just sat in a corner next to the bomb chassis. Freddy might know the position of that player. We'll start to see. It will be Goldie to find one, Husky to find Klein. A 3v2, but a down comes in and a finish. It's Affler and Freddy. What on earth? See the gridlock managed to get that pick in the back there too, but before that, what great work from Entropy, just finding a way to push people into corners and isolate them. 1-on-1, 2-on-1, the crossfire was in. It was beautiful, making sure they can pop those mirrors with the Hibanas, even though they're not right next to the mirror, is perfect.
It's exactly what you want to see if you're an Entropy fan as well. This is the team that started off this series. Those first 2 rounds we saw in Nighthaven, where they just blitzed through Ghost Army's defenses, won all the gunfights they needed when it came to the execute. That is the Entropy we're seeing here. It's the pressure. They're in this very high-pressure situation, all the odds stacked against them, and they just make it work. And Ghost Army, bafflingly, going to the basement again. Sure, you might just put it down to the fact that you lost a couple 50-50 gunfights, right? You had a good start to that round. Just when the execute came, it all fell apart. But at the same time, that's exactly the kind of mindset we saw for that top 4 defense of Entropy, and no matter how many times they tried it, it just didn't work. Ghost Army have a wealth of other sites, a wealth of other strong sites to choose from, and instead they keep going back to this basement. And it might work this time, but equally, you can't play it again. Would you not rather go to that second floor, go to even one of those first floor sites to try and sneak in a win, get a bit of that confidence back? Instead, you're just allowing Entropy to play the same round of Siege, a round of Siege they've been getting better and better at here. This time, it wasn't even down to a clutch, it was down to a clean execute win.
Yeah, definitely. It just very well worked from Entropy, and that's something that, well, Ghost Army needs to be aware of. And you can see actually Klein up with the hatch ready to drop. Oh, here we go. Impact in hand. Is he going to do it? He's got a chance to get an easy kill, but the problem is there is someone waiting outside. He's literally listening to the sound cue here. I don't think he's going to completely commit to it. I think it would be very risky if he did do this. but it would be able to get rid of that Grim early on. We're going to start to see elsewhere, though, in basement. Bunker, of course, is the main area to be breached open, and Klein will now slowly rotate towards that bottom staircase in the main lobby here. Just looking into the classroom to start off with, as Gridlock will start to isolate with those track stingers, but it will be a misfire, and, well, we won't be able to get the kill, but now they know as well someone is upstairs off site, which means, well, they will be definitely droning it, but will that create some pressure in favor of the defense here? And let's see. Entropy probably going to have to try and, you know, avert their kind of attack now, just to make sure. Oh, here we go. Come on, land your shot. You find one, get refragged. And it will, of course, be the Habana off the board. I believe, though, the hatch has already been opened, so I'm not too sure how impactful that is.
Yeah, hatch is open. The mirror windows, though, should still be up. And granted, they were up last round, and still Entry managed to find these picks, get these kills onto the site. But these are very risky gunfights. They might just go the way of the defense. They've also not been able to get any breach towards that Tarps position either, so once again, they're forced into these disadvantageous fights. They at least know where Toms is playing around that pillar. They could try and isolate him, try and get a pick. They've got the cutoff from Husky as well, and he misses. The one job he had there, he can't get it done, and Toms responds, gets a pick onto Afla now, 3 versus 4, as it looks to be a total bunker push here for some bizarre reason. Entropy are just such big fans of this, and Senzu cuts down one, at the very least traded, but 2v3, these numbers are just not advantageous for the defense whatsoever. Banshee going out gives away the position of Berriox, who still finds another good win onto the defense, continually bailing Entropy out of really bad rounds here, getting things done. Does he know Goldie is close on this doorway? I think he did, but can't win the gunfight. Freddy, you've got to win this against a shotgun. 1v1, 60 damage done, so low, but he can't afford to take this gunfight on Goldie's terms here. Has to try and find a way out of things, but with such little time, there's not much Freddy can really do here. Just got to spray and pray, and he wins it! Entropy 3 in a row onto the basement, thanks to incredible gun skill, and basically nothing else.
That's the point when you have to pre-fire. You know his exact location, and if he swings and connects with you with that shotgun, you're dead. So that's where that pre-fire comes in, and he's done perfectly there to get the pick. Just a situation that, again, left to the wire. And, well, I don't know. It's kind of like this whole matchup. We've seen so many individual moments where it's been a 1v1 and the round's now gone in favor of either side. So I think that's what we're going to see for the whole of this BO5. It's going to just come down to a lot of individual moments like this. Freddy managed to get a double kill in that situation, basically, shutting down Toms, and that was what he needed to do here. Eased his pressure, but with the time just battling against him, it's just a great way just to make sure you've got that pre-fire and you get the round in. Easy win for that ending of the round.
Yeah, I saw the down symbol on Toms and just assumed that Goldie had downed him with a shotgun, right? Because it's the SAS shotgun. It should be killing there realistically, unfortunately for Goldie. And it just doesn't. Now, do you want to know a fun fact?
Yes.
Ghost Army have gotten 7 opening picks so far.
Wow.
All 3 of those defensive rounds, they've got opening picks. So if they had a 100% conversion rate here, they would have already won the map. Unfortunately for them, though, these past 3 rounds, despite having that advantage, have just slipped away from them. And finally, they're conceding defeat. Their egos are no longer getting the better of them. They're going to this top floor instead, trying something new. And that might just be exactly what Entropy want here. It's an easier site to crack on paper. They've already got Afla down below to add a little bit more pressure onto the defense. This is, again, looking potentially winnable here with how fast Entropy are pushing, but Ghost Army played fast as well in their attacks. It didn't always pay off, so Entropy just need to make sure they don't get too ahead of themselves.
Yeah, and between me and you on board a basement now, so let's see something new. As the drones will start to come in from this bedroom side, we see one player rappelling into the armory. It's a Twitch drone as well, which is going to be impacted. He's seen it and he said, no more Twitch drone for you. 2 minutes on this clock. We have the Legion all the way in basement, which is also going to get Twitch drones. So that's another player located downstairs here, which is going to be an issue for them to deal with later on into the round. The thing is, they have no anti-roam, so they don't have a Nomad or a Gridlock to deal with that, so they do have to make sure they're aware. But here we go. It's Afla to deal with it, and a nice little backstairs play will make sure that Legion's gone early. This is great for Entropy because as they come into trying to get this round, the wall open, etc., they're going to find a lot more room to play with. C4 will find Husky, though, on his drone, on the balcony. Great map knowledge of someone being there. I doubt there was any information on that, but being the operator lineup we've got here. And with 1 minute 15 on the clock, we're about to go for this massive execution.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they know Goldie's position there either behind the sofas. It seemed like they did. Now he's pushed into a much more aggressive spot there. Still using the Toxic Babes to give himself a bit of space, but just maneuvering around the rest of the site. The man advantage has been lost as a result of that C4, and still, we're seeing Ghost Army play this relatively close. All smokes have been used, though. So Plampdown is going to be firmly on, I guess, shooting the guy, and 1 impact from Toms as Senzu is taken down. Beriox continuing to get these high impact picks even after they gets another one. The shotgun just not doing Goldie any favors at all. Freddy getting that pick, and it's all on to Klein. He gets 1, 2 on the round. Has to be an ace for him to lock things out. Unfortunately, these positions held by the attack are so strong they can get into default spot, get that case down, and from there it puts even more pressure on this lone defender who is just desperately trying to find something, anything, sees the player in Trophy, but a bit late to respond and still forced all the way in this back corner. It's practically a matter of not if, but when he will be picked by the attacking force here, as he's now forced to creep on closer. 30 seconds on the timer, and 7 of those need to be used to get rid of the diffuser. And eventually Variox claims his prey there, and Entropy keep the ball rolling. This looked like a horrific map of Oregon for them, and they've just got 4 attacks in a row, and they've finally broken that 5-round streak of opening picks for Ghost Army.
Ooh, tactical timeout.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I wonder what they're going to talk about in this situation. Hopefully, how they can get out of this losing round, pretty much. Defensively, they just completely fell apart, right? Like, looking at this, the shotgun just didn't pull out for against Freddy. And pretty much just sat in the back of dorms. You can't really do anything with that SMG. 3 angles being held, 1 person on defuse. So we now need to work out what we're going to do. Entropy have a 2-round lead. Defensively, what can they do realistically here?
I think more than anything, this timeout is going to be a mental reset, because they've lost 4 rounds in a row on the 2 best sites on the map. 3 of them in a row 1 basement, which is like one of the best sites in the game. So I think more than anything, they just need to put a break on things, just collect themselves, and stop the Entropy camp from getting a little bit too much wind in their sails. Just force them to step on the brakes a bit and hope that from there they can sort of get back in the form they were in that first half. They did phenomenally in that first half. They were just winning gunfights, walking in, getting these picks. And the same thing cannot be said at all as they're back in the basement here. A site that they just fumbled time and time again. I would rather they at least fail on some other site. Go for a tertiary site. I get it. It's 6 rounds for Entropy. You are on the knife's edge, but if you go down to this same basement site, do you not think history is going to repeat itself? Do you not think Entropy is going to have these individual plays that they've continually been pulling out of their pockets? Because I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Sure, basement is strong, but Entropy are just stronger, it seems. At the very least, give them some other puzzle to figure out instead of making them play this same round that they are winning time and time again.
And here we go. Pretty much the same lineup going to come in from Entropy here. They're going to probably do the same thing. Oh, well, actually, never mind. They are pushing from the freezer side. So will we see that? I'm not too sure. Unless this is just a general clear to get to backside. This might just be them making sure that they can clear any roam off. But Klein takes down Veroxy straight off the bat there. A nice early pick on the boards. As, well, I believe he's just impacted the wall and managed to get a nice little angle onto him there. Pretty easy standard kill here as the Gridlock will slowly put those track stingers down. And there we go. Early pick onto Grim once again.
Yeah, and a pick onto Variox, who's one of those players who's been consistently finding these openings and getting these picks and bailing Entropy out of bad situations. Now he's gone. Granted, they won with him being opening pick in one of their previous basement attempts, so all is not lost here. They've still got that Monty to put pressure and gain map control, the Gridlock as well to help with any potential flanks. but it's still one player down. They've still got to play these, well, get these risky gunfights. Luckily for them, there's not actually a mirror in play this time, so there should be slightly more even in terms of gunfights. There's 3 players who seem to be focused on one who's just consistently producing sound with that Banshee there. A bit of a distraction for some of these defensive players as the rest of these Entropy attackers just finding other angles to go with, trying their best to find anything, but it looks like things Ghost Army just aren't willing to budge. They aren't willing to give anything away, really, to this attacking force. As Becky is trying to get a long angle, but again, can't find it. These defenders know the position they're in, they know the advantage they hold, and they are desperate to maintain it.
Ooh, and a pick comes in from Afla here. Klein goes down, a 4v4, and there's another one being lined up. It could be Warden next. We'll just see. He is pretty much behind the box, and there's no refraggable position just yet because that Monty's going to push up, though. Oh, he gets shot! Tom's in a great position, and Keynes will then find Becky, making it a 2 versus 4, and how the tables have turned. A 1v4 as Kinsey will find another one onto Freddy. Oh my god, they've just completely lost everything there for Entropy here. We could see, well, unless Afla manages to get something out of this 1v4, we're going to see the round go to Ghost Army, and the contestment for this overtime round could be going underway. They finally managed to win that basement site, and I think just playing a little bit more aggressive as well in that sort of sense to stop them from pushing anywhere past that freezer locker was definitely a good play for them.
Yeah, the big issue there is they had that Warden cornered, but Husky just gets a little bit too ahead of himself. He unextends, opens himself up to that crossfire when he just didn't need to. There were players around him. He could easily just force that Warden to stand up and take a gunfight, and from there, Becky can instantly take him down. Instead, didn't choose that. Got a bit ahead of himself, as I said, just trying to get that pick when he didn't need to at all. As a result of that, it all crumbled. Luckily for Entropy, it's a top floor defense. These have been pretty horrific for the defensive side of this matchup, so all is not lost, but overtime is certainly calling their name now, especially as it's now round 12. Ghost Army just need to get one round win here to give themselves a bit of a lifeline, and it's a grand final, and a grand final does have infinite overtime, and I think this is a matchup of caliber of teams that deserves a bit of infinite overtime, if you ask me, but I'm sure Entropy definitely doesn't want it to go that way, so there's still an opportunity for them to get a pick here. They just need to play smart. Don't give in, don't lose picks to those aggressive players from Ghost Army, and if you don't do that, you end up getting that execute on a full 5v5. Things could definitely go your way here.
And as we start off the round here, we do see, of course, the Tobrero on the board defensively with a mute as well. So hopefully they're looking to try and delay as much time on that wall as possible. Again, we do have the Thatcher, but it can, of course, freeze that exothermic charge for a certain amount of time while it's on the wall. And we'll see how impactful that can be. Of course, we have the full res and the Twitch, so they should pretty much get that wall very quickly. So really, realistically, it's down to Tobrero to delay it as best as possible. And again, we have that Fenrir on the board for that later round dissension onto the bomb site here. As the drones start to find the information coming in through that trophy side, we see someone also on that armory area as well on the rappel, and it looks like Afla just watching through the attic hatch, waiting as well outside. It's Husky, who's been victim to a lot of run out C4s and really poor kills this game, sorry. So we'll see how this does affect the rest of the round here.
Yeah, it's a very cautious round from both these teams. At least Entropy finally get that main breach open, but they're both just so aware of each other. We see that Nitro being lined up through the top of that trophy wall onto attic by Goldie, and that could easily get a player caught off guard here, especially with that lineup. It's likely going to connect, so they need to be careful of this. They need to drone it. The problem is, there's a lot of mute jammers there, so they can't drone it. So unless they know the play that's being made or they heard the Nitro rip, this is probably going to get a kill here for Ghost Army unless Entropy can force an issue elsewhere. No attic control being attempted. This is very one-dimensional, and that's ringing alarm bells for me here because Entropy, they're forced to flood through a wall and a door. Things aren't going to go well. Eventually, though, Nitro is ripped onto, fired either onto nothing, even with a bulletproof camera there, by the way. Didn't wait for the intel, got a little bit too anxious, and wasted that utility.
Bad communication in that situation. You see Tobrero throw in that frost onto the wall there as well. Stops a lot of utility in its track. And again, this defense might waste a lot of time here. Flores drones going off as well. And we start to see Ash on the double window here in the master side. We'll see exactly how this comes down. It is Tom's just playing against the bomb chassis, waiting for something to happen from this main breaching games and this trophy walk-in. This pixel spot is so strong, especially with 25 seconds left and a Tobrero constantly freezing that wall. You've got no entry realistically into this bomb site, but it is actually Becky who's managed to force her way in. We'll see the backstab though, and it's Kenzie to find one. The C4 will shut down the plant, and there's another one as it's a flawless defensive round here. What on earth? Entropy just playing way too cautious in that situation, wasting a lot of time, and there's nothing to find from it. Ghost Army taking to overtime.
Yeah, just way too overly cautious there when Ghost Army really weren't doing anything. They were just sat in these positions waiting. If Entropy just fake a plant, you can immediately burn that nitro cell. You give yourself so much more space and so much more freedom to go for a different play. Instead, they waited until they had to commit. And from there, Ghost Army knew that one nitro cell was all they needed. From there, they just clean up the scraps. Great work from Ghost Army, but a really horrid round from Entropy as we've entered overtime. Might not end up being that noticeable if it infinite overtime, if it is an 8-6, but there is potential for this to be a long Oregon match. Unfortunately for Ghost Army fans, they've chosen to go back down this basement. That was a sight. They've lost a hell of a lot on this half, and they only really won it thanks to some blunders from the attack, so I'm intrigued that they've chosen to go back here, and not that second floor site that they won so confidently in round 12.
And here we go. The first round of overtime into play. I can't wait to see how this goes, if it'll go further than we expect. Oh god. Prepare yourselves, guys. Ghost Army on the defense, of course, here, and we'll see how Entropy can get this attack in. They realistically need to start pulling their way through Entropy if they want this second map. They have pretty much given away 2 rounds that they could have won here. In a situation that I hope doesn't impact the rest of the game. I hope they don't keep playing overly cautious here. We know how much is on the line in this situation for this map, but realistically, they should just keep playing as they were, and maybe just adapt towards this situation, what utilities being brought, etc. We got Tobrero, which is going to be brought a lot more now. It seemed to work quite well to delay time and prevent walls later into the game, because you know how long that frost will stay on the wall for, and having 3 of those in play, that hatch surely shouldn't get opened by the Hibana anytime soon. Realistically, you now need to work on pushing that Tobrero out of the way of that box room as well. Maybe putting some pressure on the lacrosse angle, opening up elsewhere to try and make sure that whole line of sight is in favor of the attack. But we'll see how that comes down as well. Grim still on the board, has 2 secondary breaching gadgets as well, so you could realistically waste those first to see, and there it is. It's going to happen. The Tobrero gets thrown down. That's the first one gone, and with 1 minute 30 on the clock, we've still got a lot of time to waste on the defense.
Yeah, eventually that hatch will be open, but as you said, so much time is going to have to pass with those canisters unless they get aggressive elsewhere. Unfortunately, they can't just march into bunker. They've got Kenzie on their left with that shotgun on Warden. Very hard to dislodge, so it looks like Goldie is just going to be left to be completely free to stall out this hatch elsewhere. Pressure coming in from Laundry, but it's quickly taken away from, just adding potential avenues for an attack, but not committing as of yet. And that's the big issue we saw in that last round. A lack of commitment from the attack here. They had lots of options, but didn't choose on any specific one. They're trying yet again to get a hold onto this top player. It's never worked, though. Never at all. They're trying their darndest, but still, we're just going to be seeing Senzu getting rid of these Hibana pellets as Toms is continuing to play here for free. He's going to have to win a gunfight, though, onto either this backstairs or bunker door. Forced away from bunker by the nade. There's potential now, eventually, to do something. They've wasted so much time.
Yet again, there's a pick, though, for Toms, and Klein will find another. It's Toms again. Affler goes down, and Klein will take Becky off the board. A 1v5, leaving Veroxy on his own. It just gets shut down too fast there. Double pick for 2 players there. That's incredible. How quickly, with 6 seconds on the clock, you can't find the situation there. We'll find one, we'll find two. It's a double for Roxy. Can he find a third? Yes, he can. But he's run out of time, and he'd need to get an ace in that situation. Yet again, nearly another flawless round in this situation. What is going on? Ghost Army, defensively, are showing us up.
I think we will have a bit of a pause here as Freddy has left. It is way before the action phase though, so plenty of time to get him back in here. As yeah, Entropy still insisting on going for this bunker push. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it's ever worked. I really don't. I think all of the playmaking has come from either backstairs or a hatch drop. This bunker push just doesn't work at all, and I don't know why Entropy keep going for it. I get it. They had a really poor performance on the freezer last time. But there's still other avenues you can go for. You opened up laundry double. You have backstairs to work with. You have the hatch to work with. Instead, it's just everyone drop down a hatch and run through bunker door. I just don't see the vision there, especially when they've done other things that have gained so much more success onto this basement site.
I mean, if you really want that hatch so badly, why don't you just send Hibana into bunker to get that wall off the board a little bit earlier? You know what I mean? To open it up and push Tobrero back in, and then you can get the hatch. But again, like you said, there's other places to go. Why commit? Just rotate somewhere else and find something new. Tobrero's literally not going to, move from that position because he's going to sit there on the hatch the whole time. So unless their team is confident where they're pushing, there's no need to keep committing to that place. But yeah, I mean, going forwards, we've still got way more rounds to look at through this overtime. So if this defense keeps up, Entropy, they're going to drop this map, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and I guess to compound on the woes of Entropy, Ghost Army had that 4-2 attacking split. They had an incredibly dominant look when it came to their attacks there. A lot of time has passed though. We've had 7 whole rounds since then, so there's potential for Entropy to bounce back, have a much stronger look on their defense. But at the same time, Ghost Army did just look so good. And that last round as well, these past 2 rounds, they have had a much different look to them. They've been strong, they've been confident. Their gun skill has gone back to it was in that first half. And Entropy just kind of left trailing in the comparison, really. So we're having a bit of an overtime, but do not be surprised to see this as an 8-6 of Ghost Army taking this in relatively easy fashion in OT.
I mean, definitely. The question is, can Ghost Army attack? Will it fall apart? We've seen time after time where attacks have been a little bit poor from them. We've seen where, the position of Athla just being able to swing onto bunker and find easy picks as well. So that could be an issue. So they do need to make sure that they can execute a good attack here this time. We'll see, though, as we do have, of course, the standardized operators that they like to bring. It's Capiteo, Grim. It will be Twitch, Monty, and the Ash on the board. Monty going down the freezer's side, and we're looking to pop that mirror. Very easy, rent-free. Can we find any other utility? And it looks like they'll lose that Twitch drone, but still have one in pocket, and that's plenty to utilize later into this round. We still have Goyos again to pop as well onto that laundry side if needed, and we're already going to see the bunker. Goyo has been removed off the board nice and early as standard, as you would expect here as well. But here we go in freezer. Monty slowly pushing down. Hopefully Monty won't get too aggressive just yet. We'll see. They do have to deal with the player who's on the right of the breach next to the mirror on the bomb chassis of A, who can, of course, swing and take anyone in the back who might try and turn their attention elsewhere. But it will be the laundry hatch being opened, and the Grims are going to be sent down to try and find some quick pings and put some ghost pressure on, utilizing that safety net of the bomb site here. We'll see. 1 minute 30 on the clock.
Yeah, that mirror window breaking is kind of doing more harm than good for the attack, to be honest. It means the Monty can't put a lot of pressure onto Becky without exposing themselves to that player in the corner. So instead, they tend to play pretty far back, and I think the main idea of this Monty is as a bit of a distraction. We're seeing no support directly behind him. Instead, a lot of players dropping around hatches, playing around backstairs, around electrical, and instead it doesn't pay off. Kenzie's been taken down immediately. Goldie is still on his own here with Diffuser. Toms at least gets one to Variox, but still, this Diffuser player, isolated away from his team, drops the shield to at least bait something, but elsewhere, 2 of his players just been killed. So there's basically nothing Goldie can do, as he's now been forced all the way back to freezer stairs. This could have been a pretty solid attack for Ghost Army, but it's all gone wrong here thanks to actually something that we praised them initially. Getting rid of that mirror window instead has been probably the biggest flaw of this entire attack, as it meant that Goldie couldn't really do anything in the freezer, and instead of adapting, he just stayed there.
I mean, realistically, how many times have we seen this freezer not work with a Monty push down it? 2, 3 times? You could probably count it on your hand, but like, the fact is, it's not, and they're committing to doing this. Either Entropy or, Ghost Army have done pretty much the same thing in different situations here. So, here we go. Another round of overtime.
Yep, just keep them coming this time. Can't go to basement, so it's going to be onto Ghost Army to show that they can defend the second floor. It was a site that they had a little bit of trouble with first time, but when they next attempted it, it went a lot better because Entropy just kind of sat there and twiddled their thumbs until the final 20 seconds, then decided, oh wait, we need to do something to win this round. And as you can probably imagine, it didn't go particularly well. This time, though, I'm hoping Entropy realise they have to play the game to win it, because if not, it's going to lead to Ghost Army getting that 8th round. But, of course, this is not standard overtime, and 8-7 is not going to cut it. You've got to win by a margin of 2 here. So one of these teams has to win back-to-back rounds, essentially, win a defense and an attack, or else it just keeps on going here. And this has been a map that has really been quite attacker-favoured just due to the way these teams have been playing. So you would expect one of these teams to win 2 in a row because it shouldn't be just going defense, 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 defense. But both these teams have really improved, I would say, since their lackluster defensive halves, and have now put on a much stronger performance in the past few rounds.
Yeah, I think there's so many rounds that you can play before you understand what is expected to you in this matchup. You know, Ghost Army have adapted with their Tobrero being brought on defense now to try and delay time. They know Entropy are struggling under pressure, which does surprise me, but we've seen it 2 rounds defensively here for Ghost Army as well. How well that works as well upstairs to try and stop them from getting that plant in. And if they can only get one wall open and it takes them, you know, a whole minute 30 to actually do that, maybe longer, it's going to be bad for them. But now as we look in, again, Fenrir on the board, Tobrero mute is going to delay a lot when it comes into that planting stage of the round. And we do have the Flores on the board to try and deal with some of the utility that we have, of course. Once again, standard, we've got the Thatcher on the board and the exothermic charges to be brought by that Thermite. We're going to start off by making sure we have those line of sight and that area of control before we even start to execute, because last time we saw someone backstab, I believe it was the Fenrir, which was unfortunate for them because that whole attack fell apart. So we'll see now with 1 minute 50, the Buck starting below vertical to try and push people out of the line of sight of that breach so they can make sure no one is there to contest it. Let's see how this goes. They managed to get the wall open, and yeah, here we go. The Tobrero has failed.
Yeah, relatively similar positions being held by the defense here. The only roamer is Kenzie, who you can see creeping around on that top of freezer stairs. Not yet noticed from the looks of things by those 2 attackers, but you've got to keep in mind there was a flank that happened last time. They should be aware that 1 player is below here, creeping around freezer stairs. This shouldn't be a surprise for the attack, but from the way they're playing, I think it might just be, to be honest. They might have not fully read into this situation. A late rotate around to Attic, of all places. It's going to be pretty desperate for the attack here. By the time that breach is open, there'll only be about 40 seconds remaining, so they best hope it does a lot of good for their push, because if not, they've basically done that for nothing, as Variox is still stuck below, holding an angle onto Pit. When there's a player down there, you have to clear this roamer, or else he's going to make your life very, very difficult, as Kenzie, yet again, is allowed to stick down there for free while the execute is trying to be attempted here.
Damage coming on to Goldie, but it's down below. We find a pick. It's Kenzie to go down. Varoxy on the Buck. Now looking to rotate up the white side. Very cautious of the verticality that is still up there. Looking to try and find something through the floor. A lot of damage coming in. Husky will find one. It's Zoo to find Becky. And here we go for 3 versus 2. As Zoo will try and find Freddy. Here we go. There's a shot into Trophy. It will be another one. Husky goes down, but Varoxy says no. Finds a double pick onto sight. Enters here through white. Will find Tom's. And then quickly finds another straight off of the game side. Nice stuff for Varoxy and getting a nice little 3K into that round.
Great play from Variox, but again, it very nearly went badly. Why are we planting in the open by the breach? You've just cleared out the player below. You can play that default plant. Instead, you very nearly give Senzo an opportunity to win the round. He gets a 3k there. With a shotgun in close range too, due to the position he's playing, he could honestly defend that diffuser with the shotgun and potentially win the round. Just these small mistakes by Entropy could cost them. Luckily, they've won that almost treasured, sacred attack here. They just have to win a defense. They've gone for meeting though, and it's really kind of puzzling to me. They didn't win it last time they played it. In fact, they were, I believe it was a flawless or damn near close to a flawless. They were picked apart here last time, so I guess they've got a lot of faith in their ability to have improved since then, and also just really realizing that second floor is not the site for either of these two teams to defend, but it's still really risky, especially when they're in this advantageous spot. If they lose this round, that hard-earned attacking win on the top floor, it's basically, it's all for nothing really. They're back down to even footing, and from there, they've still got to win 2 in a row yet again.
Last time we did see the Maverick causing a little bit of havoc on the bomb site, and we saw Entropy try to reuse the Maverick Hos, but it fell apart. This time Maverick is not on the board, and we'll see that the, of course, the Nomad is on play here with a Brava, a Thermite, a Flores, and an Ash on this attack. We'll see what utility can be utilized here. But we do have to deal with that Wamai, so we have a lot of lethals to burn as well through. It's trying to get onto site through those main walls as well, you can see here. And the Electrified from the Bandits, so they'll have to deal with upstairs to try and get those Bandit batteries off, unless... well, unless that Brava can really hack any of those bandit charges, which I don't think it's going to go for. But yeah, we'll see. Oh, I guess Flores as well could send those drones in. But again, yeah, here he goes. It's going to try and get rid of those castle barricades mainly to start off with before we even go for that breach.
Yeah, gotta try and open up as many angles for the attack here as possible so you can just try and get a single pick. Is this going to be a bandit trick attempted? No, it's just Becky getting aggressive, potentially trying to read into Senzo, or potentially Kenzie getting really forward on that double door position. Instead, no one bites. Instead, everyone leaves that situation with full HP. I guess there's a slight HP match to the defense, but it's basically negligible at this point as Becky in a very high-risk spot. Klein, though, takes on Afla. That's that opening pick you really want for the attack here, as Toms is aggressing onto Attic. Becky does repel Senzo, but there's still 2 more players by that breach. There's going to be a lot of contesting onto his position as, yep, here comes the swing. They're trying their best to dislodge this bandit, but still, they just haven't quite managed to deal with him yet. There's a drone hole there. You can flash him. Luckily, Goldie is too good on the gun skill, gets rid of Becky, but it's still getting a little bit close, and this man count just can't really get too one-sided here. Evening things out. Freddy, though, what is this positioning and playing from him there? Just playing incredibly recklessly, eventually taken down, but his players around him still keep getting these trades. It's a 2v2 with Klein on such low HP and Goldie needing to get this plant down relatively soon. Sound cue goes off. It's going to cause potentially a drop from Variox, as in fact, it looks like Klein's going to that top floor, in fact. It's a very strange reversal of positions, as Husky now taken incredibly low.
Oh no, there's no room for him to move, and there's shots fired onto the Frost, but we will find the pick onto the drop in the hatch. But it's a 1v1 now as Roxy fights back. It's left to him to do everything in his power to get this diffuser down. We'll start to see, but it will be Klein who takes down Roxy in an unfortunate position. As here we go, yet another round to come into play here.
Yep. Yet another round here, and we are starting to see these teams maybe play a little bit, I don't want to say sloppier, but we're seeing more of these mistakes, right? I mean, look at Freddy there, just almost seemed unaware there was a player that deep into sight, just gave away his position, tried to run away, realized that also gave away his position, and instead it was left to kind of sit there and embrace death. So we are seeing the effect Infinite OT is having on these teams. They've both fought incredibly hard here, and still, dead even 8-8 scoreline, back to square one basically. We need this 2-round advantage ahead of their opponent to win. At the very least, Entropy won 2 rounds in a row last time, but it was off the back of losing that first one, so there was nothing really gained there. As now, as these round counts get ever higher, we are going to be seeing these players, I would assume, make more and more mistakes, because of just how much of a shock it is playing this many rounds of an official game in a row, right? It's something they haven't had to deal with in the regular season before until now, and we are seeing the effects of it as we're back onto this top floor, a site that Entropy won their last attack on. Can they repeat history here?
I mean, yeah, as you say, it's going to be quite an exhausting kind of game here. Like, now they need to go to 10 to win, and if they then slowly get go round for round, it's just going to get higher and higher. So the fact that someone's got to break eventually, right? Like, whether it's Entropy or if it's Ghost Army, but I'd expect both teams still have a lot in them. Beans, this is meant to be a BO5, but could that affect later maps is the question. Going to like a very high OT round early on in map 2, just for that second map to be won. We'll see. But here's the pick outside. Klein will take the life of Husky in a 4v5, and already we're going to start to see the Flores off the board, and that's a lot for the utility systems here for the attack. They're going to have to do this attack pretty much relying on that Thatcher to make sure that wall is open, and, well, the rest of the utility isn't going to really be taken away. Ash might be able to contribute, but I doubt it here. As now we also have the Legion, who's prepped just on the breach with a shotgun ready, trying to deny any verticality that might come in to try and find a pick, and that's it. Veroxy goes down, and it's a good pick to have that shotgun on. It's just so much damage coming from above. 2 quick picks, and 1 minute 42 on the clock here with wall open. It's a 3v5.
Yeah, not a great start of Entropy at all. I don't have individual player stats, but it seems like Husky has been continually victim to these really cheeky opening picks, whether it be from the attack or defense. And unfortunately for him, it just means he's not been able to have as much of an impact as you'd maybe want from him, given the roles he's playing. Like the Flores, he's not been able to use any of these drones this round. On top of that, you lose your vertical on the buck as well, so you're now forced to use Ash charges down here, and still, Ash has to take a fight with this dreaded 612, narrowly escapes their life. The peak does come through from Becky, but there should be an immediate trade. Indeed, there is. The position the Thermite had to get in led to that, as Toms gets a double. It's a 1v4, Toms cut down, still a 3v1, as Affla has got a lot of work to do, or else it's this time his team is in the hot seat. Indeed, it is. Senzu gets that 1 pick. Now it's 9-8, 10 rounds needed to win currently. If Ghost Army can pull off this next attack, which will likely be onto the top floor, they win this map. But equally, if Entropy just go out and win it, we're then right back to square one. That's the nature of Infinite OT. You need to be able to consistently win on both sides, and right now, we're just not seeing that consistency from these teams.
Well, of course, it has to be Oregon where we have that situation, but we'll see as we move through. And it looks like, well, we've got a lot to do right now for Entropy in this time. You know, it's funny how the tables just quickly flip. You know, Entropy was pretty much in this situation before. Now Ghost Army are a little bit more comfortable with themselves. We'll see exactly how that goes in just a moment.
Indeed, we will. It really has been a neck-and-neck series, hasn't it? Both these teams have had their strengths and they've had their weaknesses, as we seem to be a little bit frozen in the loading screen. As you can see here, the series of events, but these big, long strings of round wins. It really looked like Entropy were going to win this map, having those 4 attacking wins in a row, 3 of them on basement. Unfortunately, Ghost Army appeared to remember how to play the game in their final 2 defenses, and they were really quite one-sided, and as from then, it's just been back and forth. Look, both teams at the very least have put up 1 attacking win in OT. So that's something, right? As it looks like we're having a couple lobby difficulties here to make a long map already more long, I guess. You know, just got to sprinkle in a rehost as well here, I'd imagine. As we are definitely frozen in this loading screen. So I'm sure that's not what the teams want. We're going to be seeing our lovely faces here, I think, as we're probably going to have to remake that lobby. So I think we've probably said our piece at the moment. So we'll probably just throw to a break, because I'd imagine lobby has to be remade. Oh, I'm hearing never mind. Are we back? I think we're back. Indeed, we are. It is going to be a full 5v5 as well. It was just a bit of siege shenanigans, I'd guess, as we're actually not on the top floor. Entropy re-attempting meeting again, and it didn't work out last time, did it?
No, not particularly, and I think how will it go again? That's the question. We're going to see a replay of this round. Can they do something better? We saw that two of the, the defenders were kind of stuck upstairs, and then they had to try and work away back down, which didn't work out too well for them. And again, it was that Rooney that was in his bad situation. Couldn't go to the big tower stairs, couldn't go down the hatch, decided to drop the hatch, got completely taken down in that situation, but did again force the player to come out. And that's where Frost, in a good situation, manages to get the pick in. Well, the question is here, how will this one go? And I'm not too sure. We've got the castle on the board, which is standard, and we do, of course, have the Frost in play, which we're going to have the shield on as well. So not too much to see for, but I mean, again, we have this other bomb site now. It's completely different. Attacking, we've got an OSA on the board, which should create a lot of line of sight when we get that exothermic charge on the wall here. So we'll see. The Maverick as well in play for them strips onto the lower part of the big tower stairs for anyone to look through if needed. But yeah, here we go. The bandit trick completely shut down. That's all you need to do, really, isn't it? Great stuff from Ghost Army here, and they are looking to do whatever they can to secure a win here, and it could be very viable in this situation now, as they've now got the wall open, but they still have to deal with players who are upstairs, which looks like we are. We've got the flashbangs coming in to try and burn some utility, and Osa moving that shield up now after dealing with the bandit. Could we find a second victim here? Let's see.
So many players on that top floor as well. Realistically, if Ghost Army want to just pull the trigger, go for the execute, they probably could, right? There's so much attention elsewhere as Claim gets another, but it is traded out. Still, I think they're just going to go for this. The bulletproof camera taken down. They're spotted at least from the other side, but what can these defenders really do with so much pressure around Big Tower? Tom gets another one. It looks to be Ghost Army getting this plant down now as Freddy is forced to get aggressive, but taken down. Only UMP can't win that gunfight. 1 versus 4 now. Site control given to Ghost Army. There's a limited overtime. Seems to be coming to an end as Ghost Army are just looking unstoppable here. Goldie's getting the case down. Husky chasing shadows around that top floor, trying to get anything out of this round, any way of getting back in, and just seemingly concedes to his inevitable death. Kenzie getting that final pick, and Ghost Army, after a long and brutal map, they take Oregon.
Wow, thank God for the end of Infinite Overtime. But it's a shame because, well, Entropy did show us at some point how good they could be. Ghost Army, it's a good comeback, though, for them. Honestly, I thought they were a little poor in the start of the main set of rounds before we even entered into OT. And they really corrected themselves. And I think that's why they have won this map here. They've shown us how well they can, I guess, just last with this constant back and forth rounds, adapting with the Tobrero picks on the defense. And I think that's when kind of they started to get in more into the game, when they decided to change things. And yes, we have seen them constantly go into the basement side. We have seen them being very stubborn in some places. But when they decided to change a few things up, they definitely, rose for me as a team in that sort of sense. So, yeah.
Yeah, definitely a lot of highs and a lot of lows for both those teams. A lot of things to learn from. And, well, that's it for us for now. I'm sure you're probably sick of our voice. 18 rounds of Oregon there. So we're going to throw to a break who can break down what we've just seen in a bit more detail. Or break desk.
What's up and welcome back. Thank you, Pooble. Thanks, it's TD. What a game. Infinite overtime. So happy we got to see it. So we were talking on while we were watching, right? And you guys were talking about how this map was a map of pace, position, and then punishment because of those. Diana, walk me through it here. Positioning, you were screaming it in the background. How was it a factor today?
I mean, as said, it is Oregon. You're going to be punished for a lot of positions. You're going to be punished for a lot of plays. And also, depending on what positioning, you're going to be punished with it. On Night Haven, we saw you can get away with a few cheeky positions. You can be in a corner. You can be there. You might not get away. You get away with a kill or two, maybe. Well, in Oregon, it completely looked different. We saw, especially from Entropy Gaming Basement, what we saw, they were all in the position they needed to be. There was one on pillar, there was one on shike, there was one on elbow, one was watching laundry, the other one was in freezer. So you have 5 people being the 5 positions they need to in order to just bunker it down, and it worked out perfectly. They've won every single basement defense they had. But as soon as we went to the top floor, and it got a little bit more loose in where we can play depending on the strat, it looked a little bit confusing. We had moments there were 3 people and kids. We had moments there were 2 to 3 people on white/dorms. We had 2 to 3 people sometimes attic. Not quite there as it should be. When we look at that from the side of Ghost Army, we saw them being a little bit more spread even. Yes, both the teams, you're gonna have to say, had position issues, especially when it comes to the top floor side. I don't know why. I think that the thread was not completely cleared out when it comes to the basics. That's why we saw a lot of positioning mistakes, because if you have 3 people and kids, you just leave a lot of space open. You have the main bridge open, you have dorms open, you have trophy open. A lot of things are being covered, and that can end up to all the way. I believe we were 18 rounds, 17 rounds. Correct me there.
18.
And
You were right.
18 rounds, and 10 of these rounds, 11 of these rounds, opening pick going to the side of Ghost Army, 10 of them being won by Ghost Army. So out of 18 rounds, we had 1 round where the opening pick didn't matter for the win. Every other time, Entropy got the opening pick, or Ghost Army, they so on won the round. Again, the same trade as on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, and so on the other side of it, right? Yeah, that was a ton of positions that were just kind of sometimes throwaways, sometimes got the cheeky. How did the pace? Because that was definitely something you were vocal about is setting the pace in the round and maintaining it, and then the reset afterwards. How did it lead to this overtime victory here for map number 2?
Well, I mean, to be honest, it possibly shouldn't have even gotten to overtime if we're really looking at things. We look at the start of that second half. Entropy Gaming, they played their attacks so slowly. I'm thinking of especially those first 3 rounds where they're attacking onto the basement. They played their attacks so slowly, and it's something of a common feature for them. You know, even back to their previous ESA Cup game on Clubhouse and Bank, it was the same sort of thing. They were taking their time with their attacks, often when they didn't need to, and they were often getting punished for it. Now, contrast that with Ghost Army, who are a team that we have historical evidence they're able to punish teams when they play slowly like that. Today, though, I mean, it was looking really shaky. I even thought that they'd called their timeout too late. However, it was the perfectly timed timeout after those 4 rounds. They get those next 2 rounds to take it to overtime and eventually got it over the line. But if you consider the start of that second half, if Entropy had, sorry, not if Entropy, if Ghost Army had played those rounds better, they hadn't gotten themselves out of position as well, then that probably isn't even an overtime. That's a fairly solid win for Ghost Army. So I think for both of these teams, there's things to learn from in the positioning and the pace aspect of these things. And it's also taken this time now, just in this break between maps between maps, sorry, to just recuperate, to just calm down, because we had 18 rounds of Oregon just there. The adrenaline's going to be high. That's going to be quite taxing on you as a player. We potentially have 3 more maps left to play, Whiskey.
Yeah, that's right. You said it. This is not a sprint, it's a marathon. So you're going to have to reach deep into the bag of tricks here, especially as we get later on. But going back to it, Diana, to a little bit of that position, how important was the drone economy here in Oregon being played on this last one?
Well, as an attacker, it didn't really matter if it was Ghost Army nor Entropy Gaming. We saw a lot of the rounds beautifully played. We had a lot of rounds within the last few minutes of the round. We had information, we have players being on the cams, flanks nearly so ever being noticed. But here and there, you had these few rounds where you had the drone economy, you had enough drones, or even if you didn't have enough drones. For example, there was a round we're playing in the basement. I think everybody knows it. We were playing basement, pushing from the side of Ghost Army. And then what happens is a player playing on the bomb chassis in Laundry. This one player needed to be drawn out. There was information needed on this one player. No drones, no nothing, not able to even get this info, not predicting there's a player there, and all of a sudden the entire round ends with a blink of an eye because he just swings and gets kill after kill after kill. We saw also a lot of the times where players trying to rotate down below the bomb set in the last 30 seconds of the round. It was Ghost Army defending the top floor, Entropy Gaming being really, really solve the attacks, as Pastor already pointed out. And in that round, we had the Buck down below, Mute trying to go down below, potentially replays the C4 or go for a flank, but it was noticed. There was a flank drone watching it. And with that simple kill on the player, taking him out because he was defending white stairs, the bot killed the mute. We woke up the white stairs. Is another pressure point created from Entropy Gaming the entire round. And so with information that is given or not given, those rounds can end up completely falling off or completely going in. So it just shows that information matters just as much as getting the opening pick at this point, because you can completely throw away a round just because you don't have an info or because you have an info.
Yeah, absolutely, completely agree with you on that. So how is this possibly going to translate to map number 3? Right, we're tied up 1-1, and kind of one map that was deep in the map pool, Nighthaven coming out, and then a classic of Oregon, which kind of is maybe doesn't speak to necessarily having such a huge map pool that you're comfortable with. How do you think that this is going to translate forward? Is Clubhouse going to be exactly the same that we just watched because it's this classic map with classic strats, or do you think that they're gonna kind of start to switch it up, maybe pull out some of those pocket strats?
Well, there's absolutely an opportunity for the pocket strats on Clubhouse, and to be honest, we saw like a little bit of that on Oregon as well. One thing that Ghost Army were doing a lot of the time is they were setting themselves up in pairs to find the opening pick. They had at some point in the first half, I think it was either like round 3 or round 4, you have a player shotgun out a wall, and then the other player is already with their gun trained to try and find any attackers through there. And it was the same thing in one of those rounds in overtime as well. You had the Maverick opening up the hole in the wall. Also had gun trained, was able to get the kill onto Betchy in that situation as well. There's a lot of opportunities for that sort of thing on Clubhouse and in other different pocket strats. Thinking about, you can see a lot of fuse. I'm thinking there's a lot of stuff you can do around the dirt tunnel as well, attacking onto basement. There's a lot of opportunities for that sort of thing on that map.
Excellent. Well, we are gonna do a quick break here as we're gonna set up the third map. So if you will, sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you another map. Ayo.
Hello, this is not Clubhouse, as you can see. This is Oregon. We had a breach of the rules in the final round. There was an illegal skin used by the attacking and winning side of Ghost Army. This is going to be a round replay. Now, last time we saw a kind of an admin decision go in favor of Entropy. It was that round 11 of Nighthaven, and the round right after that, they stomped Ghost Army. So I'm wondering if we're going to see a similar effect here, if we're going to see Entropy now getting this second wind, this second chance at life, if we're going to see them absolutely stomp them, run away with it, or if we just see a pretty depressing 10-8 yet again from Ghost Army.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see now as well, moving into this round. Of course, we're replaying it now. Just unfortunate, but we do have, of course, all the same operators on the board as before. Osa was on the board, and we saw how well that could open up onto the meat inside as well. But Affleck is going to get a first pick there.
No way.
So fast. Oh, it's going to go to infinite OT again, isn't it? It's going to go past 9. Oh, God. Here we go as we move forward. It's the small tower here. We'll see one just ducks in and out of the kitchen side, and the little attack just will push their way into the showers to try and keep themselves secure. But it's like a little fragging bath over here. They're just all running around after each other. Look at that.
Yeah. Nice drone giving intel onto Becky's position there. They now know he's left small tower still around dining, or around kitchen, so he is a bit of a threat, but not an immediate one. Still, though, Ghost Army are going to be licking their wounds. They've lost that Maverick. The Maverick is really been the playmaker in these rounds. We've seen time and time again, especially on this site, the ability to open up those walls, get a really fast, really unexpected pick, has won them a lot of these gunfights here, and now they don't have that. Luckily, they've got a breach onto that main wall, and Becky just slaps Klein away. Incredible from him. 5v3 now, forced away from a nade to get much more aggressive, but still hasn't been taken out. Still has a nitro cell to his name as well, so if he's not comfortable taking a gunfight, he can lob one of those out and try his best to get a pick. Still, just causing a bit of mischief on site. He just needs to survive now. He just needs to get a pick. He's gotten one here. He can just sit here and wait, force the attack to waste time to get rid of him. Eventually they do. They've taken Kitchen here. Diffuser's close by 2, but there's still this defensive position from above, and Tom just gets another one of Ghost Army. Managed to pull this one back despite that horrible start.
Well, I mean, we can see the plan going down now for Ghost Army with 2 players left to defend that planter. We'll see how this goes, the defensive position. They are locked out of sight by that castle barricade. We'll have to rip it down. Can anyone counteract to that? No, they can't. It's Affler to find it, and Veroxy as well. Here we go. Well, it's a 3 versus 1 here. The plan's down, though. That's the thing. It's possible to find the pick through the soft wall. There's Veroxy to go down. This is a great situation for Thermite, realistically, here. He can still do it. There's 1 player upstairs, 1 player down. They've both now dropped down, so this could be a little bit worse now as they do approach. Can he take the one-on-one gunfight? He'll catch the gun. Oh, he'll catch his head. Affler goes down. 10 seconds here to get this defused down. He's being chased, but oh my god, he's done it. It's Goldie to take down Husky. And, well, Entropy, they just couldn't get that diffuser gone.
They just took 3 1v1s against the Thermite, and by the 3rd one they had no time left anyway, and we could have had something there. We could have had a continuation of Oregon. It looked really strong from Entropy. They were confident. They were getting those picks early, aggressive, and despite everything, they died with a whimper. Oregon is still Entropy's map here. Or still Ghost Army's map here, either. Entropy couldn't quite change history. And we're back where we were about 5 minutes ago. Heading into Clubhouse next. I'm not sure. I think we'll just head to a break. The desk have about said everything they can really. It's been 1 round now. Same result, slightly different way we got there, but aside from that, still 10-8 to Ghost Army. Still 1-1 in map count, and still Clubhouse coming up next. This time we'll throw right to a break. After that, we'll hop straight back into map 3.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Kind of an interesting last round as we did get the replay, but no changes. So we head to Dub House, the great equalizer. Dianic, what can we expect from this? You talked about positions, you talked about team play. How is that going to affect us on this next map?
I mean, it's Clubhouse, ladies and gentlemen. I think by now everybody should know how to play the map, especially when it comes to competitive. This map has been in there for ages, not been taken out, barely any rework, maybe a few slight changes. But other than that, it didn't change anything when it comes to the dynamic. It took us years to figure out a new strat on the map. For example, I'm talking about the SSG strat. Before the SSG strat, we had years and years of the same gameplay, and after it, same. Not too many changes when it comes to the competitive side. So, and why am I pointing this out? Why am I saying all of these things? Because it is Clubhouse, it is a very team heavy based map. You're gonna have to look at your back, you're gonna have to be able to create cross angles, hold the cross angles for your teammates. You're gonna have to hold their back. So if I'm, for example, if I'm in basement and I'm watching on main, I need somebody holding my back in blue. And if that doesn't work, if we have people, if we have players doing individual plays, swing in, trying to go for the kill, trying to maybe make hero plays, and them not working out, we can see a lot of crumbling from the defensive side. But that also comes with the attacking side. If we want to do an execute, we're gonna have to do it together. I'm taking the basement spot again. If you want to do an Arsenal execute, you're gonna have to push dirt at the same time as pushing blue, at the same time as holding down main, and at the same time dropping down the hatch. So many things you're gonna have to do at the same time, because if things are off paced and are not done correctly together, it's just a lot of 1v1s taken out and not quite supporting each other, because they're gonna have to take 1v1s. That's the thing about Clubhouse. You're gonna have to take these 1v1s, but if you take them at the same time and you occupy different players at different positions, some of them will work out and some of the 1v1s will create chaos, and with that, get round. So it comes along both ways. It comes along both ways. We need team play, especially on Clubhouse.
Please.
Hey, you
Please.
said it best. We needed some team play. We need to run it together. So let's do it. We're going to be a team and watch from the sidelines as we send it back to the voice of the Season 8 grand finale. Pooble and It's TD, take us away.
And we're back. Hopefully, we're not going to be looking at Oregon again. I'm not ruling it out. We might go back to Oregon again. There might be something
You
out there,
sure?
but
Yeah.
we should be going to Clubhouse. And this should be kind of vaguely similar to what we were saying about Oregon going into it. Should be close. As the desk pointed out, it's a map that is pretty standard. Every team should know how to play it. But Oregon definitely threw us a couple curveballs that last map.
And as we, of course, get into the bans already, Hibana and Ying have been yeeted off the board. I think Hibana's pretty valid, but again, you can, of course, use those hard-bridging gadgets in its place. You've got plenty of them to make sure you got the Moto hatch. But we do like to see, you know, Hibana's used to get that Moto kitchen and, of course, that stock hatch as well. So that's interesting. We did see, of course, Hibana be a primary pick for Oregon as well. But yeah, it's going to be Azami and Valkyrie, and yet again, they're the three ops that have been banned pretty much every map now: Ying, Azami, and Val.
Yeah, I definitely see the value in that Hibana ban just for time wasting. It forces what would have been a job for one player, it's now be a job for like 2 or 3 in terms of using those hard breach charges. It just overall stunts the pace of the attack a little bit. And the other thing was we saw a lot of mirror play in that last map. We're seeing Kenzie on mirror here, so it's going to force the ace instead to be used to take out those mirror windows, which also has a lot less chances to destroy the mirror windows. If you're just using 2 of those Hibana pellets, you can fire off like 6 of them just individually to try and get rid of a mirror window. Here you've got 3 chances. If you fail them, oh well. So I definitely like that ban. Unfortunately, it does mean Monty's on the board. Isn't being picked as of yet, but I do expect that to change if Entropy maybe don't have the best start on their attacks, because Monty really is just kind of a solution to almost all of the attacks problems. It speeds up the roam clear, makes the execute better, helps with your information, helps with the pressure on the defense. It really is just this catch-all operator, so I do expect you to see some more of that big shield if Entropy don't have the greatest start here. And it's Clubhouse basement, so really don't expect them to have the greatest start here. There should be a Ghost Army round win unless Entropy can really play phenomenally here.
I mean, yeah, as well, obviously this is basement side, but when we go up top as well, I do expect that Monty to be on the board a little bit more, but as we, of course, do come, we're going to start to clear out up top to make sure there is no one on a roam or, you know, kind of off-site in a position that could get some early picks, and of course we have Jackal that can, of course, make sure there is no footprints upstairs, and the buff will make sure we can open up straight into Jacuzzi and get free access up top. And it's going to be important to make sure, obviously, for these guys that they have this full map control before they even start taking hatches. Sometimes we see players on that central staircase waiting for someone to just pop their head around from that pool table area. And, of course, we're going to send our drones in. Our drone economy will start off strong, but I'm assuming later into the round, we're going to lose a lot of information very quickly. But it's Entropy. Their attacks are always very thorough. The question is, how aggressive will they play on Clubhouse off of this information that they get?
Yeah, we're seeing Husky again on this Jackal. They found great value from this pick, especially on a big map like Nighthaven. Clubhouse, a little bit smaller, but it's still great for just immediately giving the attack an idea of if there is a defender upstairs. And Husky just scanned around, immediately seen, okay, it's completely safe. All of these defenders are probably either all on site, maybe one in tunnel. So we can just focus entirely on our execute now with half the round remaining. It's a great bit of intel and utility usage from the side there. Husky, though, fortunately, in terms of his gun skill and his reaction time, a bit lackluster there. Was gifted a pick onto Klein, but narrowly missed it. Tom was still taking a significant amount of damage, but still no pick found yet for Entropy, which maybe is not exactly the position they wanted to find themselves in. Husky's also in a very dangerous spot here because he could get nitro-celled on these main stairs if he's not careful.
1 minute on the clock here, and we are looking to try and make some room here to either drop down this Moto hatch or find something from this verticality. You can see the Buck trying to find as many line of sights as possible here. Of course, we do have players just watching onto this blue side. It looks like someone's going to go contest that blue stairs as well, but it's a pick here for Goldie onto Feroxy from this main stairs side. We'll start to see the ace charge has been misthrown there as well, but they will manage to land one down. Ace is going to be a very important operator for the rest of this game, as you can see as well. Those Salma charges, but it's a nice one-tap headshot from Afla as Zanzu will go down here with 20 seconds literally on this clock now. This execute has to happen, and with a 4v4 situation, there's not really too much room to move within this bomb site here. Let's see. On the utility box, we'll see the Moto hatch drop. And we find it. There's one. It's Kazan. Finds a second. There's another, and it's Goldie to finish off Husky. You just see they all drop down that Moto side.
Yeah, it was a nice response from the defense, especially positioning that Kayed right into generator the moment that player died. And from there, it was obvious to Entropy they hadn't found the entry into the round they wanted. They had a beautiful kill from Afla there, a great equalizer. But after that, they didn't have a solid way in, so they just flooded in through the wall, down the hatch. They funneled themselves through these key high activity spots, and were just cut down by the defense there. So great start from Ghost Army there. Really nice control around that basement, despite really gifting the attack a lot of map control. We're still not seeing that Monty. So Entropy are still pretty proud of the way they played the early round. Equally, the early round was gifted to them, right? It was an empty map aside from that basement, and they were just chasing nothing. Eventually, they realized they were free, they were secure. Tried to go for an execute, or at least plan one out, and it didn't work out at all. So I would like to see the Monty in play because it will just make things a lot simpler. Instead, going with a pretty standard lineup, those double hard breach, the double soft breach as well, and the Thatcher. Very classic lineup being brought here. No Grim, no Capital, no area tunnel to speak of, really. Instead, they're going to try and get those walls open and hope they win their gunfights, which was the case on Nighthaven and in some of those rounds of Oregon, but at the same time, it's a very risky style to play.
And Solace being on the board is going to be very interesting. Of course, you know, the nerf to it's mainly in prep phase as well. Of course, its range is a little bit nerfed, I believe, as well. But again, it's still going to be impactful to take down all these drones. You know, you're still going to have to, you know, drone out that Solace multiple times like you normally have to. And that's the main point of having it here. Clubhouse, is going to require a lot of information. It's quite a big map in itself. There's a lot of stuff to drone. And as we do start to open up this default wall up in CC, we're going to see exactly how these guys can push up. And we're going through garage. It looks like Ash already going to pretty much have control of that garage to make sure we can slowly push on to that cache side as well. And we're going to open up the jacuzzi wall here with those Sama charges opposed to any exothermic charges, which I believe will be used on the cache extension side as well. So we'll see now as, of course, some damage comes on to Suzu as 1 minute 40 is on this clock now.
Yeah, more early damage onto these Ghost Army players, but yet again, it's not a pick, so does it really matter? Senzu still has a gun up, he's still a threat to the attack, as Affler is hot on his heels, trying to get something here, but he's on his own. If he's caught off guard here, there is no opportunity for a trade, and Senzu is on a boosted angle, narrowly avoids getting hit by Affler as Toms is taken down. Frostmat does get rid of Affler as Senzu gets the confirmation, but still, Barrett's got another, but Goldie gets one of the Husky. It's still even now, despite Senzu being on low health. Health advantage in favor of attack. But again, it doesn't really matter with these defenders have guns up, and Freddy has also fallen victim to a Frostmat here. A complete lack of drone work from the attack. Despite getting full site control, they've lost Case on the other side of the second floor, and are now trying to fight back from a 1 versus 3.
With 50 seconds left here, and it's, of course, this 1 versus 3, but one man downs. The revive has pretty much failed here as he's going to shoot the down player off the floor, but we still got to find the ones that are still up. Both looking to be in Logi here. Question is, which one do you swing first? One on the table? That's the question. Oh, there's one. A nice quick pick, but it's been cleaned up by Klein. It's unfortunate there. There's a Solace. It's just in a good position, just behind the desk in cover. Not really alert to where it's at. And it could have gone really bad for that defense, though, in that situation.
Yeah,
though.
It was really nice from Klein there, firing that early shot to give away his spot, just baiting Becky into that engagement. But Becky does know it's going to be a crossfire, and I think they made the right decision putting the initial aggressor to be the one on low HP, because then it gave Klein full 110 health to go for that swing and get that pick. It was a beautifully played 2v1 there. But again, we've got to point out the fact that Entropy made quite a few mistakes there, particularly the frost mats. You know there's a frost on the board. Okay. The first down, sure, you can excuse that. It happens. It's a stairway. You had a lot of things to focus on. Freddy vaulting through that window, though, that's a default spot for a frost mat, and something you've got to check, especially when one of your players has already been caught by one in the round. Instead, they just don't check for it. A bit of a lack of care, a lack of communication. I don't know what it was, but it directly lost them that round. If Freddy's able to just get in there for free, put pressure onto Cash, probably can't pick up Senzo, probably die as well, so it would put Entropy on a much better foot. Or even if they just brought the case into sight, instead of fighting with it over on the other side of the map, they could have had so many different ways to get themselves into that round, and they just made a lot of mistakes there.
Now, of course, we do have a castle down in the lounge area, but we also have a Monty on the board. Now, the question is, how are the attack going to open things up? Now, I'm assuming we will get rafters at some point, the lower garage section there, and push the Monty up through rafters. But the question is, will, we see anything come from below? It looks like they've all rotated up quickly, actually. So the Ash has pretty much got lounge secure. Doesn't really have too much to contest there. And the Brava drones, of course, are going to be thrown in to deal with those, Fenrir's, I hope. But yeah, we're going to see now as the drone economy is slowly being shot down with 3 drones already off the board here. And the pings coming in up to rafters. We're kind of just waiting at the minute to see if, Affler from below can find anything, can push through to this stock area into lounge and contest up onto this rafter side so Monty can move forward.
Yeah, I think Husky must be afraid of a frost mat on the top of those stairs. That's why he's playing so cautiously here, because usually you'd see your multiplayer get very, very aggressive on the rafters. Instead, just playing back, there must be something stopping him from getting up there, as Kenzie nearly loses his life to a player on that window instead. Again, another whiff from the attack. Damage done, but not a kill secured. But at the very least, Affler gets them on the board, gets this entry pick for them, brings them in a 5v4. Husky is safe to advance up those rafters as well. complete control of that side given to the attack. Athla's aware of a player in bar, but Klein evens things out to get rid of Variox. Still, they know there's someone below. If they can get this pick, bring things back in their favor, they can win this round. But equally, if they spend too long on him, they don't dedicate enough time to the execute, things could suddenly go very, very bad, especially as Husky can't get direct access into that site as of yet. He'll have to go through that window, and that exposes him to being shot from the side.
With 40 seconds on the clock, Athla, of course, manages to find himself a pick here. The Monty struggling to find something. Does pull the pistol out, though, and it's Snooze with a double pick. Husky and Betchy is off the board, but it is Cade down in stock, stuck by Athla. This should be a pick, realistically, here, unless he changes his attention to deal with the player on site. Yeah, it looks like he's fully rotating up to site to try and deal with it. Will that leave a C4 below? That's the question. There is a player literally on the hard right of that hard wall as well. And the defuse is now going to go, but it's a double C4, almost like it was, wow, called for here. Cade just left in stock alone. Was the literal end of that round. What can you do when that happens?
I think the big issue there was the Monty's limited movement. They never sent anyone with him to open up that soft wall. So instead, he was kind of just stuck on rafters until he vaulted in. If he had easy access in, immediately you get all the intel you want onto site, you put pressure on those defenders, you free open more than just the default plant spot to actually get that case down. It massively limits the chance of getting Nitrocell, but because they had that bulletproof cam in, they had that player below, everything worked exactly as Ghost Army wanted it, and it's 3 in a row. Despite the Monty being brought this time, just didn't work at all. So Entropy kind of left licking their wounds, thinking, what do we do now? Back onto a basement attack. Monty didn't work. They're bringing the Jackal. So again, we should see a relatively fast roam clear, if there even is a roam. Jaeger being brought from Ghost Army might just be that roamer. He can place all that utility down on site and then scurry away onto that top floor and waste as much time as needed. But still, it's going to be difficult. Without that Jackal as well, Entry might be caught in a complete sort of bog on that top floor, trying to just trudge their way through all this different utility. But it looks like it's going to be yet again another 5-man hold down below. So that's at least something for Entropy to work with, but they don't read into that. They could still waste a lot of time on the roam clear.
Of course, we've got this ram on the board as well for verticality, but they do need to, of course, establish that first. We'll start to see the first ram being thrown down. And it's pretty much easy access when you utilize this ram. Chuck it down, get the floorboards, run away, do something else. And that's what I like about ram. Of course, have the book on the board there as well for more precise measurements of the bomb site, removing that soft wall from the floor as well. The question is, without anything like a Brava, is this utility going to stay intact, or a Twitch? Yes, you have the Thatcher EMPs, but you're not going to be able to Thatcher everything as freely. It has to be in one area particularly, and that takes a long time. So we'll see if the utility that's left on site, the Jaegers and the Wamidis, are going to impact the round later on, especially when trying to throw down these Salma charges at the church wall and other walls, etc. like that. So we'll see. 1 minute 50 on the clock, and we're slowly trying to get this Moto hatch.
Yeah, it's another relatively peaceful early round just due to the defense fully bunkering down below. We should start to see action soon as these hatches get open. Nitrocell prepped as well for that main stairs push. So there's a lot of different ways Ghost Army get a pick, but still, despite all that, Variox gets an opening pick, much cleaner than these past few rounds. They've got a secure opener for the attack. Despite this, though, they've had advantages in the past, and they've still fumbled them. Kenzie adopting a very unorthodox angle, going all the way to that oil pit door, just holding the hatch up, I'd imagine. Nitrocell does find nothing on those main stairs, but the Vector nearly takes down Becky, so that's something, unfortunately. Strays right into Becky's line of fire. Senzo at least gets one onto Variox. That's that power player impact found in all these maps so far, but he's been cut down this time. Still, man advantage for Entropy here, 4 versus 3, but no kitchen hatch. This could make things a lot more difficult.
With 45 seconds on this clock, 18 HP on the ace. Let's see where we can go. Let's see if we can get onto this bomb site. On blue side, it is going to be Kenzie just watching from the boxes. He's on the central box right now, just waiting to peek the corner, but it's Snooze to find Husky. And a 3v3, but a down returns. Oh my god, it's a double for Snooze. He's awake, and it's Kenzie to take down Athla. Now 1v3 and nowhere to move for Freddy here, as everything is looking at him. Look at that. Tom's just waiting on the alpha angle. And the ace didn't even really manage to get that mirror off because he was being contested the entire time. And although he did get the kill, it was unfortunate there. We'll see as we move forwards. What on earth? It's just a massive roll on this defense. It's so strong right now downstairs.
Yeah, a little group there. The ace charge doing 5 damage on Mira, but we're seeing that the impact that Hibana ban, right? 1 impact was all it was needed to trick that secondary hard breach. I'd imagine it was tricked. If they chose to not breach that, I would be shocked because kitchen hatch is such a crucial bit of pressure. So if they chose not to, that's a massive blunder from Entropy. Even if they tried to and it got impact tricked, it's also kind of another massive blunder from Entropy because you should be expecting an impact trick. That's why they banned the Hibana, so they can do it a lot easier. So either way, it's not a great look for Entropy, and neither is the scoreline, as you said. 4-0, but looking at these individual stats, not a single player is positive. This is truly a disaster for Entropy.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Okay, let's move into the rounds. Of course, we do have the Thermite and the Ace on the board this time to see if we can get more of the walls open. I guess we've had this before, but we're going to see split play first to get the Jacuzzi wall from the Ace, and then, of course, the Exothermic charge will be moved over to the cash side. Question is, will Frost be as impactful as it was before? And if so, why? But the next thing is, realistically, those frost traps shouldn't be a problem now. We know where the frost traps are probably going to be placed, that they're going to be on the board, and we should find it a little bit easier to actually get past cash side this time. Expectedly, that's what I'd expect right now for Entropy, but we do have, of course, the utility being thrown down here. We have 1 shield to deal with and a bulletproof camera there as well, which should give information, and 2 C4s on that board as well.
Yeah, the thing with this Entropy lineup is it seems very much like a lot of comfort picks, right? We're just seeing very standard ops like the Sledge, like the Ash, but we're not seeing any of these like current day very powerful picks. No Monty, no Grim. When these are operators that can have such high value, the Monty just trivializes a lot of that early round that they're clearly struggling with as Afla tries to get a pick around onto this player. As Variox at least gets 1. That's something, but still, there's players at large. Senzu actually going for a flank, has been given an opportunity and does get rid of Afla, but he's very low on health now. He's going to have to flee, but still, anyone alive for the defense is an inherent advantage, especially if their position is not known by the attack, because now he could pop up anywhere. They have to have a constant eye on their flank, or else this Melusi could play spoiler for this entire round. That forces Goldie to get a little bit more aggressive. Husky shuts him down though, but still look, they're afraid of Senzu below. That's stalling them out. Only a minute left as Senzu finally chooses to strike. It's Becky who gets rid of Tom, but Senzu's still alive. Doesn't really matter at this point. He's so low on health. He's so far away. Just get yourself into sight. Get the diffuser down at Entropy. That's all you need to do. This is your round to win.
With 40 seconds on this clock, we're going to see... Oh, look at that. Just instantly. Freddy is going to make sure that that round's over. And that's the thing. Yeah, I think... Moving forward, we have got a nice little win there. Entropy making sure that they have everything open that they've of course got there in that situation. But look at the flanks that you can see on the board as well. In that situation, it's not good. They just had to make sure that they could get control of that cash side, which they did well. But yeah, moving forward, we're going to go back to this gym and bedroom side. It's again a round that's been pretty much 50-50 this time. Will we see it again be won? I'm not too sure. Entropy could fight back with an answer though. If they can get this next round, it'll be so much better than going into that roll swap 5-1. And hopefully they can show us what they've got on this next attack. We should realistically see something a lot stronger come into play. So we have the bandit and we have the mute on the board to try and of course keep that cash side closed. It's got to be better though from Ghost Army. And they can't all be just isolated off site for that late rotate.
Yeah, another thing, if Entropy can win this round, they'll be heading into that second half with 2 rounds in a row. So momentum-wise, mentally-wise, that should be setting themselves up for potential success on their defense. They've still got to win this round, though. It's the key thing. If they lose this, it's a 5-1, and they're heading into their defenses off the back of a loss, which is not something they really want to be thinking about at this point. It's doable. We saw a pretty weak defense from Ghost Army last attempt, but at the same time, that was just due to some individual mistakes, right? As you said, they overstayed their welcome on the Ryan. They abandoned sight when they needed it most. Goldie goes for a very aggressive C4 there, which finds nothing, so a bit of a waste of utility, but still, he's alive. That's the important thing. It's still a gun up for the defense as we see another heavy investment on this cash side, and unfortunately for Entropy, this time it's paid off. Variok's taken down very early on. That's your sledge taken out. Not too much utility he really brings here, but it's a gun that's now off the board. So Ghost Army setting themselves up to finish this half with success, but Afla comes cruising along main stairs, gets one, but quickly dodges away.
1 minute 40 on this clock. We see it's a 4v4, but the potential for a run out onto nothing, and it's unfortunate. But we will start to see the Ash charge from below to try and push players off, utilizing that soft, breachable floor. But it's a nice pick from Snooze, and he's had a great game onto Husky, and it's pretty much a similar situation to what we've seen a lot of rounds. But here we go, a 3v4 defense, really showing us why they are so strong. Can they get this 5-1? And that's the question. As there goes another Entropy player. It's Afla to fall to Kenzie. They're funneling through that breach on Jacuzzi like nothing. There's no way for them. There's no room for them to enter for that breach. It's just going to be held by a nice long angle from both sides. As well for these windows. If anyone does rotate off that Jacuzzi side, it's going to be poor. But it is Betchy to find Toms. A 2 versus 3 with 50 seconds on this clock. Let's see if Entropy can even do anything here.
It's going to have to be a hatch drop hit. Instantly responded. Freddy taken down by Goldie, and now it's 1v3. Poor Becky with it all to do, and there's not a chance in the world he wins that. Senzo gets him taken down, and, well, Ghost Army steady a ship that was incredibly comfortable. Looked a bit rocky in round 5, but after that, it's entirely fine as Ghost Army are looking unstoppable on Clubhouse. We speculated that maybe after such a long match of Oregon, one of these teams would struggle, particularly Entropy, who not only lost that and had that second attempt and lost it again, but they came onto this on that attacking side, which is just naturally more difficult, naturally requires a bit more effort to win those rounds. And exactly what we predicted came true. A 5-1 split on Clubhouse. It's not standard by any means. Ghost Army have definitely had a wonderful half there, and for Entropy, they're just kind of trailing, to be honest. They don't look like they have that energy we saw in that first map, and that same energy we saw in that second half of Oregon. Instead, it's been a thoroughly sluggish attack, and they've been losing a lot of gunfights.
I think, you know, Ghost Army have shown hints of being the better side in a lot of rounds. And I think they were kind of unlucky with map 1's outcome. I think it could have been completely different if of course it had all gone their way. But yeah, I just think Ghost Army have still got so much stamina left, and the momentum that they're going to keep driving into the next set of maps is going to be very interesting. Now we're on this, of course, role swap side. The question is, can Entropy do something here? They are pretty much given this defensive opportunity. I'm not too sure what they've got in store, but we do see that there is a Monty being brought onto this board as well. And we've got, of course, the Grim, Brava, and Ram, and the Ash is in possession there as well with those 2 Ash charges. We'll see how quick they can remove the utility. Again, Goyo and Malusi on this board as well. There's going to be a lot of time to deny. We're utilizing that Goyo, and we do have, of course, Afla with his infamous roaming off of site with Vigil. Again, he opts to bring that Vigil. He did it on Not Haven Labs as well. So we'll see how impactful it is. Will this roam pretty much switch onto that?
Yeah, but again, the point we have to make whenever we see a Vigil, if he finds no kills, if he doesn't waste much time, he's useless to his team. You see, he's got 2 impacts, both of them in pocket. He's basically provided nothing as an operator in the prep phase, no utility. And if he gets caught out early, he will provide nothing. Spotted by the Monty, he has to run away immediately. Is there a cutoff by a red stairs? As Klane's actually just running him down. Gets knifed instead. Very aggressive from Klane, and unfortunately, maybe a bit of jank regarding shields just results in Afla actually winning that engagement. Must have knifed him in the shoulder or something, because Klane had the shield up, but just played it poorly. We saw there's a cutoff as well at top red. if there was proper communication with that Entropy, with that Ghost Army side, they could have just forced the Vigil down red stairs instead. At the very least, they get one. They know he's up there as well, but he's found his impact. He's more than happy to just sit on this top floor and make Ghost Army come to him.
The fact that he's got Diffuser in this situation right now as well, as Grim does push up the red stairs, the ping's coming in, but he's Vigil. The drones don't know exactly where, but thank God for that, as it is Goldie who's managed to get the kill there, but a lot of time being wasted. But they did manage to get Betchy as well in the process, who did try to come up and protect Affler a little bit from that blue side. So all in all, I think the attack has come off a lot more successful in this situation, as now we do, of course, send that Brava in to hack all the gadgets going down into the main hallways there, as we do have a mirror still left on the board, though. That is the issue. Will the Ash charge be able to get rid of it? That's the question. I don't know exactly where Ash is. It looks like both have been utilized there as well. With 20 seconds on this clock, we drop Moto. Let's see. Grim looking to find something, can't land. Will shoot all the way to the back of AKs. 18 seconds and the fire is stopping Moto from moving. Flashbangs coming in and we have a 3 versus 4. This site is stacked. They're just waiting for the funnel in. You might have to start running through these flames if they don't go in time. 5, 4, it's 2 picks on the board. Husky will find Snooze. It's a 1v3 defense falling apart. Diffuser down, we'll find Ash. A 1v2. Can that diffuser be landed? It has been. No denial, and it's Kenzie to take out Veroxy. And that is the round. Entropy just coming off in a bit of a poor defensive situation there, sadly.
It was nearly so good for Entropy. You get that maybe a little bit, you could call it lucky kill onto that Monty on that top floor. The knife going straight past his shield, cutting him in like the arm, I guess, resulting in an instant death, because of course it does. And you get Diffuser as well, because I don't know why you're sending Monty alone on a roam clear with Diffuser. You just are. But anyway, they immediately realize, okay, we've got Diffuser on top floor, we've got Vigil up there, we've got players close by to assist. And unfortunately, these other players just kind of overpeak and give away their lives to those Ghost Army attackers. And from there, it all kind of crumbles apart. The moment, I think it was Becky on those blue stairs, dies, there is no chance Vigil is surviving that at all. And indeed, he gets surrounded from all sides, droned entirely. And from that point forward, Entropy Ghost Army can just keep leveraging this man advantage, getting into sight, getting these picks, going for trades, and still coming out on top. And despite it getting very, very close at the end with those fires from the Goyo canisters, they still get the case down, they still win. Ghost Army now teetering on the edge of getting on the advantage in this series. One more round required to win this map and take themselves up to 2 maps. It could have been a 3-0, to be honest, if Nighthaven went slightly different. Instead, that's just going to be a hypothetical. There's still a map to play here for Entropy, but Ghost Army so close to victory.
Oh, and talking about victory, it's Klein against Affler early on into that round. I mean, again, we're going to see that Vig. I mean, unfortunately, Vig ain't going to be able to get the quick little knife onto the Monty this round, you know? He's going to be first pick, which is really bad now. They've got it so quickly. And now that means they know no one's upstairs. Look how fast they're just going to take control of that middle floor now. They're going to re-drone it through, make sure no one else is up there, and that's it. They've already got the hatches. They've already made the rotations through Moto and stock side, and they're going to start sending in that ram for verticality. This is going to speed up the round, to be honest, getting rid of Affler so early on, and we're just going to wait and see. C4 out, won't land, and oh, it does! It's Freddy to get the pick onto Snooze. 4v4 and a nice equalizer with the C4. Finds one for a utility box.
Yeah, luckily, I believe the Ram had used most of their drones, specifically that drone across that corridor, immediately cutting off a lot of angles for the attack. So that's of the defense. That's something for Ghost Army. On top of that, they get the trade anyway, so they've still got a man advantage overall, trading out 2 highly impactful defenders for one who's basically already done their job here. Will they get the breach onto the kitchen hatch? It sounds like an impact trick went off. There's still a secondary hard breach in pocket for Kenzie, but he exposes himself to Moto. Hatch is down, not quite dead, no nitro cell either, and another pick coming on site. Despite some woes, despite some troubles for Ghost Army, it's a 3v1. Clubhouse is looking like all but certainly to be a Ghost Army map here, unless Becky can win this gunfight, and he can't. 2-1 in the series for Ghost Army, despite potential upset for Entropy here. Ghost Army still just win it out. It's now in the lead in this series now, 2 maps to 1. could have been 3-0, as we said, that might be haunting them as Nighthaven didn't go their way, but still a fantastic display on Clubhouse after a very scrappy Oregon as well.
I mean, I just can't believe the fact that we're at 7-1 here. Going into map 3, like, after that overtime, I think it's just, honestly, like we say, it's killed the game in that sort of sense. Hopefully, though, when we get further in, we're going to see a bit of a longer game. I want to see an OT coming into play now, again, just because I want to see maybe we can push back against Ghost Army and see Entropy come on top to see it go all the way. But again, I just don't know. I don't know. Just been poor from Entropy that time, especially on a map that's so strong. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we said at the end of last map, there's a lot to learn from that Oregon match for both these teams. And it just seems like Entropy didn't really learn much from that at all, but they're going to have to learn from it now because there's no more chances. If they lose this next map, they lose the finals. So there is a lot on the line in this next map here. But we've talked enough for now. We're going to rest our voices for a little bit, throw on over to the desk to really break down what you've just seen and maybe give Entropy some potential outs, because they're looking pretty rough. So keep watching.
What's up and welcome back. You said breakdown, and that was exactly what just happened. It was a TED Talk for Ghost Army on how to play a Clubhouse, and it was an absolute crazy match. Pasta, I mean, you talked a lot about in the earlier beginning part of a pace of the game. Were they doing a fantastic job at setting the pace here? I mean, it seems like they heard you.
Yeah, Ghost Army were especially. We saw even in that last round, it was a 1v4 with still over a minute left to go. Contrast that with Entropy, it was the same sort of gremlins creeping in. Their rounds were slow on Clubhouse, not necessarily a problem. Dianic, when we were talking about it during the game, she brought up Dark Zero, which is an excellent point. But the problem is Dark Zero do something in that time. It felt like Entropy were just sort of sitting there not doing much with the time that they were burning, and then it came down to those executes. It was really disjointed, and yeah, Ghost Army, they set the pace there really well.
Dianic, you said that you wanted to ask a question here when we got back to it of Pasta. I'm gonna give you a chance to go ahead and do that.
Well, it's a very simple question.
Okay.
And we've looked at these rounds, and I think all of our emotions and reactions were the same. I'm talking about round number 7, about the match point, which gave match point to the side of Ghost Army. A little bit surprising. Last 10 seconds left. We're in a 3v3. Go canisters are being popped. A basically unlosable round for Entropy Gaming ended up in them losing it and then positioning one of their players in a 1v3. And I'm just gonna ask you, Pastor, because you've brought up individuality quite a lot through this game, and I think that round just showed your point in multiple ways.
Yeah, it absolutely did. Even looking up to that sort of roam clear up on the top floor, you had the vigil caught out with drones. Again, I thought it was really nice stuff from Ghost Army in the start of the round, but they let that round slip. I mean, they were waiting 10. There was like 8 seconds left. They're still waiting for a Gaia character, the fire from the Vulcan canister to dissipate and to get in and get a plant. It felt like you said, an unlosable round from Entropy, but again, they're taking these individual gunfights. They don't double up, and in a situation where the time is so low for the attack, that's a perfect opportunity for you as defenders to get into a buddy system, because the chaos is going to be so much higher for the attack than it is the defense. You're going to be able to slip through those cracks instead. I'm gonna use a phrase that you said. They kind of let ego take over a little bit. They went for those one-on-one gunfights in those last situations, and in that situation, Ghost Army, they really came alive. Since that timeout on Oregon, they have looked so far improved and by far the better team in this match.
So yeah, the timeout buff, right? I guess that's what we're seeing here is they took a second, they talked about it, and they made some adaptations. Maybe heard what you guys were saying a little bit onto the stream, because it has just been a night and day difference. Now sitting 2 maps to 1 and potentially heading on to a grand final map here if Entropy can't get it going. I asked this of Ghost Army in the first, so I'm going to ask it now. Dianic, what now becomes the win conditions for Entropy?
Here's the thing. We look at Night Haven Labs. That's where Entropy Gaming got the first victory, and it took the map 7-5. Obviously, the rounds were very close, and a lot of individual plays, some cheeky plays getting away with it. Now we've played 2 maps where that isn't really possible. Smaller maps, we know the corners, we know how to play the map, we've seen it, it's overplayed, especially on Clubhouse. This is where mentality comes in for the side of Entropy Gaming. Now we're moving to a bigger map, a map that allows these plays like Night Haven, where you can just be a little bit sneaky, position yourself in a spot you shouldn't be in, potentially get a few kills, go for these hero plays. It allows it because our next map is going to be Chalet, picked by Ghost Army, but yet again, Entropy is then starting on the defensive side. They can go for these cheeky plays, they can go and put their round advantage up further. Mentality comes in now. 7-1, you don't want to lose to 7-1, let's be honest. It hurts a little bit after a 18 round map on Oregon to lose 7-1. It just hurts a little bit. But the difference, what was just between these 2 teams and that map was just the team play. We saw it in round number 1. Entropy Gang being out of sync when attacking the basement spot. They're like, okay, great. I'm gonna drop, I'm peeking, I died. Okay, main stairs is peeking now, died. Okay, now blue is peeking, died. So out of sync quite a lot of the rounds. When we look at the side of Ghost, creating crossfires, waiting for each other, letting the time play, playing the time on top of that, peeking together. There was a round on CCTV, round number 3. We were watching, there was a Kaid trapped in stock, but there was no time for Entropy Gaming to even set up to execute this Kaid. But the Kaid has a C4, so now knowing there's a C4 down below, and there's pressure from Vets there, so they can't push this Kaid really out of his position because his teammate is helping him. In a 2v3 scenario, then the C4 being popped from down below, a double C4 kill. Great play, team play, helping each other. On the attacking phase, droning for each other. That's his team play. Me and Pasta have been talking about what we needed to see, and Klappos was a map that's going to show us that team play, and it's going to force that team play to happen, because we saw it from Entropy Gaming. Love individuals, love ego peaks, love kill peaks, which ended up in a 1-7 loss. Now, moving to Chalet, why I'm bringing up this map? Because it's allowed. You can do it on this map. It's not as punished as on Clubhouse. I think this is going to move back down to a really closer map again. I'm hoping, and I'm thinking we're going to see 5-5, and therefore on, maybe a team takes it, maybe we move to an overtime again. But because it's so open, because it is allowed, you can do it. I think if Entropy Gaming, that's where mentality comes in. If Entropy Gaming are in the right mental headspace, they can win this map, and then we would see another map. And as I said at the beginning, way back at the map ban, the last 2 maps play in the favor of that individual playstyle, like as Night Haven Labs. The only 2 maps that didn't were Oregon and Clubhouse. But now we're over them, and is it really just the map, or was it, like, I think it was more the map playing the favors of Ghost. But I could be, I could be wrong. But I would say we see 5 maps.
Yeah,
I think if Entropy and the right headspace, they take it.
Yeah, this first half is going to be really, really important on Chalet. If Entropy aren't able to get off to a good start here on their Chalet defense, yeah, we saw them that really long overtime in Oregon. They lose it. They protest. They have a chance again. They again lose another clutch at the end of Oregon, and then we head into Clubhouse. They get absolutely demolished. They need to steel themselves, like you were saying, Dianic. And this first half is going to be important. If Ghost Army can continue to keep up that pressure, can win a lot of rounds here on the first half of Chalet, I think Entropy just kind of boomed there. Those 6 rounds are the most important, probably this entire series.
Okay, well, you heard it here. It's going to be dog eat dog here as we head to map number 4 and potentially a series finale or a final if Entropy can't get it going. Let's send it back to the voice of the grand finale and see how this next one's going to go. Poople, it's TD. Take us away.
Potentially the last map of the series coming up. It's going to be Chalet, map 4, a series that, again, some Ghost Army fans could argue could have been over in 3 had Night Haven not gone differently at the very end. So there's a lot on the line here, especially after such a dominant win from Ghost Army in map 3.
Yes, definitely. And I can't wait to see exactly what the ban list for this map will be as well. Going to Chalet, we know it's more util specific when it comes down to it. If we're attacking that bar side as well. We might generally see a bit of a different meta, though. I've seen a lot of different strats come into play, especially from Entropy. Will they be more aggressive on bringing that Flores to get rid of things like the shields? Will they play to make sure that they can get control of their walls faster? Completely miss drone. I've seen chances where in this game a lot of drone work has been poor in some senses, but it has been very good across the main attack onto most sites here. So we'll see. It's going to be definitely on Chalet coming into this. How well can they attack? I don't know. Let's have a look. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, as you point out, Flores can be a really crucial part of a lot of these attacking strategies. So we could be seeing a Flores ban here, but I think if you ban Flores, you would then have to concede that your defensive ban must be Azami. If you ban Flores with Azami still on the board, you are not going to have a good time at all. So you would have to be banning out both of those operators as like a pair, I'd say. Monty ban could be seen as well. Monty's really strong on Shally, but we didn't see a lot of Monty play on club, so
No.
potentially that might slip under the radar. But if it does, and Entropy start bringing it more, they could very easily find success on their attacks. I believe they're starting on the defense today because this will be Ghost Army's pick. So they at least have that kind of safety net of starting on the easier side here after such a horrible start to last map. So that's something for them. But equally, we've got this kind of runaway train of Ghost Army that might just keep on rolling here, to be honest. They could have another pretty dominant win unless Entropy can put up a proper resistance.
Definitely. And I mean, the thing is, hey, again, it's that sort of map where when we jump in, of course, I want to see what that if the Solace and the Fenrir are on the board. Will we see that strat come to play? Because I know, a lot of times Solace is actually built around, Chalet. A lot of time, a lot of teams love to bring it. But also the Fenrir being possibly on the board this time as well. I'm not too sure because we've seen it so many times. It could actually be quite impactful, as well as going into maybe the basement bomb site. I'm hoping we don't really see that bomb site a lot because, defending that bomb site can be quite annoying. So I'm expecting the game really to be surrounded by master bedroom, bar, and pretty much that's about it. We might also see the kitchen as well come into play quite often. So, but yeah, will we see the Osa strat being played on the attack is a question as well. We did see a little bit from Ghost Army before on Oregon that they do like to play that Osa sometimes as well. So yeah, I'm not too sure, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of indoor foliage to hide things like those Fenrir gadgets, so the map is definitely favoring something like that. Also, just tight corridors and sharp angles also just favor the dread mines. So again, there is definitely an argument to both play and ban that operator here, as we are still just waiting on hand cams, but I think the ban phase could very easily dictate how this match is played. If we do see something like a Monty ban, it could be a lot slower. Something like a Flores ban could be a lot slower. But if those operators manage to trickle into the action phase, don't be too shocked to see teams getting control around site by like the 1.5 minute mark. You can definitely get in close to the site very easily thanks to the amount of windows just near where those bombs are.
And as, of course, we get prepared to get into this match now, let's see. Chalet, potentially one of the final maps of today. Hopefully, we'll see the last one, though. I'm not too sure if we will, but here he goes. Ghost Army have the advantage going into this map. They still have the momentum. Hopefully, the break has refreshed Entropy's minds as we'll start to see what the first set of bans are. Here we go. It will be the Monty ban, and I think again the fact that it was there in Clubhouse. We've seen it a few times, but I don't think it was crazy overpowered on Clubhouse compared to seeing things like Blitz and Monty on Oregon when that was overused.
Yeah, I definitely thought the kind of the success or lack thereof we saw on Oregon might have led to him maybe evading this ban phase. Instead, the Brava ban being brought by Ghost Army, who actually in recent memory are the team that have been bringing it more throughout basically all of Clubhouse. We saw very standard, very old attacking lineups from Entropy. So surprised to see Ghost Army banning out the tool that they have actually been using more of recently, as we also see that standard Ghost Army Valk ban as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Valkyrie's great for Chalet in particular. You know, if you have that Valkyrie cam hidden somewhere in that main lobby, if that main lobby cam does go down, you still have that Valk cam, and that's really good for knowing where people are and the positioning and where that execute's coming from, as well as hiding it. Like you say, there's a lot of foliage inside of this map. Those Valkyrie cams can be really, really hard to spot, which means you're forced to play an IQ in some situations. So getting rid of that Valkyrie just saves that operator pick and lineup, and it's almost like when you play a Valkyrie, you're forced to bring something that can counter it, else they're just going to have free information. And again, Azami has not been played at all. No one likes it by the looks of it being on the board. It creates a lot of new line of sights, and it's a very good constructive operator to bring if it is on the board.
Yeah, Entropy banning out Azami in every one of the maps we've had so far here, so yeah, definitely not their favourite operator by any means. As we head into round one, it's going to be Bar Gaming, so not that basement site that we talked about a lot of how difficult it can be. Instead, just this standard first floor site that so many teams have warmed up to recently. Seeing that Vigil again immediately doesn't fill me with too much confidence. It's such a big risk, especially when this is one of those sites where you don't need to have a wide roam presence. If you just have control on that mezzanine, on that top of library, maybe in library as well if you're playing a bit risky, that's fine. The problem with holding those positions, though, is you need utility to facilitate them. And what does Vigil not provide? Any kind of good utility. You just have those 2 impact nades. So Verox is going to have to roam, and he's kind of, in my opinion, by picking this operator, he's kind of leaving his teammates out to dry because they aren't going to have enough utility protecting them.
It's interesting that they are fully going for a bottom floor roam here, which is interesting. There's 2 players down below, and we've got an Ash preparing here to also to see Ash waiting for the mirror to be put up. What a waste of Mirror's time there. But yeah, now we're going to also try and take that library side down. But yeah, normally what I see from like Entropy, they play that Vig and they might just expand over to office side and wait for them to push from that Solarium side. You know, I don't know exactly what we're expecting here on Entropy side right now. But as we, of course, do start to get up to the library repels, we'll see how much work they can get done on this defense and how they can get rid of that final mirror in play.
Yeah, Varrock still just creeping around this other side of the map. There's been a little bit of attention towards him, but no gunfights as of yet. As again, it's been, as I was about to say, it's been a strangely calm start of the round. Immediately 2 quick kills. Afla and Senzu taking out opposing players here still. 4v4, even Mankind. Varrox is still just hanging around this other side of the map, but there doesn't seem to be any attention over there from anyone. We've now got a player inside of Mudroom and players attempting to aggress on that 2nd floor. You're going to need that Vigil back closer to site now, really, or else, again, his teammates are going to be forced to take a disadvantage execute. 3 versus 4 as Afla just shows his head, gives away a free kill to Goldie there for some reason, and now that's led to an even worse situation for Entropy. At the very least, Variox even should be closer to the site now, but still, he offers very little in terms of utility. No plant denial here at all. That C4 already been used, so they're going to have to get these kills with their guns on the attacker.
With 50 seconds here, the flashbang goes down, and down goes Varoxy, 2v4, as now we're looking to try and find where these attackers are coming from, but it doesn't matter as Goldie finds one. Another one coming from Husky, and the cleanup has shut him down from Goldie's. There you go, the Nomad just going to shut down the round as they've already entered into that bomb site, and it's pretty much a losing battle here to start off with. Ghost Army in a great position, 1-0 up, and they've just really got control so fast, and I just think Entropy, they almost ignored the one side of the map and just kind of committed to just going straight for that site in that main lobby area. And I feel like Entropy have actually kind of predicted that they would do something like this, and that's why they played downstairs. But again, the lack of impact into that round was greatly received. And now we're going to go to that kitchen side. And I must say, it's a very, very different game to what I'd expect looking at the newer meta that we've seen across the whole season on Chalet from other teams. It's being played a little bit different to how I would expect, especially on that bar side. So it's fills me with a little bit of confidence going into the rest of this chalet.
Yeah, I'd love to share your confidence for Entropy, but it does seem like this is the same team that we saw from Clubhouse. Just that one snippet of gameplay in that first round, they look to be completely outclassed in terms of gun skill. Luckily, they're leaning away from gun skill this time. They're bringing more utility-focused operators like the Echo. The Warden as well is very good at repelling, getting rid of certain pushes that utilize things like the Sense, who we're not seeing here, but this is really the only site in the game where we do see a bit of Sense play at higher level. Instead, won't be seeing that, but still, it's just a useful operator to have. Jaeger's a bit of an interesting point, just doesn't really do anything that well anymore, but still utility. It's still something being offered here, so at the very least, every player is still contributing something, unlike in these previous rounds where they've loved to use that Vigil.
And of course, we do have the shield on the back stairs for late round entries onto that breach. But the question is, will they be able to get that breach nice and quickly? They've got the Flores on the board, and we spoke about if it got banned, and this time it hasn't been. I think there's a lot better utility to be banned, like the Brava, and I think that's why this map being such a utility base, we've got the Jaeger and the Wamai. Now that Brava's banned, there's a point in playing them, rather than, of course, just ignoring them and playing something else. But as we are just slowly, getting our way through this map, and it is surprising how slow Ghost Army are taking this right now, just making sure they've got all of these drone information coming in. They've already lost 4 drones, 1 in pocket, and they are just slowly wasting time to to see if they can get that wall in and find that information before they execute.
Yeah, a lot of drone utility taken down, and Becky on the Echo of all operators gets 1. Quickly traded though by Kenzie, and Klein as well, just doubling down on this advantage. That is the Frost and the Jaeger taken down, so actually not too impactful in terms of picks. They've all put down all the utility they need, and in return, getting rid of that Thermite is huge. That's the only hard breach the attack have, so it's now going to have to be a much different push, I'd imagine. They're likely going to want to go through Solarium stairs or something, because if they all try and funnel in through that kitchen door, they're going to get cut down. So they need to rotate now. They need to rotate quickly as well, because if not, they are putting themselves in a very bad situation, and Afla already gets 1, evening things out.
We'll find the pick on Piano. The knife will finish him off in a 2v3 with the Echo drone still intact, and that'll be good, of course, for denying the plant if they can, of course, get into that bomb site. Of course, we still have those bulletproof cameras telling the defense where the attack are upstairs, and right now they're looking to try and move people around the bomb site by applying vertical pressure here, and we can start to see, of course, they're just going to start slowly explode and put holes in that floor and try and hold those line of sights onto potential picking spots. But here we go. Can they force their way in? Pick coming in potentially here. See the down on the Flores, and 13 HP comes into play. He jumps straight into sight though. We know where the last one is. Flores is up, but where is he? That's the question. And the time has ran out. Duet will finish that off with their final kill. And of course, I mean, just so bad to get into sight without the exothermic charge for that thermite, right? Like, you're kind of like screwed. Yeah. You can't open that main wall up.
The very glaring issue with Ghost Army's attack there is they wanted to go for that just straight main wall hit, and they can't do that with thermite. And instead of adapting, instead of rotating, instead of trying to fully clear that second floor and go elsewhere, they just tried to make it work without the breach, and you just can't do that when you're feeding yourself through a single wall and a doorway. It's so easy to get killed by the defenders, and on top of that, it took them so much time to actually commit to the execute that even if that Warden player does die and can't get all two of those players pushing in, the Echo is just going to disrupt the plan. There is no way you can kill both the Warden and the Echo there. So both win conditions are completely gone. So Ghost Army need to really look at that round and identify the key issue there was that they did not adapt to the round that they were playing. They just tried to play it by the book, and it did not work at all. As for Entropy, just keep going for those aggressive opening picks, I guess. Just whenever you get an opening pick, you are doing much better than when you aren't. So try and get an opener and then reel it back in. Play a lot more defensively. Don't give the attack opportunities to even things out, because if they do, Ghost Army can be very, very lethal.
And, of course, the thing is here, like, looking at this now, this situation... Oh, hello, Afla. Gonna take a lot of damage right now. Early on, he's peeking that main door like crazy. But yeah, we're gonna start off, and you do notice, actually, Duet has been put in this role of playing maybe this Fenrir. He's also in part of this, he's just been brought in part of this map now as well onto Chalet to try and find something different, replacing Freddy in that process as well. So this could be something interesting to see. With 2 minutes on this clock and already some damage onto Afla, how will this defense hold out? We have the Deimos on the board, scanning that mute right now to try and find anything through the floor, but it will be picked up by Goldie, and that's the use of that Deimos gone, but with a good pick in his pocket.
Yeah, we also saw that brief flick onto the drone, spotting Afla's approach, immediately deterring that flank. Another great bit of usage of that utility, just stopping anything that could potentially hinder the attack, and a swift push from Tom as well, taking down Barriox. Entropy is just collapsing on this top floor here as Afla now forced to assist his teammates. Duet could easily get one pick here in a very much an off angle, just holding this from across the hot tub. But equally, there's a Deimos on the board, and if he gets pinged by that Deimos, he is as good as dead. So he really has to hope that he can get this before some of this utility comes to get him. Fires out shots, but doesn't get the kill. Eventually gets one, but it's a 2 versus 4. He's stuck in this hot tub. Sure, the Deimos gets it, but no! Duet gets 2! He's still alive here, in a corner, albeit, and eventually taken down, but that time wasting, that one additional pick, could it be enough? Can Husky get this 1v3?
And there he will find one, but he does get instantly refragged there, unfortunately. But Capiteo in a good position just to make sure the round is ended off. And again, they isolated Duet inside of that bathtub, unfortunately. Completely shut him down. And yeah, moving forward, we're going to go to Bar and Games to see what's in there, potentially. But Ghost Army taking their second round now. And their attacks are very consistent right now, I'd say. They're doing quite well when it comes to making sure they have a good man advantage in that situation. They utilize the potential of that Deimos scan, good communication. Even though Deimos is a solo player, it can be utilized so well to give information on players with the team. And they already knew exactly where he was, but just to add a bit of pressure as well to whoever's getting picked up on that Deimos scan, and it just makes you a little bit like shaky when you're in that situation, like, oh no, I've been scanned. What do I do? But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the psychological effect of that scan, to me, it's far more stressful than the Jackal, because with the Deimos scan, you feel like there's something you can do about it, right? You can see where he is, and that instantly takes your attention away from the other angle you're holding. So it was just beautifully done by Ghost Army, just putting out that little sound cue, that little helicopter on the player's screen, just to let him know, we can see you, but then instantly swinging him anyway. Great job from Ghost Army there. And Entropy is still looking at just a little bit sluggish, especially in these kind of late rounds. They're not very good at their trades at all, and they're conceding a lot of picks. When they get that good opener, you know, they look fine, but oftentimes to get that opener, they end up conceding 2 or more bodies, so it's just not that sustainable a playstyle. Luckily, though, Klane's been taken down. Afla gets an opener, and it's a safe, untraded opening pick. Just what they need.
And of course, already going to see that the mirror has been smashed as well. We do have a pick coming in from Duet, though, and he's on form as he finds one, but the jump in to take down Duet back. It's the refrag, and that's a nice pick, but it will be Husky to take down Goldie, a 4v2 with 2 minutes on the clock. Who would have thought? This is one of our faster rounds, I'd say, that we've seen today, to be fair. And of course, already going to see that Ash is low HP. Will it find the pick? It will land. Afla takes him down. Kenzie off the board. A 4v1. Pretty much leaving Snooze in a bad situation where Veroxy will chase him round the corner and takes him down. And that is a nice pick there for Entropy to get that round in.
Nice, quick attacking round to even things out, keep Entropy on track. They've already won more rounds than they did in the entirety of Clubhouse, so that's an immediate improvement for this defensive side, although unfortunately it is a defensive side. You would expect them to be winning these rounds, so it's not all over for Ghost Army. If Ghost Army can even win one more round on this half, suddenly this map is definitely doable for them too, and I would say it's certainly doable for them, but still they've got to win those rounds, their attacks, and they're bringing the Deimos once again for the intel. It might be swapped out when they realize it's not a second floor defense, but still bring it. I very much like this pick. It can just speed up that roam clear process so much. Gridlock, I'm not that big of a fan of. I just think the flank watch capabilities of that operator can be achieved by just using a drone or committing to a roam clear. In fact, when you commit to a roam clear, you do more than just repel flank. You get that pick on the defender. So I think it's even better. And the Deimos being swapped out for the striker as well. I'm skeptical of this lineup. I can't lie. We've seen a lot of good be played with that striker, especially on Oregon. We saw Gosami just tearing Entropy apart. But equally, this is a very different map to Oregon. So I'm definitely a little skeptical of the operator picks they've stuck with her.
You know, Striker's ability with those nades as well to possibly cook, you know, utility is with those flashes as well. So you've got 3 flashbangs and 2 nades that'll help to cook those Wamai discs and those ADSs. At the same time, I get what you mean. We've got that Nomad already. We've pretty much just got drones to establish control, but these gridlocks are basically just that countermeasure, so no one can rotate from that reception side, which is literally direct access from the bomb site. Again, you could just make sure that someone is holding from that side as well to stop them from going underneath. But again, yeah, I just think we'll see how they need to keep this thermite alive for a little bit longer, I'd say. Going through these rounds, and maybe utilizing a bit more pressure onto bomb site by getting rid of these ADSs and these Wamais by cooking them as well will help secure a little bit more leeway offside. But it will be already after to go down from Entropy, and we'll see another though as it's Smoothie gonna find a double. Oh my god, both Husky and Affler gone. Unbelievable.
Maybe I should just start trash talking Striker more, because it clearly powers up Senzu here, getting those 2 openers, instantly opening up that second floor for the attack. And crucially, they've got this Thermite still alive. They can go for this main breach, and they're also dangerously close to Becky too. At the very least, Variox gets 1, but with this Echo so close to the action, you need to be very, very careful. If he dies early on, that is a lot of crucial utility loss. So Becky's got to be so careful. Instead, he's creeping up, trying to maybe catch the attack off guard, but with Variox taken down, suddenly there's a lot more pressure. As to his Duet's death, Becky all alone on the top floor, and Senzo cleans him up. The Striker that I was so skeptical of, single-handedly winning this round for Ghost Army.
And there we go. A nice cleanup for Ghost Army. I'd say going into round 6, you know, with 3-2, it's really up to Entropy to make sure they can get this defense now. We're going to go to Master Bedroom as well. And, I mean, pretty much, I feel like Ghost Army should have probably won their first attack onto that kitchen bomb site, you know? I feel like if they had just prioritized keeping that Thermite alive before, they probably would have had another round. They probably would have been 4-2 up already, to be fair. But yeah, oh sorry, 3-1 up at this point. But yeah, I just say, going into this one, we're going to see the same composition being lined up again. Will it work? I mean, I think, you know, there's some potential in there for that Striker, but it will be a Deimos swap now that they've seen they're up top. So yeah, we'll see. Defensively, though, we have a Thunderbird on the board, and I know some people aren't actually quite keen of having that Thunderbird on the board. It is passive area healing, so again, as long as you're in that radius, you get healed by that Thunderbird. The gun's pretty good, and it provides a shield, and it has an SMG inbound as well, so I think it could be okay, but I don't think it impacts utility as much. It just helps with keeping players alive. So yeah, I think it's definitely just a comfort pick for fragging potential.
Yeah, I mean, no offense to Thunderbird mains, but you're picking an operator for the shield, and then maybe the AR as well, because having an AR in defense can be really nice. Becky's immediately been taken down, though, so fortunately all that Thunderbird healing can't help you if you're already dead on the ground. So Mute taken off the board. At the very least, they've probably put down all those jammers, but that's a Nitro, so Plant Denial off the board partially. In fact, it's the only bit of lethal Plant Denial they have, so very good start, and just things keep getting worse for Entropy. Another pick, Goldie this time. At the very least traded out by that Spear, but still, 3 versus 4 and losing your Wamai and your Mute, it's just a horrible, horrible start for the defense.
Here we go as well. Already just accumulating themselves on the external balcony as well, just to try and put pressure on to the main bomb site. They're ready to pretty much open up everything and start raining havoc onto this bomb site. You can see Nomad on the highway side as well as we're on office balcony. Well, let's see exactly where it goes for. We find the pick. Oh, what a nice one. It's going to be Goldie to take down Husky on the long angle. 1 minute 30 on this clock and a 2v4.
Yeah, Variox has to get aggressive here. Swings out, gets one, but can't quite find the second. And at that point, position known. It's only a matter of time before Ghost Army surround him. He goes with another run out. Can't quite find it though. Duet at least gets something, but it's yet another Ghost Army win. 4-2, and as I pointed out a few rounds ago, this is a great spot for Ghost Army to find themselves in, heading on to that second defensive side.
They are looking unstoppable. Like, can they continue this momentum into the second half? Like, looking at this situation, they're just so patient to get the wall open. They make sure, even though we see an aggressive play, I think that's a mistake on the side of the Thunderbird to go out again for a second one. I think he could have cleaned up a kill when they walked through breach, but at the same time, he's very desperate in that situation. I'm sure the emotions are rushing across the whole of Entropy right now. You know, come on, we can't lose this. We can't drop these rounds. So moving forward, we're now going to see going to kitchen on the roll swap. We're going to see that the Echo is on the board. We've got a castle, which is an interesting pick as well upstairs. We'll see if it does help expand. I'm assuming that they're going to utilize that castle to reinforce off the double piano side as well, and all the windows that do link that, as well as maybe the big window on the outside as well for the rappel. But we'll see exactly how the first defensive round goes for Ghost Army, and if they can pick up a nice little round for their first defense, that will definitely crush Entropy even more.
Yeah, really like the castle up here, just breaking those kind of long lines of sight the attack can sometimes find themselves here. Forcing to play close quarters, forcing to play the game the defense want, and then hopefully win the round off it. The ESA shield being brought as well is a nice adjustment from Entropy. We're seeing a more utility-focused Entropy in these past few rounds, seeing as those rounds they've gone for gunfights just haven't really worked out that much at all. So it's nice to see them playing a slightly different style of siege. The ESA shield, of course, is going to be used to try and facilitate a plan, but they've got to get that wall open first. And that first Twitch jammer, the Twitch drone even, can't quite get the mute jammer. So they've got to go again. And if they lose that again, things might get even more dire for the attacking side. Luckily, it seems like the defense have left that wall unoccupied. So a Twitch drone should get that lower mute jammer, but the upper one, it's going to be a bit more difficult.
And the EMPs go off here. Going to start to punch our way through these castle barricades, but someone's waiting on the other side. Will he know? I'm not too sure. There's no way he can know unless they've droned it here. They're going to both try and work to open it. This could be a free pick. The question is, will he be ready? Oh, yep, he is. Husky going to take plane down, but it is Toms to take down the Roxy, a 4v4, making it equal, but one player is on 4 HP, and that's Husky. The poor guy took a lot of damage, but it's Affler to take down Snooze, and of course we will now see a 4 versus 3 situation as well. It's going to be another one to go down. Kinsey will fall to Betchy, and a 4v2 with 1 minute 20 on this clock. Can we execute?
Yeah, Kenzie just caught with his pants down there. I don't know why he's not aiming towards the breach that has just been opened. Instead, a bit more concerned with vertical. There's still one player above, one below, and that player below has been taken down. It's just Toms now, who's all the way at Solarium. This is surely a round that's going to be conceded by Ghost Army here unless the Malusi can get a 4K. At the very least, Husky's low on health. Plant's going down. They can try and deny it, but long-range gunfight's going to stop Tom's dead in his tracks. He's forced now back into Trophy. Cornered, trapped here. Gets one. That's something. This Ash still very low on health. He knows the diffuser's down towards Dining as well. Has to take this gunfight. Can't quite land the shots. Husky takes him down. And Entropy Gaming, they start this half off in a pretty decent first step.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Entropy needs here. Like, realistically, Ghost Army, yes, they have been very successful on the roll swaps. The previous role that they were assigned, of course. Now on the roll swap, it's going to be a little bit harder for them to get into it, because they've got to decide what they're going to do with that defense and how that they want to do it. And Entropy are very good at making sure that these attacks are fought out. But again, we have seen Entropy struggle on you know, the last map as well on Clubhouse. So I just hope that we can see a bit more from Entropy going into the rest of the game. You know, can they continue this momentum now going into the next few rounds? Can they make it 4-4? And can they give Ghost Army a reason to defend a little bit better? We're going to see the Goyo being brought out now, as well as the Malusi, the Wamai, the Bandit, and the Castle. And we're going to opt to play it pretty much a similar strat. Maybe they're going to try and waste a little bit more time with these Goyo canisters and these castles. You know, when the castles are opened, we'll pop a few Goyos later into the round to deny that push coming into play. But we'll see. We have a Twitch on the board to try and counteract some of these Goyos and Bandits as well. So we'll see exactly how, of course, this attack will utilize this new utility that's on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a little bit of silliness in that last round, right? We saw players just standing right next to castle barricades as Klein instantly getting very serious and opening pick onto Husky, immediately taking down that Ash. So great start for Ghost Army. And what I really suspect we're going to see in this round is a lot more of a laid-back defense, not just pre-aiming through castle barricades, just actually letting the utility play out and letting those Goyo canisters stall time for you. But again, I did see a pre-punched window on the bathroom, so there's definitely some potential for some aggressive plays here. But for Ghost Army, I think the best play here is just simply play behind your utility. You've got the opening pick, now you can just be super secure, super laid back, super safe, force Entropy Gaming to really fight for this round win.
As we move in now slowly, we've got the OSA shields being placed on the windows of trophy side as well, which stops them from getting as aggressive downstairs, and they just allowed to then drone later on. We do have the drone hole being covered as well, and the upside down rappel, which now has removed the OSA shield. Either has been destroyed or been pocketed. We'll see exactly where that'll go. With 1 minute 30 on this clock, we are looking to try and find something here. Of course, it's pretty stale at the minute, but someone from downstairs. A little bit of damage coming onto Buck by the looks of it here. We'll see. Looks like Kunzen is going to try and chase him down into the garage here. 1 minute 20. Buck is fully focused. Oh, it's a free kill and a 5 versus 3 situation in that one. Entropy losing out on something so massive. Klein will take down Duet, but Bachi will take, it was down Zeus, and it will be Kenzie taking down Veroxy. And again, Toms will just clean up the round there from the hatch. Look at that. I mean, so easy. It's just so quick as well. Just Entropy falling one by one in such a fast motion here. 5-3, Ghost Army.
It's just those opening picks. It seems like Entropy really, more than anything, struggle from fighting from behind, whereas for Ghost Army, that's not a massive concern from them. We just see the impact of getting that one pick on that player instantly. It means the Buck is no longer secure down below. There's no one to hold his flank while he's playing vertical. It stretches the attacking team a lot thinner than they really want, and Ghost Army, credit to them, they read into that perfectly. They know that there suddenly becomes so many blind spots that they can take advantage of, and that's exactly what they do. They go down, creeping into the basement, getting one pick, playing sort of in ratty spots towards Trophy, getting another. It's all so phenomenally done, phenomenally read by Ghost Army. As only 2 rounds away from winning this map and winning this series, and crucially, winning the whole tournament. So pressure's really starting to build for Entropy here, but it also is for Ghost Army. They're so close to success, they just can't let it get in their heads. 2 rounds is all they need, defending Chalet against an Entropy Gaming team that really just has not looked to be very strong.
And here we go. We've got the Legion on the board to accompany Goyo, and I like the Legion pick. I like it on most maps. I kind of think Chalet is the map that a lot of people pick this Legion on, though. The bulletproof camera is very useful, and the utility that Legion brings is a very passive one. But IQ is on this board, so we'll probably see that those Legion mines aren't as impactful. Again, they are visible to the eye if you look hard enough, but it will be a nice pick onto Duet. And again, Entropy losing out. First pick. It's just unfortunate. What is going on? Tenzin will find a Afla off the board. And there we go. Both Ace and Ash removed. Your hard breacher and your soft breacher. Still have Sophia on the board, Twitch and IQ, but a 3v5 with 2 minutes on this clock. What is going on?
Yeah, there's just 2 crucial operators to lose and not even traded. You've still got Legion who's constantly throwing out those goo needles. You've still got the Wamai constantly throwing out those discs. There's just nothing they can really find. They get Goldie down to low HP. Just like all those rounds in Clubhouse, it's a lot of damage, but it's not a kill, and that's the crucial thing. This is a one-hit headshot game. Goldie is still absolutely a threat here and should not be underestimated despite being on such a low HP count. On top of that, there's so many players around him to get the trade as well. It's going to have to be multiple uncontested trades, and instead, it's just 2 uncontested picks for Ghost Army here, as now it's a 1v5, 0v5, as Ghost Army crawl to 1 round away from winning the whole tournament. Entropy are capitulating here on Chalet.
A flawless round is insane for Ghost Army. They're just showing us that, like, last map wasn't a fluke, you know? Clubhouse wasn't a 7-1 for nothing, you know what I mean? Like, this map as well, Chalet, it is a very competitive map. It's a massively peak map. Everyone plays it. Everyone knows how to do it. Entropy realistically should be able to compete here, and they're getting picked first time. And it's not just one getting first picked, it's 2 or 3, and then the round falls apart. And look at what you get. It's currently 6-3 because Ghost Army are the better side right now. Entropy have nothing really in their locker. They've shown us a few rounds where they had potential, but I think Ghost Army have shown us everything that they can do, and they're just going to keep doing it. I don't see another way for Entropy to take this last round here, or these last few rounds here. To get 3 rounds back on Ghost Army, they really need to, Ghost Army really need to throw a couple of rounds for this to happen, like, for real.
Yeah, well, Entropy need 3, which means Ghost Army can go through an entire rotation of sites. They've got lion's share of where they want to go and defend, and they only need 1 round here, so pressure is definitely on Entropy, but if Entropy can string together a couple rounds and it suddenly gets to round 12, there could definitely be potential for a bit of an upset. But Ghost Army, firmly in the driver's seat. They've looked so good so far. Back in bar stock, which is a very, very strong site as well. It's going to be on Entropy to try and get an opening pick. If they can get an early pick, they look so much better. But if they're playing from behind, they just suck, to be honest. And it sounds harsh, but really, the difference in their performance from when they're playing 5v5 and 4v5 is like nothing I've seen before. It's that stark of a contrast, as Affler is desperately trying to get something, but Becky bails them out here, gets rid of Senzo. He's not been taken down. None of these attackers have fallen as of yet. It's a 5 versus 4. The pieces are starting to fall in place, but they've got to deal with Goldie here in the corner. They've got the Capital. Goldie can't heal himself. He's not on dock, so he must be forced out by these firebolts, and that should be another free pick for the attack. This could potentially be a 5v3 if Entropy play it well.
1 minute 50 on the clock. Just a C4 being thrown with a fire will push out as well, makes him drop the hatch. Goldie got out of there pretty safely, actually. And now we've got Kenzie just playing very aggro next to the window, but he's now going to remove himself from that situation because he's just been droned, and to keep himself safe. Entropy have potential. They have a man advantage, but can they do something with this? Opening up some area into sight is the question. We do have a little bit of potential here. Bombs will find potential, but oh, it's Roxy to storm through, and a frag coming back for Goldie onto Duet here.
Yeah, Variox wants to push down library stairs, but knows Goldie is close by. Gets another. It's suddenly an even man count. A round that looked to be so good for Entropy. They're letting it slip away. They've still got library control, though, and Kenzie is getting so aggressive on this hatch. Goldie gets another. It's a triple for him, and Becky's forced to rotate away. Klein is down, so it's a 1v2. Kenzie, it's going to be all on you to win it here and now. There's still 2 more attempts after this, but a whiff of the SMG is not the way you want to start this clutch. He knows these players might have split up. Wants to try and kill Becky, but can't. And Entropy hold on. Still 2 more rounds required for overtime, but it's a start.
I mean, Entropy, yeah, they've done well to force Ghost Army to move around that site. They've managed to get some quick picks as well. And although the refrag was good onto Duet, we do see how realistically Capiteo was like, okay, no, I'm not going to commit to taking the gunfight with, I believe it was Goldie inside of the main bomb site. Instead, he rotated to that main lobby to try and join up with his teammate as well, to try and make it a little bit easier for them to get onto that site as well in that 2v2 situation, then makes it a 2v1. Entropy doing well on this favorable position when they have got the man advantage, but let's see. We know it's 6-4 right now Entropy really need to get another round under their belt. They need to start building momentum into this game that they can impact it. They can't afford any losses this time. Individual plays might, you know, I'm expecting to see a couple of individual plays to keep them in this game as well. But we'll see. As now we're going to have the Jackal swapped in on the board instead of a Buck. We'll see that the Ace has been swapped in for an Ash, and the Thermite will be the main course of opening up these walls, as long with that Osa and its shields.
Single point of failure, though, for this push, right? Only the Thermite as the hard breach. If they can get an early pick on Duet, or even a trade with him, suddenly the attack becomes a lot more difficult. We saw that be the Thorn in Ghost Army's side on their attack, so it's definitely higher risk, as is this run out from Klein, just prepped all the way from that basement door, but it looks like no one is there to be hit by it, so at least something for the attack, and it forces Klein to rotate all the way back to the position he actually wants to play in this round, as Veriox marches through the library straight towards Library Corridor 2, sees that double reinforced wall, gets rid of the default, and can continue just pushing in, not met by any kind of challenge from the defense so far.
And here we go, slowly pushing up. It's Veroxy onto this piano side. We'll see the Malusi Banshee, but it will get caught elsewhere. We'll send another Ash charge straight into that one. And now we're looking to see if we can, of course, contest. Exothermic charge on wall with the Osa shield below, next to it. And now we're opting to go below, but it's Afla to take out Kane. And it will be Tom to take down Veroxy. A 4v4, a nice exchange. The Ash for the Doc. And that's a lot of HP removed from that Doc's potential, so he can't stim his teammates anymore. Will we see this wall be opened anytime soon? There is a Cade Electroclaw to find and to deny. Will the Twitch be able to do it? Not too sure. It looks like we do have, of course, those EMPs. It has landed. No Cade to do a trick. He's done it too late. The exothermic charge has popped off. And there, the impact trick has missed as well. So they've got that wall open. That's perfect for Entropy to get control of the breach. Can they execute?
Yeah, that's really dire from Goldie as well. Impact nade's nerfed, and you can't get that impact trick anyway, I don't think. And you would rather have those two impacts to deny the Osa shields. Now, at least one of those shields is going to remain up as Husky takes a very dangerous play here and doesn't pay off at all as Kenzie takes him down 3v4. Nitro and Pocket and Impact as well, so both of these shields could potentially be taken down, but a plant isn't even being attempted yet. They're too afraid of these long angles, and Becky's all the way on the top floor instead. Has to abandon it though, because he needs to support his hard breach downstairs. Yet again, we're seeing this attacking side spread too thin, and it might again cost them in the execute.
See this flanking player potential as well. Duet will find Goldie, Afla to take down Toms, but it will be a return here. It's Snoozy. Toms will return with Betchy. A 2v1 as Afla will find Kenzie. And let's see the long angle here is being contested. Can he find the lineup? Oh my god, it's Afla just ducking away from that. Can't finish anything, won't be able to shoot him in the back either. Look at this, it's just duck, 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 get out the way. And that is the pick. Afla to take down Toms in this round. Entropy are returning round after round. I might even be eating my own words here. Match points, and yet and Entropy are still here.
2 rounds in a row. We said, come round 12, if that happens, it suddenly could be very, very stressful for Ghost Army. Entropy are just 1 round away from OT. If they win this round, they still haven't won the map. Ghost Army at least have that. They have that safety net, but they just want to get it done now, really. That's all they can really hope for. And they're back down to the kitchen. They're not reattempting bar. They're not going up to that second floor. They're confident in their kitchen defense. Should be confident in their bar one as well. Both these rounds ended up going into 1v2, so by no means a one-sided victory for the attack. The issue with Ghost Army's recent defenses, in my opinion, is they've been a little bit too antsy. They've been a little bit too eager to finish this map. They're getting aggressive. They're taking fights they don't need to. And it's really costing them, especially on a site like Kitchen, where so much of it relies on just using utility to stall out the attack, using things like echo drones maybe to concuss attackers to stop the plant. Instead, they're just going for gunfights, and it didn't pay off last round. And unfortunately, from this lineup, sure, we're seeing the smoke, but aside from that, it's very similar. I predict we're going to be seeing a lot of these gunfights, and if they don't go the way of Ghost Army, Entropy might have been given a free ticket to OT.
My question is, if we do get to OT, will they be able to win 2 rounds in a row against Ghost Army? I don't know if they've got I don't know if they're right in this game just yet. We still need to get through this round, so everything will be played into this round. My question is, will they play overly cautious for this round, or like they did before? Or will we see them just go for it and just play like Entropy do? Play as a team, get them drones in, and just find where Ghost Army are, flush them out. We already see a lot of damage coming off onto the smoke, and that's a good sign to see that Entropy are already on it. We're going to see that it will be also Goldie to take off 15 HP as well.
Yeah, again, Variox already in the building, just pushing up through library towards piano. Elsewhere, on that office doorway, we're seeing an OSA push and the thermite breach on the office wall. So instant pressure being brought from Ghost Army. This is a completely different side than we saw in those late Oregon rounds where they were playing so cautiously. They were 1 round away from winning it and they just played slow. Instead, they're playing fast. They're keeping the pace up, as you said, playing it like in the style that won them the rounds previously. And it might just pay off. With smoke being so low, Kenzie can't afford to risk anything, or he's wasted all that utility. But Tom's taken down immediately. Variox just cruising along in. Senzu tries to Kaya trick the wall, but fails yet again. And that's just the first of many problems for Ghost Army here. At the very least, Klein gets one. There's a prone player on the bottom of those stairs. I'm not sure if they realize he's there, as Husky's now trying to get something through these vertical angles. A bait going through as Husky does end up getting one out elsewhere. They know a player's in the basement, and Goldie's taken down. This might just be overtime here for Entropy Gaming.
They need this. They do. They really do. Snoo's going to take a little bit of damage here. It will be Klein to go down to Afla. And here we go, Cade in a 1v4 with the shotgun as well. It's not happening as Vroxy sat there waiting at the top of the staircase and shuts him down. Overtime is where we're off to. Wow.
This is not... I don't think this is where anyone thought we'd be, to be honest. Ghost Army was so dominant. 6-3 up in incredible fashion. And yet, here we are.
It's almost
Round
like a repeat
13.
of Oregon, isn't it?
Yeah, and Oregon certainly went beyond 14 rounds, so we might have a long chalet in store for us as well here if one of these teams can't lock it out in quick fashion. Luckily for Ghost Army, they start on that defense again. It is what should be the favored site. We've seen actually back-to-back 4-2s though, so at the same time, Ghost Army might actually be statistically not favored here. Although, again, they should be having an easier time. It's defending in Siege. It's naturally just easier. But the way Entropy have been playing, this fast pace, this masterful gun skill, it's really giving us glimpses of that team that really showed up in that first map and showed up in the second half of Oregon as well. This time, however, I don't know if it can last. Ghost Army just looks so strong here. They've been so dominant throughout this map. If they can just get things over the line, they persevered last time we had a very long and sluggish map. Surely they can persevere again.
Oh, and already Goldie gonna find Duet. Duet getting first picked here a few times in the last, 5-6 rounds here. He's had a few. That's unfortunate for him, as he had a good defensive half, I won't lie. Just him individually, but we're really going to see a lot of control coming more in the favor of the defense now, because they've lost the ace off the board. We still have, well, the Jackal, Ash with the soft breaches, and of course that OSA, but the OSA can't really do too much without that hard breacher. We might be able to force our way through doorways with the shield, but it's going to be so risky with that Goyo on the board. I mean, Entropy already falling short on their first OT round. I hope this does not continue, because I do want to see Skyscraper on a second map. We'll see. A lot to play for, though.
And of course, if Entropy lose this round, Ghost Army go onto that attacking side that they've been so proficient on here. But still, this round isn't over yet. They've got that Jackal. They're fairly confident there's no roamers down below. Interestingly, it's a top floor defense here, which has been a site neither team really wants to choose too much, but instead, desperation has caused Ghost Army to go here. Still, nothing really happens since that initial engagement. Eventually, Becky will chunk a little bit of damage as Senzu's playing very aggressive, very confidently. Nitrocell goes out, takes down Variox, that crucial player who's been finding opening after opening on these defenses, taken down. 3 versus 5. Ghost Army, they let it slip out of regulation, but they're determined to win it here in OT.
Here we go on the rappel, just remove themselves off to get off, and here we go, a 3 versus 5. And slowly just waiting, it's Flores at the piano door, doubled up with the Jackal, and oh, snooze. Takes down Atho with a nice little flick, and it will be Betchy to go below. We got a seconds. Husky taking a lot of damage, not able to contend with that angle. Here we go, extends out with a shotgun snooze, just missing out, gets flashed. His line of sight's just been hindered there, but we're just waiting to see vertical as a vertical gunfight. But can he push up? No, he can't. He's been shot from above, and it's another flawless round as Husky goes down to snooze as well. Oh my gosh, just waiting for this round again to happen, and another flawless. I can't believe how many flawless rounds I've seen from Ghost Army this matchup, and yet still Entropy are still in this overtime match point. But the pressure is now on against Entropy because they can't afford to drop another round. Although the role swap does happen now for Ghost Army, we'll see exactly how this will go.
It's going to be Kitchen Dining, and Kitchen Dining was a site that initially, yes, Entropy won. They had a very strong defense there. But that was off the back of a very early death on the Thermite. If Thomas just plays safe, plays disciplined, gets both of those walls open early, then it's going to be very much a repeat of that second Ghost Army attempt tonight, I fear, where they completely rolled over Entropy. They've just got to conserve their key operators here. If Thomas dies early, it may as well be 7-7, but if he can stay alive, if they can continue to just play a very aggressive but also very measured game here, then it could easily go to 8-6. It's up to Entropy to really show that they've improved since their last defensive efforts, because those last defensive efforts were very, very poor in comparison to Ghost Army's fantastic attacks that we saw.
Once again, Entropy enjoying this utility-rich composition. Jaeger and Wamai. The anti-lethal utility that they can bring will definitely help them keep upstairs, but for how long? Opting to not really see any more sentry picks on this board into overtime. Instead, we have that Gridlock and Nomad that we've seen previously as well, with that Flores and the exothermic charges being brought on the Thermite and the Ash being in play as well. And again, we have seen utility of this Thermite be very successful without an OSA on the board, though. We'll see if this attack is changed. I don't think it will be too bad, though. I think they can still get everything open. They just need to take a little bit more caution. Although I do think the power of OSA is very, very strong in that situation. Oh, look at that. It's Kazan taking out Betchy early. Entropy losing the man advantage. Oh, sorry. They've lost the man advantage so quickly. And it's an Echo as well. So they won't be able to deny any plants anymore with that Echo drone because it's off the board.
Yeah, I was going to point out that missed drone throw and be like, well, there's a mistake, there's a blunder that could cost Ghost Army a bit of time, and then Becky, on the Echo, as you said, just peeks out a doorway for some reason, eats a bullet straight to the head, and dies. What are we doing here? Why is that the player of all people who's going for that peek? And Husky's now facing a lot of pressure up here as well, that Thermite charge going out. Tom's nearly done all he needs to do for this round. He just needs to get below, hug that wall, and get the second one open. I thought he got taken down for a second, then instead it's Goldie, a very powerful player for the side of Ghost Army, but can't find any impact in this round. Toms gets that second exothermic charge planted, just needs to detonate it now. Careful of the angles from above. As Kenzie gets another thermite charge goes out, Toms has done his job. This should be a Ghost Army round if they can just clean up these defenders on that top floor.
There we go, shots fired onto the Frost on Solarium's side, and we do still have a Mutant Dining and the Wamai in Master's side. There's one person on that site, and as well, we'll see if this attack can now find a way in to deal with these players upstairs. We do have the Wamai sat in the closet watching the line of sight onto the piano side, and of course, we're going to start to open up that soft wall as well to help with getting that breach open. They'll be able to shoot off anything stopping them from opening up that wall. The exothermic charge in, but it will be a C4 to deal with the Kenzie. And it's Toms to get Veroxy back, a 2v3 situation. And here we go. This is everything as Duet fights back. Susan is off of the board. Here we go, a 2v2 with 20 seconds on the board. It couldn't be more close, but here we go. Down goes Thermite, and it's Flores changing his attention to the Solarium side. We'll find Duet to finish off the kill. Now this 2v1, we'll see. Just sat in a bad situation here on site right now. Plane just can't find where he's meant to be. Can't get the diffuser to bait a plant. It's poor from him. And there it is. Defenders will win the round here. And look at what we've seen.
I mean, it's not just poor from him. It's poor from Ghost Army. We pointed out the OSA being just traded out for something else. By losing the OSA, not only do you lose the shield, but honestly, in a lot of cases, more importantly, you lose those impact EMPs. They had nothing to deal with that wall denial aside from a nade or swinging around and shooting it. If it's not broke, why try and fix it, Ghost Army? That was your opportunity to lock out this match. And due to a compositional flaw, something that they had full control over before the round even started, they lost it. And now, back to square one, back to even round count. None of these teams have the advantage. You need a 2-round advantage in Infinite OT to win a map. So for Ghost Army, they had that chance to win it, and now they've got to win 2 in a row again. And it's just going to get worse and worse for them, I feel, as the longer this map goes on. We saw in Oregon, as the rounds started increasing, teams were making more and more small mistakes that were adding up and costing them. That might be the exact same case for Chalet. And keep in mind for Entropy, if they win this, there's a whole other map to come. Who knows how it's going to affect the performance of these teams then?
Exactly, and what if we get an OT on that as well? I mean, that's crazy. But yeah, still, in the present, we have a lot to do now for Entropy, which they've managed to really pull this back. I think this is one of the best pullbacks you can see, even though it's been sloppy in situations. They've saved themselves from getting chucked out of this grand final. They are back in it, and the question is, can they win this map? And we bring the Mav and the Thermite on the board, and I think the Mav's actually an okay pick for the fact that they can then instantly open up this wall, add little lines of sight in, put these little peek holes in, and possibly catch some of these defenders off guard, and it will definitely help remove that bandit from tricking as well. Even though it's so easy to do, we'll see exactly what we have in store here, but Entropy's change in attacking strats are definitely being noticed here. Can they deal with anything that is off site though? We'll see.
Yeah, another fairly slow, I cursed that into existence. Afla, poor guy, head taken clean off by Klein on a seemingly random pre-fire spray through the site door. Unlucky for him, it's the Jackal taken off the board, and there's still a heavy roam presence above. Not the player you want to lose. At the very least, it's neither of your hard breaches, but still, could certainly be better for Entropy here, as it looks like it's yet again all on Variox to try and find an opening up here, but even he is having second thoughts, not too sure on where he should enter from. Goes for the window to try and destroy some utility. He's got a lot of work ahead of him here.
And now we're going to start to see exactly what can actually happen here. The Drone Economy has lost a total of 4 drones, and talking about loss, it's Husky to go down. Snooze will find the pick, and a 3v5 as Ghost Army dominates the numbers game. And unfortunately, this Maverick hasn't really gave too many impacts. In fact, Snooze is looking through these Maverick holes to try and counter back. We'll find another pick onto Betchi, and you can also see someone else through the Maverick holes as Snow is going to expand out to the double door. We'll find the pick, and that's another flawless round here for Ghost Army as they continue their reign of terror. Can they pick up one more round to take this away from this overtime and secure the victory here?
Yet again, Ghost Army just have to win an attack. We said that last time, and they didn't. So this time it looks to be a second floor defense. They've got another attempt on a site that a lot of people could argue is actually a lot weaker for the defense. So there's definitely something for them here. But again, they've got to get over these compositional issues. They've got to bring all the tools they actually need to execute onto that site. Immediately though, I'm seeing a Dekaibi, that brings the MPs. I'm seeing the Grim, that brings area denial. There's no hard breach as of yet, but that's probably going to be changed as they suss out where the defense are actually playing here. But yeah, you just need to see the right tools being brought for the job, because no matter how good Ghost Army are when it comes to those gunfights, if they can't actually get into the site safely, they're still going to lose the round. 20 seconds left, and Actually, no changes as of yet. I mean, surely we see a hard breach being brought here, right? It would just massively. Yeah, there we go. Striker being brought, and the Ace as well, and the Twitch to deal with those, well, many things, the goo mines, the dread mines as well, even the mute jammers. So Ghost Army bringing a very sensible lineup. Now he's got to win the round. Easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely easier said. I don't know how well it'll be done is the question, as we do, of course, move in to this round. And we got the Fenrir on the board, which is going to be a little bit of a change in this defense, I reckon. You know, can we see how quick it'll get removed from this Twitch? If not, it should be quite impactful. The Legion as well for slowing people down. The potential for an early pick here onto the Ash. Legion also going to be fought back. And wow, there we go. It's Legion off the board to Husky with the marksman. The Dokubi will finish it off. And a nice little crossfire there by the looks of it as well to sort it out. Already, Entropy losing a man. And that's not good on their defense. They got a lot of pressure that could be invited onto this bomb site now. And as well, we have Dokubi calls, 2 of them, in fact, in the pocket still to deal with. And you can start to see all of this streak is going to be... Oh, Afla's going to completely shut down Dokubi with without any calls made. Duet will find another, and it doesn't matter, because we're going to see Goldie take down Afla, a 3v3 situation. What has just happened?
Yeah, a very good advantage for the attack, lost there very quickly. Thankfully, there was a trade, so we're back to an even man count, but Goldie is in no shape to actually take any particular gunfight. He's going to have to likely bait on a window or something. Only 15 health to his name, and only a single ace charge hole on the wall. None of them left either. This is a disaster for Ghost Army, despite such a good start. Yet again, they're going to have to find themselves... Mute jammer destroyed. They will finally get a breach. That's better. They don't have to go through windows or doors anymore. They have a wall. They have a clear point to contest. Goldie, though, on such low health, not a chance he wins that against Duet. And now fighting from behind once again at the attack here. 2 versus 3. They want to try and get a plant down, but with piano control still in favor of the defense, they just simply can't here. They need to take some kind of gunfight, potentially into Becky, who's just tucked himself away behind the piano. It's going to be so difficult because there's likely going to be a Fenrir there on that double door as well. How did Ghost Army get themselves out of this predicament?
We need some kind of double up or something to push into sight and force them to swing out and just have someone on that crossfire. There's no way, though. It's so easier said than done. And Duet will find Klein. And now to finish off the round, can we find the final pick onto the Ace? Or will Ace fight back? Can't find the connection there on the shots. Will be shot in the arm, and it's for Roxy to go and get the pick onto Toms. That's unfortunate there. And here we go. The end of the cycle continues.
Yep, advantage to 0 team now. Back on even rounds. Again, anyone just tuning in, we're in Infinite OT. You need a clear margin of 2 rounds to win here. So you effectively need to win an attack and defense back to back. Now, teams have won attacks and defense in these Infinite OTs. We saw that in Oregon. The problem is stringing them together, and right now that just seems to be a big problem because no matter how dominant Ghost Army look on their defenses, their attacks are just not the same, and vice versa, really. Entropy have had some pretty strong defensive attempts themselves and just lost them entirely on their attacks. So both these teams need to get in the right mindset here. They need to remain focused because we're in round 17. The longer this goes on, the more difficult it can become for either of these teams. So they're going to need to really piece something together here. And first time in this entire map, I believe, we're in the basement. That probably the weakest site on the map. It's getting desperate in the Ghost Army camp here. They want to win this out here in 4 maps because if they go to map 5, not only is it Skyscraper, I believe Ghost Army actually chose to start on the attack, which is historically the much weaker side on that map. So this could potentially be all or nothing map 4. If it goes to map 5, unless they've got a proper trick up their sleeve, they could be out of it. And Entropy could end up clawing this title back.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see this bottom floor being played. The fact that we have a bomb site that is so vulnerable from 3, 4, 5 different ways, verticality included, just shows that they are really desperate to try something new. But if they fall apart in this defense, they then have to win their attack. So this could be really risky for Ghost Army, and this could really allow for well, Entropy to find a round here that maybe they wouldn't have got before. We do have the Nook on the board as well to try and deal with people off site, and we know that they do have a Vigil up in office. And this could be a potential pick factor for either one, as you see the drones are now finding that Vigil's approximate location, and he's going to have to move away and get re-droned if he wants to survive there.
Yeah, it really just seems like both sides getting desperate with that Nook, as you said, just these two very unorthodox picks. But the thing is, Kenzie's just going to keep holding all these angles, keep pre-firing these doors. It doesn't matter if there's no one on the cams or if Nook's a little bit quieter. He's got plenty of support up there too. Claim, though, is on low health. I'm not sure where that's come from. That's a sight player too, so that should be ringing a couple alarm bells for the side of Ghost Army here. Still got sight fully under control as all these players are just desperate to find something onto Kenzie eventually. The vertical will start, but look, Kenzie has slipped himself all the way into dining now. Punches the wall, though, surely gives away his position unless... No, Husky does not hear it. They've still not heard it. It's right behind you. Another one comes out, and surely, no, he misses onto Husky, and Affler gets an opener instead. Entropy have really managed to bail themselves out here. Klane's down too. They know Kenzie's off site. How have Entropy managed to do this? Kenzie's all the way back to the top 4, but it doesn't really matter. It's a 2v5 towards site. He's going to be baiting the rest of his team. At least he gets one. But still, so much to do now from the back foot for Ghost Army, or else they risk being in that hot seat.
Someone's got to be in a position to take this Vigil off now, a refrag or anything, or else he could definitely punish. The problem here is for the site defenders is they have verticality onto them, and now you can start to see Veroxy going up top. He might be able to land something in a minute. I'm not too sure. He's just very cautious. And the drop, oh my god, Vigil making a massive play to just vault off the top. And there's one from inside. Toms has taken down Duets. A 2v3 as they try to funnel through, but Betchy has managed to find something. He goes down, trying to make the defuse happen. And that snooze to find it. And in the backstab, it is the Vigil to find the pick onto Husky. Oh my god, Ghost Army getting something that they probably shouldn't have won in some senses, back from the dead. Look at that.
I don't know if Entropy... I don't know if the hatch was open in kitchen. I'm going to imagine it wasn't.
No, it can't be.
So, I don't know if they knew that. Maybe they thought the hatch was open and that Kenzie just retreated back immediately. But how is the call not going off in a 5v3 when one player has just shot you from off-site? Why are you not making the call to just push? It's a 5v2 on that basement. Just overwhelm those defenders. You've got the gun skill. If anything, to me, it just screams a lack of confidence from Entropy, which is something they can't afford to get in their heads. They're four maps into a grand final, for God's sake. They've got the gun skill to be here. They just need to use it and have the confidence to use it. And right there, we saw they just were lacking that entirely. And yet again, Ghost Army in advantage. They've gifted it to them this time as well. They didn't have to fight for it that much. Just poor conversion from Entropy in that last round. Now they've got to defend Bar Gaming. Ghost Army, yet another chance, another attempt to win an attack, win the map, win the series, and win the whole tournament.
Honestly, if we keep going into this overtime, it's going to be like playing two maps in one, because this is just an endless cycle. And again, Entropy need this round to make something happen. We're going to start off by potentially getting a pick here. Can we see anything? No, he's going to rotate himself off. We have the Nomad on the board, and we're going to make sure we can utilize that Nomad to potentially keep as much control as possible when we come into taking this main lobby side. But it will be the Jaeger to fall first. And again, Entropy losing their first man. Oh, here we go. The fact that Ghost Army are so good at just getting first picks onto Entropy on either attack or defense is really baffling to me. We still have, of course, the whole site set up to deal with all of the utility that's been placed by the Jaeger. His death is not in vain. It just means there's not one less gun to deal with, as the Nomad will slowly shut down anyone who might decide to play off site like they did last round. We'll see how this one will continue.
Yeah, another advantage for Ghost Army here. They just need to begin creeping up to Library. They've got pressure all throughout the rest of that second floor. They've just got to deal with the player on Mez. If they can deal with him, suddenly sight is cracked wide open and they have so many more avenues to deal with those defenders. Flora's drone going in. I'm not sure it is able to catch that mute jammer at such a large range away, but still Doesn't really matter. So it's honestly just a bit of a distraction. They've got that breach down, but Affler gets one. That's crucial. Elsewhere, they've spotted these other defenders getting more aggressive. They can't afford to be caught off guard by this as Kenzie charging through that utility, masking the sound of his advance, but he's still not quite confident enough to take the fight. Eventually, gets the pick. 3 versus 3 technically as Tom is taken down. Still can be picked up, but it's very, very risky as Becky's going for the confirmation down below. Could get a double kill with the Nitro Cell here, but doesn't quite think of it. Instead, goes towards the site. Didn't have concrete intel, and still, Ghost Army in this 4v3, but not for long. Duet even things out as we enter that last minute.
Here we go, and 45 seconds on the clock. Flores sending those last drones in will help find information as well. The drone economy is pretty much gone here. 4 drones left, and the shots fired here through the floor. 20 HP on this ace with 30 seconds now left. Will Ghost Army have to try and make something happen? Affler trying to push his way onto the staircase, and he doesn't have that Fenrir activated. It might not help him if he does activate it. He's got to stay on that staircase. He's going to rotate his way off. Can he find the pick is the question. The attacker just keeps on teasing us, going in and out, but they drop the hatch instead, straight onto the sites. They have to deal with it somehow. Duet's going to find one, and there's another one for Betchy. Another frag coming in, though, for Toms. A 2v1, and he's behind the mirror. Can't find the last 2, and that's another round in the cycle. Here we go.
We're back here. Even round count, still on Chalet. That was certainly Ghost Army's round to win. They had that opener, they had that control above, and yet again, it just slips away from them. They offer too many one-on-one engagements, and unfortunately, that crucial pick onto the player in that behind that mirror window basically sealed the round in Entropy's favor. 9-9, and last time Entropy's attack was actually pretty damn good. Aside from that failed execute, they got it to a 5v3, almost a 5v2. If they could just repeat that now on this other site, suddenly they might actually be in that coveted advantage spot. Unfortunately, second floor is a lot harder to crack than basement. It's a lot harder to actually apply pressure there. The vertical is a lot more difficult because you're firing up instead of down. I guess on the bright side, Ghost Army's bringing a Thunderbird who isn't the most useful. Not even bringing the shield with it either. The newly buffed barbed wire to just bring a bit more sound cues, I'd imagine. It's not the strongest defensive lineup. No Fenrir, no Jaeger to double up with the Wamai. You're still bringing the Goyo for some kind of area denial, but look, 2 of those canisters in library are going to be wasted incredibly early. So yet again, I'm a little bit concerned at these lineups being brought.
Yeah, I think it's just like that whole thing. Okay, we went bottom floor, and now a little bit of silliness maybe is coming into play from Ghost Army. They're just bringing things that maybe they wouldn't want to bring before, or they're trying new things to try and get an edge, but defensively, Ghost Army have been the better side the entire overtime. And although it is nerve-wracking going back into that defensive routine, defending first, trying to establish that first round that you really need because your attack isn't the best. Yeah, we're going to see it's an interesting lineup. And on the attack as well, the Nook's going to stay. And talk about Nook, it's Affler to find Goldie's first, and how the tables have actually turned. Entropy making sure that they are first pick onto Ghost Army this time. And that's very good. The Wamai's gone, so no more Wamai discs can be generated through the rest of the round. And that's quite an early time to pick the Wamai off the board as well. And we'll start to see as the Goyo is in the kitchen, but a C4 will take down Betchy, and a 4v4 for the pretty much a number refrag here. Has pretty much established. Oh, he's trapped in a corner. He's trapped in a corner. Goyo, he's going to try and vote through. Oh my god.
I mean, that was not the best way to play that situation there from Kenzie, especially when he could just stand his ground and at least aim his gun. Instead, goes for the bolt up. Variox is now trying to get that reverse vertical angle. Doesn't quite find anything. Instead, chunks a large amount of damage. And as for Klein, well, those Kona stations coming in clutch, healing him back up to full there. So still health advantage in the favor of the defense now with how much these attackers have been chunked down, but they've still got more bodies up, still got more guns up, still got more potential to get kills, so by no means a done deal, but with Husky taken down there, these reverse vertical angles not going the way of Entropy at all here. There was a double angle cutoff on top of Solarium. Instead, it's just Tom's prone. They don't know he's there. He gets 2! How have Ghost Army done this again? Entropy, you've had yet another winnable attack, and one mistake comes back to bite you.
Wow, with 35 seconds on this clock, Roxy needs to do something on his own here to make this a round to remember. Here we go, as we do have both attackers pretty much, both defenders pretty much upstairs. It looks like he's gonna have to get the diffuser and try and force a gunfight here to try and isolate with 15 seconds on this clock. Well, it's gonna happen here. He's gonna just push the bathroom door. Is someone watching it is the question. Doesn't look like it right now. Shots fired onto the double. He's confused to exactly where these players are. He's going to try it, but it's not going to happen as Toms is just there waiting on the bottom chassis of office. Will switch his attention to the rotates, and that is the rounds. Rounds 20. Wow.
And yet again, ball's in Ghost Army's court. Just got to win an attacking round. How hard can it be? I mean, it's Chalet. It's not even that defender-sided or anything, but despite that, I don't think we've seen a single attacking win so far in our unlimited OT. And albeit a lot of that has actually been due to hero plays from Ghost Army. Entropy have been the more convincing attacking side. But whether it's up to Kenzie or up to Tom there, they just wiped them out in the final moments there. And Entropy, again, are left trailing. They have the pressure on them. They've got to win this defensive round or else they're out. Ghost Army win. We've said it all before. The Ghost Army just keep us in this cycle, keep us in this purgatory. They can't win an attack to save their lives, but this time, it's going to be that kitchen dining site. And a timeout is requested for after this round, I guess. Entropy, that's, showing confidence that you're going to win it here. So I like that. I would really like to see an EMP on the side of Ghost Army, though, because we're not seeing the ESA, and we're seeing the Dekaibi, so hopefully they've got the EMP there to facilitate Tom's breach. That they do. They've just got to breach 2 walls open and win some gunfights. That's all they need to do. Surely Ghost Army win this round, right?
Well, don't speak too soon. We might be in the cycle again. As, Flores is on the board. We do have that Dokkaebi, as you said, with those EMPs, and we'll see exactly how useful that will be later on. And opting to not bring a Nomad into the board this time, and we do have, of course, just that gridlock on its own. And, well, we have that Wamai and that Jaeger composition once again going into play with that Melusi mute and the Echo. Hopefully Echo won't get first pick. We've seen Echo, be first picked a few times in this game. We'll see exactly how it can be utilized later into the plants. But if Dokkaebi does manage to get a nice pick onto one of these defenders early, we might see for the utility be utilized by this attack. But we'll see. Now Afla does take down Wow, it looks like the gridlock's off the board. Kinsey, that's unfortunate. I don't think he's managed to get all of his track stingers down. I think that's what he was going to go to do. But playing deep on that staircase has really put them off. And with one Dokkaebi core used, we'll start to see the exothermic charge comes in. Husky takes down Klain. And now a 5 versus 3 situation has arose.
They've still got the breach on the board. They've still got one EMP on the board as well, despite Senzo getting so aggressive there. So there's still potential to facilitate a push. 2-man disadvantage now. They're going to have to work above and beyond because these defensive players can just sit back and hold these powerful positions. Look at Variox here. A nice deep angle towards Piano. Full health to his name as well. The only saving grace for Ghost Army really is 2 of those players on below half HP. That's Afla and Husky, but Variox nearly takes down another. Baldy is getting so aggressive here to try and even out the man count. Eventually manages to make his way all the way to Solarium. And in fact, it's a 3 versus 3 now. 2 versus 3. How have they done this? They just creep their way on along that top floor. An entire top floor presence wiped out here by Ghost Army. 3 versus 2. They've got to get that main wall open. Once they do, they've basically won this round. Come on now.
With 40 seconds on this clock, everything aligns on these 2 players. Potentially an individual moment for one of them. Question is, can they find something? Pops out, can't land any shots. Will pop back into the bomb site, and, well, Thermite got lucky there that he wasn't in the wrong position at the wrong time, but we'll see now with the wall getting opened as well. Can we get rid of these traps to stop them from pushing in? The plants can go down, but the question is, will these echo drones still be intact? I'm not too sure how many are still alive here. We'll see. A 3 versus 2. 11 seconds. It looks like the mute's going to be full force here, but it will be 1 for Toms. Can we find another 5 seconds on the plant down? Oh my god. Duet gets shot in the back, and that's it. We have found it. Finally. Snooze finishes off this matchup. And an incredible game that it's been. 11-9. What a victory for Ghost Army here.
Well, it took us 4 maps, but it basically took us around 6. 16 rounds on Oregon, 20 rounds on Chalet, but finally, I want to say 18 rounds on Oregon, even more than I remembered. But finally, 4 long maps, we've crowned our champions, and it's not going to be the repeat. Entropy fall short in the finals. Ghost Army from 3rd last season to 1st now. The ESA Cup Season 8 champions. And what a series.
I mean, the fact that they've just changed the whole situation from map 1, we've seen a team that potentially had, they had a good run. It was quite close, but then they've completely dominated the games from there. Maybe they made a mistake with that little round loss. They left the game early, and it just fell apart from there. And then I thought map 2 on Oregon, Ghost Army were going to, struggle with that as well. But no, that overtime pretty much put us into a great position, and I'm so happy that it went all this far. I was wishing for, a map 5 like a lot of people were, but you know what? It was a good overtime matchup, and I think it couldn't have gone any better in this overtime, and Ghost Army have really shown us that they deserve to win today.
Yep, and well, that's it for us. We've crowned our winner. That's it for us too, I should say. We've still got a wonderful desk to throw to now to break down all the many, many, many rounds of Chalet that we ended that series. So take it away.
Google, it's TD. Thank you so much for that absolutely wonderful cast, bringing us those incredible rounds of Siege. I mean, and it was long, it was drawn out. It's exactly what you want for the grand finals, especially for something like that, Danik. How do you think the mentality is playing out here? I mean, it's a huge win after a really hard-fought battle.
I mean, pushing a map all the way to 20 rounds after losing 7-1 is a pretty good it is a pretty good example. Even though they didn't lose and Trophy Gaming showed that they can, that they will, and they wanted, pushing it all the way to 20 rounds. At the end, it was those individual plays, as we talked before, way before, at the beginning of the map, if we can still remember it. It was 20 rounds ago, so quite a while. But as we said, Chalet gives room for those individual plays, for those cheeky plays. I mean, look at round 19, just lying down in solo behind that thing. There is nothing that can drone us. No drone users being able, because the drone economy just wasn't there. There were flank drones, but no drone that could have been used to gather any information. Walking away with 3 kills just from solo, just from being in an off position, hiding somewhere. And we've seen that all over the entirety of the map. And they've pushed it, but the end, it just wasn't a little bit enough when it comes to Entropy to push it to another last map. We've seen absolutely improvement from the side of Ghost Army. They started off strong in Chalet, fell off a little bit, considering we had a 2-4 split favoring the attack and not the defense. And yet to that point, we saw Entropy not giving up. And we gotta highlight these moments because it could have been a quick win, but they were really fighting for it. And at the end, it was just, how long can you keep going? You've played 3 maps. One of them 7-5, the other one going all the way to 18 rounds. The third one going 1-7. How long can you keep going? How long can you push yourself? And it was Ghost Army who was a little bit better than doing that.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Ghost Army on top. And just want to say, I called that,
You were in those 28% community. You were the minority in that.
Yeah, so a real David and Goliath situation, and obviously the giant gets taken down. Pasta, what are your thoughts? I mean, this last round was just an absolute war of attrition. Walk me through it.
I mean, that last round was absolutely chaos, wasn't it? I mean, so much of that overtime was as well. Think about how many 5v3s did we see Entropy get into in that overtime? only to lose the round. I think there was at least 2 or 3, and that final round was an example as well. Round 19 even. There's just so much that could have gone the way of Entropy in that overtime. And I think that's kind of been the story all series long. It's just been those little moments, those tiny bits that have pushed Ghost Army over the line. Save for Clubhouse, which was an absolute domination. Everything has been toe to toe. And yeah, in that last one, like Dianic pointed out in round 19, just that little moment, Tom springs up in Solarium, gets 2. And there were so many moments like that where Entropy looked like they could have been taking the map, or even the other way around. Ghost Army looked like they could have been taking the map, and things just slipped away. I mean, for quite a few times there, we were convinced that actually it was going to go to 5 maps, especially when you had Entropy making that incredible comeback in the second half. But instead, just a little bit more resilient. It is that mentality, like we're saying, and also just playing a bit better as a team, though, in the end, especially in that last round, it was the individual heroics that came out on top. I feel like it must have been at least a couple seconds, maybe even just half a second, those tiny fractions that made all of the difference.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Well, you know what? It was great to sit on the desk with you guys, Dianic, Pasta. Any final words here for you guys here in the ESA?
You make it sound
Pasta?
like we're never going to cast ESA again.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You kind of just made it
Do you know
like that we're just
something
gonna
we don't?
disappear.
I'm very dramatic.
No, I mean it's been an absolutely incredible match, and the streak continues. It's another 4-map grand final for what, 4 seasons in a row now. We've been seeing that scoreline. It was absolutely incredible. Well played to Ghost Army. They did very, very well. I think does Merlin want to say something as well, Dianic?
I think so, but I think he's more worried about covering his food with blank air to make sure I don't, I don't steal his food. But as you pointed out, 4 maps. If we look at the score 1-3, it looks like Ghost Army has just overtaken it. But if we just look at the individual maps,
so
it was, besides one map, it was close every single game. 7-5, all the way to 18 rounds, and then all the way to 20 rounds. Only one map was 7-1, and it was the map I've highlighted at the beginning. It's Club Poster map. Everybody should know how to play. It's the oldest map in the entire competitive pool. It's the one map that you will be punished for plays. Like on round 19, where you just lay somewhere and you wait for a kill. You will be punished. And Clubhouse is the only map so far that does it so well. There's no wonder to see that Entropy was really, really struggling on that map. But on the other hand, again, even though it's 1-3, it was way closer if we look at the individual rounds itself. A lot of 1v1s today, a lot of 2v2s.
Yeah.
Super, super close.
So many clutches.
Exactly. Clutches. Perfectly said, honestly. It's, you know what? You could, it's like, I started sentence, you ended. We were the perfect duo at this point.
We finish each other's sandwiches. Or
yes!
Yeah, clutches,
Okay.
craziness, champions.
Okay. Dianic, Pasta, thank you so much for stopping by, hanging out with me on the desk. It's
been a
been
pleasure.
an absolute pleasure. And we will active? Are you guys hectic? What is the process going on when you're trying to fight through to get that last round win?
I mean, we're just chilling. Like we know if we lose round, like that's not bad. We know we're gonna lose round. We can lose a map. We can play another map. We don't care. But like we don't have to mental shock, you know. Like we just need to play, like attack what the captain say, and that's all. We know we have
So
like. We know we have fucking good gunfight, you know. Like we know we are better than them, so that's all.
So that was just an easy call. Go into it with confidence. So
Yeah.
what happened on map number 1? What happened with Nighthaven? We just weren't ready or prepared. I mean, because you guys came back and just absolutely had a domination after that first one.
Yeah, it was the first map, but like to be honest, we are not that good on Night Haven. Like we are not stretching every day on this map. That's not our map, you know. So we
Yeah,
just try to
I
win this
gotcha.
map, but it's the first map of the best of five, so we know we can bring it back, you know.
Yep. It was a GG's go next then, huh? Yeah, get rid of that
Yeah,
one
yeah,
and then send it on to the next. Yeah.
of
Okay.
course.
Well, I like to ask this question in every interview here, and it's in honor of a caster friend of mine, Rhino, and he asks the question: if you could ban an operator forever, goodbye, not gonna see him again, who you taking off the board permanently?
In defense or in attack?
Anyone total.
Mm, let me think.
It's a tough one.
I think I'm gonna say Warden, yeah.
You're gonna say who?
Warden.
Oh, the warden off the board. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Number one we get here is the Blackbeard for some reason, but warden, yeah, absolutely great call. I know Blackbeard. What's the deal with that? Any big plan? You lost my feed there. So what's coming up next for you guys? Any tournaments coming up?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, we're gonna play the next one, I think. Full
Yeah,
French.
get ready for the next one. Get
Full
for the back
French.
to back.
Back to back. Back to
Yeah,
back,
that's
no
right.
lose.
Let's go. Anything you want to say to anybody still watching there?
Can I speak French?
I not sure.
Ok, donc les gars, merci à vous tous. En vrai, genre, je sais qu'il y a des gens qui nous regardent sur le chat et tout, qui disent GG, qui regardent tous les matchs et tout, d'apprendre et tout sur R6. C'est bien qu'il y a des gros tournois comme ça. Thank you guys for the tourney. Like, that's the best tourney on the game. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's so good to have a good organization and shit, you know? So, yeah,
Excellent.
cast every game, cast everything. The casters are pretty good. Like, they're so nice though. Like, I'm watching every game, every replay to know more about the game. So, yeah, thank you guys.
Heck
And I'm
yeah.
happy to
Well,
win.
thank you. Thank you so much. GG's. It was a great
Thank
win.
you.
We were happy to have you. Thank you so much for stopping by and talking with me.
Thank you, bro. Have a good night. Have a good day.
You as well.
Ciao.
All right, folks. So tonight we stand in awe as the champions have risen from the crucible of competition to claim their rightful place as the crowned winners. It was a big GG's, valiant effort to Entropy Gaming. But as for me and the ESA, we're about to say good night. But stick around because there's a little bit more coming with you as the base stack breach. Where they're going to be drawing the teams into the group stage. So Diana and Kelstrin are going to be doing that. The event is on the July 20th and the 21st, but they got to start here first. So for me, I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you all so much for watching and hanging out with us here in the ESA Cup.
Hello!
Hi.
And here we are, even though after a quick little break, we're here for the base deck bridge where I'm myself, Diana, gonna be a caster, and Kelson is also gonna be there. Well, why don't you make yourself known to the public? Well, it seems like Carlson has been disconnected.
I'm back. Maybe I'm back. Hello. That looks very good. Yeah, but the ESA Cup is doing production wise a bit behind the scenes work. I mean, not only behind the scenes, of course, Danik and Stucky coming directly from here to cast the event in Dortmund, and we're doing some behind the scenes work with the base deck breach, and for that we thought we can give you guys some transparency on how our groups are being drawn today. Yeah, and I'm going to go straight to the point. We have seeded the whole tournament into two pots. One pot being of the higher teams, not say higher teams, but teams with consistent results that we know from the ESA Cup Phase 2, for example, as well. The teams like Entropy, teams like Frequency, teams like Ryuga, that we all know, that we all love, are being in constant semifinals, constant finals, quarterfinals maybe, and then we have a sort of lower pot with teams like Zack Gaming, Vanity Pro. I don't want to say they are weaker, but they've just not had that consistent high results. So yeah, that's why we are drawing out of one pot of 6 and one pot of 8. As you can see, there's 2 free spaces because 2 of the tickets have not been bought yet. So if you're a team that can come to Dortmund, can get everything arranged in 2 weeks, feel free to buy one. We are happy to have you.
Exactly. And I think it's the easiest. Like, I'm gonna be doing the drawing. Carlson is gonna be, giving you the insight, giving you the statistic analytics. I have everything prepared here, ready in a ball. Just the teams written on a paper, and I'm just gonna draw. So it's completely randomized. I cannot see what team is there. So I already gonna apologize because I am really bad with luck. So to the teams, my dearest, I'm sorry.
But it's not about luck. It's not about luck, right? So every team should be confident to win their groups. If you can remember, we have sort of a special bracket, sort of a special format in the basic breach, because there's 16 teams total, and we don't want anyone to be kicked out on Saturday, so everyone has to play at least one game on Sunday. We have decided that first and second of every group can or gets a direct go into the quarterfinals. Third and fourth get into round 2, and fifth to 8 get into round 1. So yeah, it's going to be a packed day, both on Saturday and on Sunday, and every game matters in the end.
It does, it does. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about base type? Was, for example, you say it's going to be worth it. You don't want the teams to play 2 rounds. Why is that, for example, mention the prize pool? Give us a little bit more info. Also, when is it? Maybe the team is currently watching and they want to sign up. What can we expect? When do they have to be there? And what are they fighting for?
Yes, so the tournament's on 20th to 21st of July, so that weekend, Saturday and Sunday. And yeah, we are playing for a total of, let me see, 3,000 euros. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers in my mind right now. But yeah, a total of 3,000 euros. And so the first one gets 2,000 euros, the second place gets 500 euros, and third and fourth both get 250 euros to take. Well, and of course we are. Wait, sorry, I'm a bit confused. That after that final, my brain's kind of rotten, even though I didn't even cast. But yeah, of course, if we can, maybe we can talk about participants that have already signed up. If you want to join, the teams in Dortmund. So the base deck itself is. Gaming facility made for open gaming, so you can literally just go there, pay 10-15 euros, and play 2 hours on their PCs. Sort of, they have a big LAN area to just play whatever you feel like, whatever you want, and have fun with your friends. There's rows of up to 8 PCs in a row, so yeah, it's. I mean, if you live close to the base deck, it's a great opportunity to meet up with friends, have a fun time. Of course, there's a bar and everything. to just hang out, have some fun, maybe even play some ranked. And there's even boot camp rooms. So if you need to meet up to play the next ESA final, for example, this should be the opportunity to meet up and have some privacy while being with your team together. Because I mean, physical finals are always something else, right? Yeah, but to not hang you up that much, I would say we just go to the draw. So we decided to just draw Group A, Group B, one by one. I hope you have both pots ready, because I would say we are starting with the high one. Is that the high one?
Yes. Sorry, I have the two same balls. I just one is less and one is more balls. Well, but yes, this is it. This is it.
Okay.
You ready for the first name?
Yeah, let's go.
So, just gonna take the first one on top, and it's going to be Project Black Eggs.
But that's not the high pot then.
Should be. That's the info I've been given.
That's the low pot.
We can just
Dianic.
leave the low pot then. No.
Dianic. What did you do?
No. Did I fuck it up?
Yeah, you fucked it up.
Oh, did I mess up the balls? Okay, hold on. Let me get one from the other one. Let me get one from the other one.
Yeah.
That's the other one.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. Never mind. I messed it up. Entropy Gaming.
Okay, so Entropy Gaming will be our first one for Group A. I hope you have Project Black X back in the pot.
Yes, I have it. Don't worry.
So
messed up the balls there. My apologies, guys.
So Entropy Gaming is the first team going into Group A. Of course, a team we've just seen with loss 1-3 in the ESA Cup final, Season 8. But I mean, the team speaks for itself, right? 2 times winner of the ESA Cup, multiple wins in different tournaments, RSX, VCL, whatever you can say. The team is quite consistent, playing very, very well, and of course that is why we've gone into high pots with them. Yeah, but let's get our first one for Group B.
Okay. This time I got the balls right. Okay.
Okay, great.
This time I got the balls right. Okay. Here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You see, a little bit less papers.
Yeah,
I could have
obviously.
also used 2 different balls, but
Obviously.
I didn't think that far. Okay.
Or maybe
that far.
maybe you could have just thought that maybe like we have 6 teams in the high pot and the less paper should be. Yeah. Well. Anyway.
I could have. So the next pick is Envision.
Envision.
Envision Esports would be the next pick.
All right. Yeah. Envision Esports. What can we say about Envision Esports? That's quite hard. Yeah, but I mean, it's a team that has consistently played in several tournaments, right? We have ESA Cup Phase 2. They've been in the, or don't let me lie, I think it was the semi-final drop. So they went top 6. If I remember correctly, this season, and they've always been around in the 6th to 8th percentile of ESA Cup. So, I mean, it's not a team we would have thought to be given the low pot. It's a team with very high consistent results. Didn't really win anything yet, except Fire League last year. That is something I can remember.
Something?
Yeah, I mean, I casted it for 12 hours. It was a hustle.
Lucky flags, okay.
Sorry?
The flag's coming through.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I need to be behind my team somewhere, right? But
I'll support them.
Yeah, of course. So Envision, if you didn't know, is former name was E-Wave. They've been the same team with my organization for 1.5 years now. So I mean, I'm happy that we can actually give them the opportunity to play in the LAN as well. But yeah, so it's Group B. And Danik, why don't we continue? Because I think the production team is very, 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 very tired.
Listen, we'll continue. Next one is high or low?
High. We draw the whole high pot and then we draw the low pot.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. Enough. I'm not Lion, okay?
Yeah.
Picked.
Good.
And Crown 0.
That's not a high pot team.
Listen, I have it like this. I'm not gonna change it now. I'm not gonna look at the names and change it.
But that's not the high pot
That's what I've
team.
been given, okay?
Why? Who has been talking to you?
The wrong person, it seems like. Maybe the DMs have been fucked up a little bit. I can pick again. Pick again.
Yeah, but yeah, maybe pick again, throw that back to the other pot.
Okay. We'll get it. We'll get that slowly, guys.
Yeah,
my apologies. Maybe it's the grand final, okay?
So Dianic, just to clarify, there should be 4 papers in the ball now.
Shit, why the 5? Hold on, they're actually 5. Hold on. Yeah, they're actually 5 ones. They're actually 5.
Okay, just draw and let's see.
Okay. 5. So one of them is a liar. One of them is the imposter.
One of them is the imposter.
One of them is the imposter, okay? Hopefully I'm not picking the imposter right now. Ryuga, okay.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
That's not an imposter.
So Ryuga is Group A, and yeah, it's a team we can talk loads about as well, right? I mean, I know most players from Kanji Esports back in the days. Ever since they've left Kanji, I think they disbanded in the same time, but they came together again, and they've been consistent since then, right? They've won, I think, Controller Cup against Entropy. They've won several tournaments now, like in the recent time. They've been very, very consistent, which is why I actually like that you've drawn MG Ryuga into Entropy's group now, because that's going to be fire game.
Second. Okay, this is
Yeah.
low ball with more than 5, with more than 4. It's gonna turn it, switch it, turn it. And the pick is Riven Gaming.
That's low pot.
Yeah, we're taking the low pod now, no?
No.
Why would you're confusing me, you know? You know,
There's
I might need an adult,
in the
okay?
high pot.
I might need an adult here to help me. Okay. Or what
So
if there's an imposter? I need an adult to help me with this, okay? I may not be the most organized person, okay? I'm just gonna pick one quickly, open it. Frequency Esports.
Yeah, that's a team that is in the high pot. All right, so Group B, Frequency Esports.
Still going with the high pot, yeah?
Yeah, we're still going. We are drawing the whole high pot, and then we're drawing the whole low pot. So you're still gonna have one imposter. Just saying.
There's still one imposter here, okay? And I will ask my mom next time to help me, because I need. I need an adult here, adult. On my side. Okay, twist it and take, and it's Team Leisure. I don't know if that's now.
That's a low team. There's the imposter.
That's the imposter. The 50-50.
Yeah, it was a 50-50 now.
I'm gonna take this one. It's Jesus, can't read it. Vanity Pro.
That's also a low team. You've done fucked up.
just write it in there, man. Just write it in. It's fine now.
Fine. Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Vanity Pro Esports. I'm sorry,
yeah.
my adultiness was not adult enough to do this.
All right, Vanity Pro it is. Group A. Well,
there we go.
The one time I actually had a plan and we had everything worked out, and then Dianic breaks it.
Yeah, sorry. It's just how things go with me. Anyway.
Yeah.
We're going just with the next pod. Just next pod, honestly, at this point. It's fine. I think the last person was also wrong, so I'm just gonna put them all in one bowl.
Just go ahead now. By now it's just
Team Ventex.
Ventex in Group B.
There we go. That's my handwriting, by the way. Maybe that's why I messed up.
So let's just hope the last remaining 2 teams of the former high pot will not be drawn in the same group now.
Hopefully. Here we go. And we have Molotov Gang.
So that was a high pot team, right there.
Listen, adult. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah, I should have drawn.
Okay. And we switch it up, and we take Project Black X.
All right.
That's the team we got at the beginning.
Yeah. So PBX Esports.
We move. We do it a little bit quicker because the production wants to go to bed. And we... Oh, Jesus. Riding? Dianic? Riding? Riven Gaming.
All right.
So we can put it out. So. Last two. Yay. And we take it.
Last two?
Few. I said.
Few.
Darling.
A few. Because there's 5 remaining. I was like, yeah.
Senioren Residence?
Yeah.
Senior residence, basically. That's another team. And then we move. Okay, we have 4 now.
4. There's 4 remaining.
4
You're
remaining.
right, at least with the numbers.
This time we ride with the numbers, okay? This time we ride with the numbers.
Now just pray that you won't pick head troops. Then we're good.
Zach Gaming.
All right.
Gaming. My camera does not want to work with me right now.
Yeah.
And we are back onto... Ooh. That just jumped out.
Yeah, just pick it. Just pick it.
Just picking it. Just sticking it. Team Leisure.
Leisure. Okay, so
last two, 50-50.
So the thing is, because we wanted 3 teams of each hypod to go into the groups,
basically gonna switch it up.
Yeah, we're gonna switch it up no matter what. So whatever happens now, yeah, I mean you can draw. Maybe you're right, but it's pretty much safe that Crown Zero will go Group A and Group B will be head troops.
Which one?
Do the left one.
This one.
Yes.
And that is Crown Zero.
All right, so you've drawn right.
See, at the end it all worked out.
At the end, it all works out. It all worked out.
At the
end. I should have never doubted you.
See, never doubt Diana. It's just gonna work out. And then last troop is Hair Troops.
Yeah. All right. So as you can see on the screen right now, that is our group lineup for the groups of the base stack breach. And Danik, you yourself, you're gonna cast a rough ton of games both on Saturday and Sunday for these guys. And I hope everyone will be hyped for those groups. We have, as you've seen, everything was based on randomness, except of course the seedings. And I mean, maybe for explanation why we did the seedings now. If there was six teams in one group that were with consistent ESA results and consistent tournament results, and then there would be teams that weren't used to playing to those. Group A, for example, would have been just very, very nasty. So that is why we have decided to mix it up there a bit. Nevertheless, I think that is... I mean, you can dab as punishment. That would be a very good idea.
I'm not gonna dab as punishment. All I'm saying is, even though I may have or may not have done a little bit chaotic here and didn't quite do it correctly, it worked out at the end. We've gotten what we wanted. We got both Group A and Group B. There's still 2 spots open. But also, I'm just gonna, slide in here a little bit. As it mentioned, I am going to cast. I'm gonna be there at the LAN. And so many others. And there is a few giveaways currently going on for spectator tickets. If you want to be there in Dortmund on the 20th and 21st of July, I know it's a little bit, in 2 weeks, and you happen to be in Germany, or you just want to go to a console LAN and want to have a great time as a spectator, you can participate and join into the giveaways and potentially win a free ticket. There's a few going on, so don't worry. If you get one, your friend might as well get another one as well. Enter the giveaways, you maybe get lucky. And to everybody who has entered the giveaways, good luck. And honestly, cannot wait to see you guys at the LAN. Definitely, if you see me, or if you see Stucky, or if you see anyone Even Kelston, if you see him in front of production, just come and say hi. It's very okay. Talk to us. It's
just
very
running
friendly.
around the venue all day from side to side all the time. I mean, you are quite stationary, but I need to go from A to B all the time. So
Middle in the way. Yeah, sorry, I can't talk. Actually, I have to go.
yeah, sorry. No, but yeah, I mean, we kind of we are very hyped, right? I mean, the whole weekend and everything prior and after is it has been a blast so far, and it's going to be a blast at the venue and at the event as well. And that is why I think we should cut it right now because, as we said, production team's getting awfully tired. So yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you are hyped for the next season of ESA Cup, and yeah, also hyped for the upcoming base deck breach. And with this, yeah, I give the last word to you, Dianic.
Hey, nothing much to say. Honestly, cannot wait to see everybody there. Cannot wait to meet the teams, talk to the teams. Good luck to everyone participating. Still 2 spaces open. So who knows? Maybe if Ghost Army, who knows? We can just make here connection.
They are in. Head troops. It's 3 out of 5 Ghost Army.
Okay, 3 out of 5, but it's not fully, you know what I mean? Like, you can't expect. Listen.
Just turn it around now.
It's okay. I'm just gonna turn around and leave now, honestly. 2 spots open. Fill in, come in, have a chance to win something, win amazing prize pool, have an amazing time. Gonna be casted, gonna be amazing. Cannot wait. And see you guys at Base Tech Breach on the 20th and 21st of July. It's gonna be amazing. So until then, have a great night, and until the next ESA season, bye-bye.
Bye.